Chapter 700. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the massacre finally ended. The stench of blood assaulted everyone's nostrils. Corpses were everywhere on the yellow sand. Fang Yuan stood among the corpses, summoning woman's heart immortal goo. The immortal goo rose up slowly, floating in the air as it let out a dark purple light. The light covered the silent battlefield. After a few breaths of time, all the female corpses on the battlefield started to shake. The shaking of the corpses became more intense. Finally, with loud sounds, hearts broke out of their bodies, flying towards woman's heart in the air. Before they got close, these bloody hearts were assimilated by the dark purple light, turning into lumps of dark purple light. The lumps of light flew towards woman's heart like swallows returning to their nest. Poison path immortal goo woman's heart shook slightly, letting out a shrill cry, as if it was happy because it was eating. A moment later, all the hearts on the battlefield became food, feeding woman's heart. Fang Yuan called back woman's heart. This immortal goo's hunger was alleviated, but it was still not full. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. According to this speed, to completely feed woman's heart immortal goo, I need at least 4,000 more hearts. This caravan that I slaughtered is quite powerful. Such a large scale is rare in Western Desert. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before flying into the sky. In the air, he stretched out his palm and pressed on the ground. Immediately, thousands of fireballs appeared out of nowhere, landing on the battlefield. With continuous explosions, rocks and sand flew, corpses burned. It turned into a sea of fire. This was not a killer move. It was just a simple stacking of fire path mortal goo. Fang Yuan threw out several brown and black oil dragons. The oil dragons flew into the sea of fire. He immediately increased the intensity of the fire, burning the battlefield and destroying all traces. After doing this, Fang Yuan flapped his light illusion bat wings, flying into the sky. He flew towards the northeast direction, passing several large oases, before finally finding his target, a small oasis. Looking down from the sky, the oasis was like a jewel, embedded in the golden desert. There was a lake in the oasis. It was blue and clear. The surroundings were lush with trees. There were many people living inside. The market was bustling with people. It was a scene of prosperity and peace. Fang Yuan did not hide his tracks. He appeared in the cloudless sky. It was exceptionally eye-catching. A group of goo masters rode on their seagulls. He flew up from the oasis. What kind of monster is this? It looks like a zombie. There was no lack of youngsters among these goo masters, and when they saw Fang Yuan's sinister and terrifying appearance, they could not help but whisper. Almost all of them were rank 2, and only one was a rank 3 goo master, the leader. This group of people flew until they were 300 paces away from Fang Yuan. The leader's face was full of wariness. He cupped his fists and said, "This is the porridge thin oasis. It will be hosted by our lawn family. The area above the oasis is a no-fly zone. I hope you can land immediately." If he wanted to enter the oasis, we have related goo masters in charge of receiving foreign goo masters. You only need to follow the procedures and meet the relevant criteria to enter the oasis. Fang Yuan was still looking at the oasis, using his goo to scout. He was checking if there were any goo immortals hiding in the oasis. Only goo immortals posed a threat to him. According to normal circumstances, this kind of small oasis would not have any powerful forces and should not have any goo immortals. If there were goo immortals, they would have already expanded or modified the oasis. After the leader finished speaking, he saw that Fang Yuan was unmoved and frowned, saying coldly, "Did you hear that? Flying above the oasis is forbidden. This is common knowledge in Western Desert. You are flying above Lawn family. This can be seen as a provocation. I hope you can land immediately, otherwise don't blame us." Bam! Before the leader finished speaking, Fang Yuan flicked his pinky finger and sent out a rank 5 attack. The rank 3 leader could not react in time, and directly exploded into pieces of flesh and blood, scattering everywhere. Ah! Lord Elder. The other rank 2 goo masters were stunned for a moment before letting out ear-piercing screams. At this moment, incomparable fear filled their hearts. The family elder, who was usually very prestigious, didn't even have the chance to react before he was killed by the opponent in a single blow. This attack was too fast and sudden. The rank 2 Gu Masters could not even see clearly what killed the leader. Lord Elder is dead. He was killed in an instant. Retreat. This person is not someone we can deal with. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The rank 2 Gu Masters shouted loudly and scattered in the air, flying towards the oasis. Fong Yuan snorted, lightly waving his palm. Bam, bam, bam. Under the continuous sounds of explosions, these rank 2 Gu Masters exploded into pieces of flesh and blood without exception. Even their mounts, the sand gulls, were not spared. A deafening alarm resounded in the oasis. Everything that happened in the air was seen by the Gu Masters guarding the oasis. Fong Yuan looked down from above and saw the mortals panicking, running around, and the bustling market was in a mess. Large numbers of mortal Gu Masters came out of the buildings and looked up at the sky, looking at him with enmity. All living beings are like ants. Fong Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and put on his hair armor. The light illusion bat wings on his back flashed, and he charged towards the oasis like a meteor. Coming. Attack. Be careful, the enemy is very strong. He is at least a rank 4 Gu Master. He is very likely a rank 5 Gu Master. So what if he is strong? He is just one person. Attack? The Lan clan Gu Masters in the oasis roared furiously and attacked vigorously like fireworks. But Fong Yuan's momentum did not decrease and easily broke through these obstructing firepower, directly crashing into the clan leader pavilion at the center of the oasis. Boom! The loud sound was deafening, and the huge impact caused the ground to tremble. The clan leader pavilion was also defended by Gu worms, but it was of no use, and was completely destroyed in an instant. Rocks and soil flew, bricks and tiles flew everywhere, and air waves surged, causing dust to soar into the sky. The dust gradually dispersed, and Fong Yuan's tall body. 8 monstrous arms appeared in front of the Lan clan Gu Masters. He is not dead. Damn it. The clan leader pavilion was destroyed by him. The ancestral tablets are all inside. Kill this monster. Everyone was riled up and surrounded Fong Yuan tightly. All of you, shut up. Suddenly, an old man shouted and walked out of the crowd. Lord Clan Leader. The surrounding people bowed to the old man. The old clan leader was scared witless. No one understood the defensive strength of the clan leader pavilion better than him. The patriarch's pavilion was the core of a family. It had deep defenses. Even if 10 old patriarchs joined hands, they would not be able to withstand it. Even if 10 old clan leaders joined hands, they might not be able to charge in. But Fong Yuan directly crashed down, and with just one strike, he destroyed the clan leader pavilion. Destroyed in one strike. What kind of concept was this? The old clan leader forcefully suppressed his palpitations. He bowed deeply to Fong Yuan. Our Lan clan has been neutral for generations and can be said to be aloof from worldly affairs. I don't know how we have offended you, but our Lan clan will definitely compensate you to your satisfaction. Once he said this, it immediately caused an intense backlash from the Gu Masters. Lord Clan Leader, what are you talking about? This monster that is neither human nor ghost. He destroyed our patriarch's pavilion, and even Elder Lan Duan died in his hands. Clan Leader, our Lan clan is not cowardly. The other party is already riding on our heads. We need to chop him into pieces to vent our hatred. Hee hee. Fong Yuan laughed coldly. His voice was hoarse and ear-piercing. Everyone frowned when they heard it. There is actually someone who knows how to adapt to circumstances. That's right. Such a small oasis is sandwiched in between the other large forces. If he does not adapt to circumstances, he might not be able to stabilize his position as clan leader. Then listen carefully. I will give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to collect 6,000 hearts. Remember, these hearts should not be damaged. They must be women's hearts. Men's hearts and young girls' hearts are useless. What? He actually wants 6,000 women's hearts? This is a demon, a lawless demon. He actually wants to instruct our clan to be his lackey and collect hearts for him. The Gu Masters were in an uproar. The old clan leader's expression was also uncertain. 6,000 women's hearts was not a small number. There were indeed many mortal villages around this oasis, but the number of mortals was definitely not enough. Thus, to reach the standard of 6,000, Lan clan's clansmen must be sacrificed. This way, the old clan leader's position would come to an end. No one would support such a person as the clan leader. Your request is a little too unreasonable. Sigh, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. How can you do such a vicious and sinful thing in broad daylight? Please forgive Lan clan for not being able to cooperate. The old clan leader sighed compassionately. Then there is no other way. Although this is a little troublesome, forget it. Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly, his killing intent pervading the air. Light illusion bat wings flashed behind his back, and the next moment, Feng Yuan suddenly appeared in front of the old clan leader. The zombie's monstrous claws stretched out like lightning, grabbing the old clan leader's neck and easily lifting him up. So fast. The old clan leader's face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. He was completely shocked. How did he get captured in the blink of an eye? Could it be that he was not a mortal, but a goo immortal? A horrifying thought emerged in the old clan leader's mind. He quickly shouted, "Wan, everything can be discussed. Please have mercy, subordinate." Ugh. With a cracking sound, the old clan leader's neck was directly crushed by Feng Yuan. The old clan leader's head was crooked to one side. His eyes were wide open. He died with remaining grievances. It was not that he did not want to use goo worms to counterattack, but Feng Yuan had many mortal goo in his immortal aperture that could seal and suppress them. He killed the old clan leader. No, Lord Clan Leader, you cannot die. Take revenge for Lord Clan Leader. The goo masters reacted. They roared furiously and rushed towards Feng Yuan like a surging tide. At once, they displayed their abilities and unleashed dazzling attacks. Feng Yuan did not dodge. He stood on the spot and did not move, letting the endless attacks land on his body. Everyone's attacks lasted for 100 breaths of time before becoming sparse. Goo masters had limited primeval essence. Such an intense burst could not last for long. Is he dead? He must have been smashed into pieces. Sigh, pitiful old clan leader. We did not manage to retrieve his corpse. However, when the smoke dissipated, the goo master's eyes were wide open as they saw Feng Yuan still standing proudly on the spot. Even though the surroundings were in a mess, the black armor on his body was still intact. Even the broken spikes were rapidly recovering. After a few breaths of time, Feng Yuan's hair armor recovered to its original state. There was not even a trace of smoke. Hair armor was a mortal killer move. It was activated by hundreds of goo worms. There were dozens of rank 5 goo worms. And with the immortal zombie body as the foundation, its defense was not something these goo masters could break. Among the people attacking Feng Yuan, the only rank 4 goo master, the old clan leader, was already dead. There were less than 10 rank 3 goo masters left. The rest were rank 2 goo masters and rank 1 goo masters. Their attacks were very chaotic. Many of them were exhausted internally. They could not pose any threat to Feng Yuan. This is your attack? It's not even enough to scratch an itch. Feng Yuan chuckled. His laughter was not loud, but it clearly resounded in everyone's ears. A boundless chill rose in the hearts of the surrounding goo masters, spreading rapidly. In this hot weather, they felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. You, who the hell are you? Everyone shivered, endless fear filling their hearts. Monster! This is a monster! Someone screamed, already on the verge of collapse. Escape! Quickly escape! Their morale fell to the lowest point. One person escaping caused a large area of collapse. Feng Yuan was not surprised. The old clan leader was dead. They no longer had a backbone. At the same time, he purposely resisted the attacks. It was to crush the morale of these mortals. Swoosh! Feng Yuan laughed malevolently, immediately chasing after a female goo master. The female goo master's body froze, staring blankly at a monstrous claw growing out of her chest. Next, the monstrous claw retracted, taking the female goo master's heart with it. Elder Lan Xian is also dead. Quickly run! The surrounding Gu masters saw this and were scared out of their wits, running even faster. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Large numbers of fireballs rained down in the sky, causing the houses to collapse and flames to spread everywhere. He waved his hand again. Countless wind blades flew, cutting and slaughtering along the way, leaving corpses in pieces. "No, I beg you. I beg you. Don't kill me." It was a mortal woman. She had a beautiful face and a slim body. She had maintained herself well. She should be the wife of a Gu master. Bam! Fang Yuan flicked his finger. The mortal woman's head exploded like a watermelon. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Fang Yuan walked past this corpse. He opened his hand slightly. The female corpse's heart broke out of her body and was grabbed by Fang Yuan. Woman's heart let out a joyful cry. It stopped on Fang Yuan's shoulder, letting out a dark purple radiance. Be it the heart in Fang Yuan's hand or the surrounding corpses, as long as they met the criteria, they were assimilated by the purple light and absorbed by woman's heart. Fang Yuan moved like a chariot. Wherever he went, he slaughtered. Along the way, there were pitiful cries and rivers of blood. Cleansed soul immortal Gu was already hungry. Using myriad self was risky and wasted immortal essence. Icy drill stardust could not be used either, because the explosions in the starry clusters would grind the fragile mortal bodies into dust. Even the hearts were no exception. Fang Yuan only used mortal Gu. He did not use killer moves. It was purely a simple accumulation of numbers. But even so, the killing efficiency was not low. Western Desert's terrain was different from the other 4 regions. Fang Yuan had his reasons for choosing this place. There was a vast desert here. The oases were like islands. Even if mortals escaped from the oases, they would not be able to escape far. The desert was boundless. It was very easy for Fang Yuan to chase and kill. Chapter 701. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the porridge oasis. The smoke from kitchen chimneys in the past was replaced by thick smoke and flames today. The tranquility and serenity had vanished without a trace. The houses and buildings had collapsed and turned into ruins. In the ruins, on the streets, by the lake, under the trees, pools of blood and corpses were everywhere. Fang Yuan returned to the clan pavilion. Standing on a pile of broken tiles, he stored the poison path immortal Gu woman's heart into his immortal aperture with satisfaction. After slaughtering for half a day, woman's heart was finally full. Woman's heart combined nurturing and refinement. If he continued to feed it, woman's heart would enter the Gu refinement process. The more women's hearts it ate, the stronger woman's heart would be. But Fang Yuan did not have any plans to refine Gu for now. With his strength alone, slaughtering mortals was easier than slaughtering pigs and dogs. But there were so many mortals, he still wasted half a day. Moreover, woman's heart was a one-time consumable immortal Gu. No matter how strong it was, it could only be used once. The investment prospects were not great. Unless Fang Yuan had the immortal Gu recipe of woman's heart. Standing on the ruins of the clan pavilion, the hundreds of Gu worms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture were activated at the same time, investigating in all directions. After 2 breaths of time, Fang Yuan found an underground entrance. He walked close to the entrance and stomped on the ground, destroying it and revealing an entrance. This entrance could allow ordinary people to enter and exit, but it was too small for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan forcefully tore it down. After hundreds of steps, the space became wider. It was enough for Fang Yuan to walk with his back bent. A moment later, a huge stone door appeared. It appeared in front of Fang Yuan. On the door, there were large words. Restricted area of the clan treasury. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Fang Yuan sneered. He directly broke the stone door. Hundreds of golden blades of light slashed at Fang Yuan's body. At the same time, a sharp alarm sounded. This was Lan Clan's method to defend against thieves, but unfortunately, not even one of the barbs on Fang Yuan's hair armor was damaged. Fang Yuan entered the stone door and saw a large pile of yuan stone. Fang Yuan roughly estimated. It was more than 100,000 yuan. If Fang Yuan was still immortal, these yuan stones would be a huge fortune. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was now an immortal. With unlimited Zhen yuan, the demand for yuan stone had dropped to the lowest point. However, he still kept the Yuan stone in his immortal aperture. It was just a matter of convenience. After a while, he broke through the second stone door. Enter it. He saw a large pile of Gu refinement materials, arranged according to their categories. They were all ordinary materials. Although Feng Yuan needed them, there were not many of them. If Feng Yuan really wanted to refine Gu, he would need a lot of them. They still needed existences like Gu Immortals to purchase them in large quantities. But it was better than nothing. Feng Yuan did not leave empty-handed. He also entered the immortal aperture. Then the third, fourth, and fifth stone doors. They were all Gu refinement materials, but they were of different types. The storage requirements were also different. Feng Yuan collected all of them. At the sixth stone door, he finally found a Gu worm. A large number of mortal Gu were stored here. This was Lan Clan's Gu worm storage, the foundation of the clan. Feng Yuan took them all. With his rich memories and experience, he could recognize these mortal Gu. They were all dispensable. But for mortal Gu masters, these Gu worms were not lacking in rare Gu worms. There were also rank 5 and rank 4 Gu. If one of them was obtained, their entire life might change, or even their life trajectory might change. This was like how Feng Yuan obtained the liquor worm on Qingmao Mountain, the bone-flesh connection Gu on Baigu Mountain, and the all-out effort Gu in Shangclan City. There were 3 such Gu worm secret repositories. There were 5 Yuan stone storage. Other than these, there was also a storage within a storage and a small hidden storage. None of them escaped Feng Yuan's search. Some storage rooms were already in a mess. There were Gu master corpses and traces of fighting. Evidently, when Feng Yuan massacred the living beings on the surface, some greedy Gu masters knew that Lan Clan was finished, so they barged in and snatched all the resources they could use. They fought here, snatching treasures that could be taken away, and some died to the storage's defensive Gu worms. Feng Yuan was calm as he walked past these storage rooms, following a main tunnel underground. Along the way, there were more and more Gu master corpses. There were also sand gull corpses. These sand gulls were like the combination of ostriches and seagulls. Their legs were thick and muscular, and their wings were wide. They could use air currents to soar in the sky. Sand gulls could run quickly in the desert and could also fly with people. They only ate water and grass. They were easy to feed and had a gentle temperament. They were the most common means of transportation for Western desert Gu masters. The only flaw was that sand gulls had low fertility. 10 sand gull eggs, only 3 or 4 could hatch into healthy sand gulls. However, Lan Clan raised a lot of sand gulls, surpassing other forces. When Feng Yuan went on a killing spree, he killed many sand gulls. He guessed that Lan Clan might have some unique method of breeding sand gulls. If they really had it, then this would be the only thing in the entire Lan Clan that Feng Yuan was interested in. Feng Yuan walked down thousands of steps. He saw more and more Gu master corpses. Finally, at a certain area, he found a large number of Gu master corpses, as well as many sand gulls. It seems that the Gu masters who entered here were obstructed by sand gulls. After an intense battle, they all died here. They took the risk to come here. There must be huge benefits enticing them. Feng Yuan analyzed. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After walking another few hundred steps, Feng Yuan was attacked by a wave of sand gulls. There were over 100 sand gulls. The sand gull 100 beast king among them had fresh injuries. It should have fought with the Gu masters not long ago. How could a mere beast group be Feng Yuan's match? After a few breaths of time, Feng Yuan killed these sand gulls and continued forward. The tunnel clearly extended downwards. The depth surprised even Feng Yuan. After dealing with over a dozen waves of sand gulls, Feng Yuan walked out of the tunnel. His vision immediately widened as he arrived at a huge underground cave. This cave was so big that it was like a square. At the center of the cave, there was a huge stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a huge bird egg. It was the size of a house. It was sandy yellow in color, rough and dim. Around the stone platform, there was a thick layer of yellow sand. The yellow sand was extremely soft and slightly warm. Stepping on it felt like stepping on cotton balls. One by one, the eggs were laid out in the yellow sand, sinking slightly into it. Some of these eggs were big, some were small. There were even broken eggshells. These eggs are sand gulls' eggs. This is the breeding ground of Lan Clan's sand gulls. Fang Yuan walked into the cave. In order to protect their homes and eggs, large numbers of sand gulls flew up and surrounded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was indifferent. With a wave of his palm, he first scattered a wind blade, cutting down most of the sand gulls like cutting wheat, and then sprinkled a smear of frost to freeze the other half. The number of surviving sand gulls was small, and they were no longer as aggressive as before. Instead, they fled in panic. Fang Yuan was not in the mood to chase after them. As he got closer and closer to the stone platform, his eyes were gradually attracted by the giant egg on the stone platform, and his eyes revealed an even more joyful light. Could this egg be the egg of the sand gulls of heaven and earth? Fang Yuan stepped onto the stone platform and came in front of the giant egg. He reached out and stroked the rough eggshell. The eggshell was full of cracks, and at the same time, there were several small holes, from which transparent egg white constantly flowed out. These egg white fell on the stone platform, flowed along the channels carved on the surface of the stone platform, and flowed under the surrounding yellow sand. This was an egg of the ancient wild beast sand gulls of heaven and earth. The life born in the egg had long died. The egg white was leaking out. It was clearly a dead egg. Sand gulls had a low hatching rate, and for the same bloodline sand gulls of heaven and earth, the hatching rate was even lower. But it was the life essence of an ancient desolate beast after all. Just using the egg white in such a crude manner greatly increased the hatching rate of the sand gull's egg. Fang Yuan did not obtain the hatching method he had expected, but he obtained the dead egg of an ancient desolate beast. This was an unexpected surprise. As expected, after connecting luck, there are fortuitous encounters. After slaughtering a small tribe, I obtained something useful to me. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. His connect luck immortal goo needed the sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast sand gulls. This sand was called sand gull soil. It was a special resource formed after ordinary sand was infected by the sand gulls of heaven and earth. If Fang Yuan wanted sand, he would have to buy it from others, or find the nests of the sand gulls of heaven and earth, and take a huge risk to sneak in and collect the sand gull's soil. But now that he had the dead egg of the sand gulls of heaven and earth, he could use the life essence in this egg to turn the ordinary sand into sand gull soil. To feed Connect Luck Immortal Goo, I need 5,000 kilograms of sand gull soil. There is still enough life essence in this dead egg. It should be enough. Even if it is not enough, it can help me get through this difficult period. Connect Luck Immortal Goo does not have to be fed to its fullest. It can be used even if it is only half full. After all, for the next period of time, there will not be any suitable targets. Connect Luck Immortal Goo might not be used. With a joyful mood, Fang Yuan stored this dead egg. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he immediately started to make arrangements. He was a Blood Path Grandmaster in his previous life, and now he was a Strength Path Grandmaster. These two paths were related to life and blood. He quickly thought of a method, using over 600 mortal goo to form a goo formation and extract the life essence in the dead egg to form a huge amount of blood and qi. With the help of wisdom goo, Fang Yuan modified this method, condensing the blood and qi into a light yellow liquid. Ordinary sand would turn into sand gull soil after soaking in this liquid for a day and a night. 3 days later, Fang Yuan obtained enough sand gull soil to feed Connect Luck Immortal Goo. This way, he was only left with the problem of feeding Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. To feed Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, it needed the flesh and blood of over 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, but White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo were very rare. 100,000 years ago, during the late Antiquity era, Soul Path was flourishing. This goo worm had once been very popular. Unfortunately, now, even in jewel yellow skies, White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo were rarely seen. Chapter 702. Husband. Huang Er has already been like this for over 3 months. What should we do? If anything happens to her, I don't want to live anymore. Fairy Bai Qing looked at Feng Kim Hong, sobbing softly. She was a grand spirit affinity house goo immortal. She was graceful and elegant in the past. But now that it concerned her beloved daughter, she lost her sense of propriety. She no longer had her usual carefree demeanor. And in front of her, Feng Kim Hong was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. He was in a posture of polishing his aperture. She wore a phoenix coronet. Her golden eyebrows were long and slender. There was a red mole between her eyebrows. Her appearance combined the gentle beauty of her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, with her father, Feng Zhouge's heroicness. She looked dignified and graceful, but also extremely handsome. She had outstanding talent, far surpassing her peers in the 10 great ancient sections. If not for Feng Yuan disrupting her ascension, Feng Kim Hong would already be the owner of Hu immortal blessed land. Her skin was white as snow, her eyes were closed, her breathing was even and long, as if she was sleeping soundly. Over 3 months ago, Feng Kim Hong was meditating as usual, nurturing her aperture walls. But during this ordinary cultivation, an accident happened. From then on, she fell into a deep slumber. No matter what method anyone used, they could not wake her up. Ever since they found out that Feng Kim Hong was in a strange state, Feng Zhouge and Bai Qing had been thinking of ways to save their beloved daughter, but there was little effect. They invited Spirit Affinity House's supreme elders and tried all sorts of methods, but they were all helpless. Husband, do you think our Huang will never wake up from her slumber? Will she never be able to open her eyes to look at us? Fairy Bai Qing thought of the terrifying possibility. She could not help but feel sorrow. Feng Zhouge heaved a long sigh in his heart. He stretched out his arms and hugged his beloved wife. He consoled her. Qing don't worry. Didn't First Supreme Elder say so? Our daughter discovered the true use of Dream Wings' immortal goo. She fell into a state of emptiness. His entire soul had entered some kind of mysterious and unexplainable state. She did not lose her life. She was still alive and well. We should trust her. Maybe this will be a fortuitous encounter for her. Although Feng Zhouge and Bai Qing did not wake up Feng Kim Hong, their attempts were not in vain. They had already ascertained that the reason why Feng Kim Hong was in a deep sleep was Dreamwing's immortal goo. Fairy Bai Qing leaned into her husband's embrace, feeling Feng Zhouge's firm and strong chest. Her heart calmed down, she said hesitantly. When Huang was 3, Dreamwing's immortal goo came to me of its own accord. My heart was constantly on tenterhooks. We have never seen this immortal goo before. Even after going through all of Spirit Affinity House's records, there was no information about it. The effect we found out before is that it consumes souls. A pair of dazzling wings appeared. Now it seemed that, I'm afraid this is not the true use of Dreamwing's immortal goo. Feng Zhouge nodded in agreement. Your analysis is very reasonable. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine goo worms that they do not know of. They will often make new discoveries as they use them, and finally understand the details of the goo worm. Even for famous goo worms, there are some aspects that are not known to others. And goo masters and goo immortals always keep the precious experiences they obtain to themselves to prevent others from finding out about them. When Huang wakes up, I am sure she will have great gains. I think we will definitely have great gains. We will know how to truly use Dreamwing's immortal goo. I will go to Northern Plains this time. I will be relying on you. When Huang wakes up, inform me immediately. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had planned for countless years, expending countless manpower and resources, painstakingly making arrangements. Only then did they achieve some results in 88-point Jinyang Tower. In the end, Feng Yuan used his previous life's memories and plucked the fruits of their labor, turning these arrangements into his own. Eventually, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, and 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. When the news arrived, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, who had been planning for a long time, were undoubtedly a nightmare. As the leader of this plan, Spirit Affinity House, they were facing pressure from all directions, from the other 9 great ancient sects, and also from Spirit Affinity House itself. The plan to take 88-point Jinyang Tower started from the information left behind by Fairy Mo Yao. All these years, our sect has always been the leader, and we have the most crucial methods. Now that such a huge change has occurred, not only do we need to clear our suspicions, we also need to investigate the truth. As the number 1 battle strength of our sect, even though I want to stay by my daughter's side, regretfully, the other elders want me to investigate. Feng Zhouge sighed. Husband, you need to be careful in Northern Plains. If the situation is bad, retreat first. After all, that is not Central Continent. If something happens, there will be no one to help. Don't trust the Gu immortals of the other 9 sects too much. Back then, you fought against the 10 great sects and won every battle without a single loss, causing so many people to lose face. All these years, you are publicly recognized as the #1 expert of the 10 great sects, suppressing them. If Spirit Affinity House loses you, they might let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry, for you and our daughter, I will be careful. Feng Zhege caressed Fairy Bai Qing's face, lightly kissing her lips. After their lips parted, he took out a rank 5 messenger green bird Gu. This is a letter from Who Immortal Blessed Land. That rascal called Feng Yuan has accepted Huang Er's challenge. Feng Zhege said, It's him? Since Huang Er was born, Feng Yuan was the only one who suffered a huge setback. After Huang Er returned, she was indignant and swore to take revenge. Earlier, she sent a challenge letter to him, but there was no reply. To think that he would suddenly reply now, what is his motive? Fairy Bai Qing had a deep impression of Feng Yuan. Feng Zhege's gaze was solemn. Ever since Huang Er failed, we have investigated this rascal Feng Yuan in detail. His background is not small. He has a mysterious force behind him. He actually dared to take advantage of the situation and take Who Immortal Blessed Land from under the 10 great ancient sects' noses. But Crane Gate thought himself clever and admitted that he is from Crane Gate, causing us to be unable to do anything. This way, Crane Gate can exclude our 9 sects and take back Who Immortal Blessed Land alone. If it were me, I would probably do the same. Fairy Bai Qing said. More than a year has passed in Central Continent. Even Northern Plains' Truyang building has fallen. The laughable thing is, Crane Gate still did not succeed. Who Immortal Blessed Land is still in this rascal's hands. What a joke. Feng Zhege sneered in disdain. You can't say that. In the last year, Crane Gate had to expend a lot of effort to capture the ancient, desolate beast spirit rhinoceros, and many of our Gu immortals were trapped in the reincarnation battlefield. Now, Great Heavenly Sword Sect, which is under our jurisdiction, wants to become independent. Crane Gate is overwhelmed and under pressure. Moreover, after our 9 sects learned of the truth, we secretly pressured them many times and indirectly obstructed them from attacking Who Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, Who Immortal Blessed Land did not fall. Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Zhege shook his head. The force behind Feng Yuan has always been shrouded in mystery. We have yet to find out. Yesterday, Crane Gate publicly announced that Feng Yuan was disloyal because he obtained Who Immortal Blessed Land and viewed him as a traitor of the sect. Clearly, their conciliatory tactic did not work. It seems that Crane Gate's big move against Who Immortal Blessed Land will happen in the next few days. I want to see what force can challenge our 10 great sections. Fairy Bai Qing's gaze flickered. She suddenly realized something, saying, I know this Feng Yuan's intention. He is not a member of Crane Gate, but he seems to have sensed that Crane Gate wants to deal with him. Thus, he replied, and wants to establish relations with the outside world, using our Spirit Affinity House to restrict Crane Gate. But now, Crane Gate has the moral high ground, while Feng Yuan is a traitor of Crane Gate. Crane Gate can openly attack Who Immortal Blessed Land, but we cannot interfere in this matter. Feng Zhege said. Fairy Bai Qing was unresigned. Is there really no way to interfere in this matter? If Crane Gate obtains Danghun Mountain, the entire sect's foundation will rise by several levels. Righteous sects naturally have their own rules and regulations. After all, there are so many other sects in Central Continent watching them. If the 10 great sects break the rules first, how will they be able to command others in the future? Although Crane Gate deceived them first, the 9 sects were indeed deceived for a while. After all, there is a Fengjing in Crane Gate. We can make use of him. Since Crane Gate won, we have to admit it. At least this time, we cannot interfere. But if Crane Gate fails in their attack on Who Immortal Blessed Land, our 9 sects will have a chance to interfere. After all, everyone is aware of this situation. They are only feigning ignorance because of the rules and reputation. If Crane Gate fails this time, and still wants to take Who Immortal Blessed Land for themselves, our 9 sects will not agree. Feng Zhege analyzed. He paused before continuing. Before going to Northern Plains, I intend to give my own way Gu to Crane Gate. Husband, what do you mean? Fairy Bai Qing was slightly shocked. Feng Zhege strategized. Fang Yuan's strength is unknown. Whether he can protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land or not is still unknown. If he wins and Crane Gate loses, our 10 great sects will work together and divide Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If he loses and Crane Gate wins, we can use the reason of my own Wei Gu to get a share of the benefits on Danghun Mountain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Palace. Declaring me as a traitor of the sect, this means that Crane Gate's attack on Hu Immortal Blessed Land is imminent. Fang Yuan looked at the information in his hands with a heavy heart. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was not full yet. In this situation, activating the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self was very risky. In the worst case, he might lose Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. This way, without Myriad Self, Fang Yuan would lose his greatest trump card. Crane Gate declared me as a traitor in advance, but did not attack immediately. They are clearly trying to lure the force behind me to make a move, so that they can have a good fight. This is indeed the style and confidence of the 10 great sections. Fang Yuan thought about it and knew that Crane Gate's attack this time would be extremely fierce. To him, the most important thing now was to find the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu and feed Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. At the same time, he needed to gather funds and store enough Green Grape Immortal Essence. Most Immortal Gu needed Immortal Essence to activate. Without Immortal Essence, no matter how many Immortal Gu they had, they could not display their full power. What was war fought for? Money. In this world, what did Gu Immortals fight for? Immortal Essence. An Immortal Yuan Stone. Sigh, this is not a small problem. My economy, which had just recovered, is going to suffer a heavy blow again. 2 battles in a row will cause my weak economy to collapse. Chapter 703. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. At the highest point of the mountain peak, discussion hall, Gu Immortals sat in a circle. They were brimming with immortal energy. They were discussing the matters of Crane Gate. Ling Shi's condition has worsened. I need to purchase a large number of materials to refine healing Gu that can alleviate the condition. But to completely cure Ling Shi, I need a large number of healing Gu recipes to research. My initial estimate is 360 Immortal Yuan Stone. Gu Immortal Shu Ji Gu said loudly. Immediately, a Gu Immortal frowned and asked, Ling Shi is an ancient, desolate beast. It is very strong. But its condition has already persisted for half a year. Why has it not recovered yet? Shu Jigo, are you purposely delaying Ling Shi's condition so that you can reap some benefits? A Gu Immortal said loudly. Hearing this, Shu Jiga's brows furrowed and he roared, Fan Shi Lu, go fuck yourself. Isn't this because you used a poison path Immortal Gu to capture it? Back then, I had already persuaded you not to use it. But to save trouble, you poison Ling Shi. Now that there is trouble, I need to deal with it. You are the one talking nonsense. Do you know how hard it is to capture a Ling Shi alive? It's easy for you to say that. Fan Shi Lu did not back down, he shouted. Ding. At this time, a bell rang. It was clear and melodious. The voices of the Gu Immortals were assimilated by the bell sound. Thus, the bell sound became louder and louder. No matter how Shu Ji Gu and Fan Shi Lu spoke, their voices would only become louder and louder. They shut up. Everyone's gazes turned towards the source of the bell sound. That was the main seat at the center. An old man sat there. He was the most authoritative person in Crane Gate, the rank 8 First Supreme Elder who was in charge of the overall situation. It was Crane Gate's First Supreme Elder's voice. His voice was deep and calm. Now, Shu Jiji's suggestion is that we need 360 Immortal Yuan Stone to purchase Gu Worms, Gu Recipes, and heal Ling Shi. I do not agree. 360 Immortal Yuan Stone is too much. I only asked for 200 Immortal Yuan Stone in my previous budget. Is it more important than healing a Ling Shi? More important than healing Gu Immortals? Fan Shi Lu was the first to object. A Gu Immortal beside him pondered. Ling Shi is important, but it is not a crucial moment. The urgent matter at hand was still the situation in the Northwest. I give up on this decision. Regarding the Great Heavenly Sword School, there will be an important discussion. Right now, we're only discussing the matter of healing Ling Shi. The Grand Supreme Elder interrupted. I object. The third Gu Immortal said concisely. Before I give my personal advice, I would like to hear Madame Sang Xian's. The reason why my sect spent so much effort to capture the ancient, desolate beast, spirit rhinoceros, was to use its blood to develop an even more secretive information path goo worm. I wonder how Madame Sang Xian is progressing? The fourth goo immortal looked at Madame Sang Xian. Lady Sang Xian was a rank 6 goo immortal. Hearing this, he smiled. I am ashamed. Currently, there is little progress. Because Ling Shi's body is covered in poisonous blood, the research on letter goo is progressing very slowly. The fourth goo immortal nodded. This means that the future of this area is bleak. In that case, I object. Of the 8 goo immortals present, 5 objected. In the end, Shu Jigu only obtained 200 immortal yuan stones. Obviously, there was a big gap between the 360 yuan he asked for and the price he asked for. Shu Jigu snorted coldly, muttering to himself. He expressed his dissatisfaction. Ding! Another bell rang, regardless of whether Shu Jigu was satisfied or not. The Grand Supreme Elder said, Next, we will discuss the matters of reincarnation battlefield. Lei Tin stood up from his seat. He had a tall and sturdy body, his blue hair reaching the sky. I have been in charge of the affairs of reincarnation battlefield for over 30 years. I believe everyone has a deep understanding of the importance of reincarnation battlefield. In the middle of this year, our sect suffered a huge loss in reincarnation battlefield. Even though we sent reinforcements in time and stabilized our situation, the current situation is still terrible. I need the support of a rank 6 goo immortal or 3 desolate beasts, and among these desolate beasts, there must be at least a 9 palace crane. He Fengyang immediately retorted, A goo immortal's battle strength? Do you know the current situation of Crane Gate? Mu Xiaoxiao is recovering from heavy injuries. Lin Sanmei is in closed cultivation. Their battle strength is lacking. You still have the cheek to make such a request? Lei Tan snorted coldly. If Crane Gate is chased out of reincarnation battlefield, He Fengyang, can you take responsibility? He Fengyang sneered. We have already invested a lot of resources into reincarnation battlefield. We have 2 goo immortals inside. We can defend and maintain stability. Our reinforcements will not solve the problem, because our competitors in reincarnation battlefield are the other 9 sections. If we send reinforcements, the other 9 sects will also send reinforcements, or even more. Shu Jigu nodded. I agree. Reincarnation battlefield situation is already stabilizing. We should take a conservative approach and stabilize our territory first. The rest of the people looked around and expressed their opinions one by one. Eventually, Lei Tan obtained the support of 2 desolate beasts. He looked at He Fengyang with hatred, gritting his teeth. Ding! Next, we will discuss Great Heavenly Sword Sect. First Supreme Elder said. Gue Li heard this and his expression shook. He sat up straight. Facing everyone's gazes, he said, Great Heavenly Sword Sect has been subordinate to Crane Gate for close to 1,000 years. With our protection, they have been operating for a long time and now have 3 goo immortals. They want to get rid of their vassal status and leave our sect. Once they succeed, our sect's control over the northwestern region will be greatly reduced. Crane Gate's reputation will also be greatly damaged. Even though there is no evidence, I have deduced several times, I suspect that Myriad Dragon Dock is behind this. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect leaves us and joins Myriad Dragon Dock, the situation will be even worse. We are adjacent to Myriad Dragon Dock. The territory around Great Heavenly Sword Sect will be annexed to Myriad Dragon Dock. We all know the severity of this matter. There is no need for you to elaborate on this. I will ask you directly, which goo immortal are you planning to instigate in Great Heavenly Sword Sect to defect? How confident were they? Could it be a ploy by the other party? And most importantly, how much do we need to pay to instigate a goo immortal to defect? Second Supreme Elder asked. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was a large force. It could not afford the cultivation resources of 3 goo immortals. Central Continent's current situation was that the 10 great ancient sects were firmly in control of Central Continent. About 60% of Central Continent's cultivation resources were split among the 10 great ancient sections. Only the 10 great ancient sects could provide for a large number of goo immortals. Like Great Heavenly Sword Sect, it was a vassal of Crane Gate to begin with. It needed to pay a large amount of resources every once in a while. The Gu immortals in Great Heavenly Sword Sect lacked resources. From this point, if they were given huge benefits, there was a possibility of them defecting. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 Gu immortals. If one was removed, there would only be 2 left. If their forces fell, they would not be able to cause any trouble. Gueli thought about his words before saying, "There is an old saying, there is no such thing as cheap goods. After all, we are not trying to recruit a mortal, but a Gu immortal. I promised him the same treatment as us. After all, this is the standard for joining Crane Gate. Other than that, there are also some resources. They are worth about 75 immortal yuan stones." After pausing for a while, Gueli continued, "In my humble opinion, it is best if we do not use force in this matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect. After all, the deadline for Great Heavenly Sword Sect to be our vassal is up. They want to break this relationship and leave us. It is perfectly justifiable. We cannot forcefully interfere. There is no justifiable reason. Great Heavenly Sword Sect is also at the border. It might give Myriad Dragon Dock an excuse to interfere." From start to finish, Gueli did not reveal which Gu immortal he wanted to recruit. The second Supreme Elder did not pursue the matter. The Gu immortals present were all Supreme Elders of Crane Gate, but there were internal conflicts between them. Where there were people, there were conflicts of interest, and conflicts of interest led to conflicts. If Gueli said it now, there might be unnecessary twists and turns. The matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect was an important matter that everyone in Crane Gate attached great importance to. After some discussion, Gueli's suggestion was passed. Ding! A bell rang. First Supreme Elder said slowly, "Next, we will be discussing the matter of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Fengyang, tell us." Lei Tan snorted coldly, immediately giving He Fengyang a malicious gaze. He Fengyang stood up from his seat, showing his solemn attitude. "Everyone, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a rank 6 Blessed Land. Although Hu Immortal did not manage it well, it has Danghun Mountain. As everyone knows, Danghun Mountain's guts Gu can greatly increase the sect's foundation. It is also very helpful to us Gu Immortals." Before he finished speaking, Gu Immortal Lei Tan spoke. "He Fengyang, it has already been over a year. Why have we not obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land yet? There is no progress at all. Don't you know, the other 9 sects are already laughing at us." He Fengyang was prepared, he said unhurriedly. "Those who achieve great things will have to endure the ridicule and mockery of others. If we cannot even endure this, how can we have any achievements? I am here to discuss matters, not to listen to lectures. No matter what, Hu Immortal Blessed Land has not been taken back. This is an indisputable fact." Lei Tan said, "For the past year, I have been working on this matter. I have not relaxed for even a moment. A few days ago, I have already publicly announced that Feng Yuan is a traitor of our sect. He will be dealt with in a few days. These days, I have spread informants to monitor the other 9 great ancient sects, but I have not found any sect that is showing any special reaction. The crucial people for this mission have already been trained. We only need Old Ancestor Kenyang and Fairy Tsong Yu's help to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land." He Fengyang said, "Old Ancestor Kenyang has rank 7 battle strength. While Fairy Tsong Yu is not bad among rank 6, you have the nerve to make such a request? You are also a Grand Gu Immortal, but you need the battle strength of 3 Gu Immortals to deal with Immortal. You are using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Is this the result of your 1 year of preparation?" Lei Tan mocked without restraint. He Fengyang's eyelids twitched. He forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked around and said calmly, "To ensure nothing goes wrong, I have no choice but to make this request. I'm sure everyone here is aware of the situation. My sect used Fengjing to deceive the 9 great ancient sects, taking over Hu Immortal Blessed Land in name. But after the 9 great sects found out the truth, they have been coveting Danghun Mountain and obstructed us many times in the dark. This mission must succeed. It cannot fail, otherwise they will interfere. At that time, the situation will not be something our sect can control." Hearing this, First Supreme Elder sighed. "They have already obstructed us. He Fengyang, I have a piece of bad news and a piece of good news." He Fengyang's heart shook. "First Supreme Elder, please speak." "Forget it. Take a look yourself." First Supreme Elder flicked his finger. A rank 5 messenger green bird goo flew out. He Fengyang received it and sent his divine sense in. Looking at the contents, his expression turned ashen. Who is it? They actually want old ancestor Qin Yang to go to Northern Plains? In He Fengyang's plan, old ancestor Qin Yang had the highest battle strength. He had offensive immortal goo and was a heavyweight. But before He Fengyang even set off, he had lost this general. Second Supreme Elder said, "There is no way to reject him." True Yang building collapsed for no reason. It caused our 10 sects alliance to fail prematurely in our plan to overthrow True Yang building. Many years of hard work went up in smoke. Countless investments were wasted. This matter is too important. We need to organize a group to go to Northern Plains and investigate the truth. At the same time, all sorts of immortal goo have appeared in Northern Plains. Thus, there is another important goal in this trip, that is to capture as many immortal goo as possible. If the goo immortals we send have low battle strength, not only will we not get any benefits, we might even be ostracized and turn into shields, suffering losses everywhere. Chapter 704. But Lord Qin Yang's departure concerns Dang Hun Mountain and the ownership of Guts Gu. He Fengyang still wanted to fight for it. Fengjioga is publicly recognized as the #1 battle strength of the 10 great sects. He is also the leader of the Northern Plains group. We have no reason to reject his request. You are clear about the sect's lack of battle strength. Even if we reject him forcefully, I believe the other 9 sects will use the excuse of not needing a burden to pressure us. Hearing First Supreme Elder say this, He Fengyang's expression turned ashen. Lei Tan smiled silently, not concealing his gloating attitude. He Fengyang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He forced himself to continue watching. Suddenly, his expression froze. He had mixed feelings. This Fengjioga is actually lending me one's way immortal goo? And he has already raised one's way immortal goo to rank 7. Rank 6 one's way immortal goo is an expendable goo worm. It can only be used 3 times. But rank 7 one's way goo can be used continuously. It just requires a lot more immortal essence. What? I remember that He Fengyang's one's way goo only has 1 use left. To think that Fengjioga actually refined one's way goo to rank 7. No wonder he asked for one's way immortal goo. It was premeditated. But his luck is really good. Immortal goo are hard to refine. The chances of success are very small, and one's way goo is not his vital goo, but he actually succeeded. Guili spoke. Shu Jigu said, Spirit Affinity House is a huge force. They have a close relationship with Celestial Court. Their foundation is much deeper than our Crane Gate. It is not strange for him to refine a rank 7 immortal goo. With one's way goo, he will not be suppressed by the blessed land. He can use mortal goo freely. Madame Sang Exine looked at He Fengyang. Fengjioga is really scheming. On one hand, he borrowed one's way goo. After our sect successfully takes Hu immortal blessed land, he will be able to interfere. On the other hand, he sent old ancestor Qin Yang out. In fact, he lowered our sect's strength in attacking Hu immortal blessed land. Second Supreme Elder analyzed. The third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, finished the ascension wine in his bowl and crushed it. Damn it! The 9 great ancient sects have targeted Hu immortal blessed land and obstructed our sect more than once. He Fengyang. The matter of Hu immortal blessed land was handled by you. I hope that you can succeed this time and not give the other 9 sects any chances. Hit them hard in the face. I want them to shamelessly cooperate with us for the Guts Goo. I understand, Third Elder. He Fengyang nodded. The Goo Immortals discussed for a day and a night. They decided on the direction and actions of Crane Gate for the next few months. 2 days later, Fangjing pushed open the stone door and entered the blood pool. Fangjing, you've trained so hard, and you've finally come to this moment. Today, we will take revenge for your clan. We will gain merit for the sect, and we will benefit the people. We must succeed. In the aperture, the spirit incubating flea trembled as Master Tenchiru's voice resounded. Yes, Master. We will definitely succeed. Fang Yuan clenched his fists. His expression was firm. He walked to the center of the blood pool, letting the boiling blood cover most of his body. Next, he breathed in deeply and activated iron blood goo. His blood turned black. and his skin also turned black. Next, Fangjing activated blood edge goo at the same time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From all over his body, hundreds of iron blood flying blades shot out in all directions. On his body, there were hundreds of wounds, as molten blood flowed out. An intense feeling of pleasure assaulted his heart. Fangjing gritted his teeth and proceeded to the crucial step, activating blood mix goo at the same time. On Tianti Mountain, two goo immortals arrived. One was a young man, gentle like jade, wearing a green robe and with a jade pendant hanging on his waist. The most eye-catching thing was his pair of eyebrows. They were dark green and slender, extending all the way to his waist. It was the rank 6 goo immortal of Crane Gate, known as Feather Crane Flying Immortal, He Fengyang. The other was young and beautiful, with a graceful figure, a face like a flower, eyes like autumn waves. She wore a pink and blue flowery skirt, the hem of her skirt fluttering in the wind. She was also a rank 6 goo immortal of Crane Gate, Fairy Tsangyu. The two slowly walked up Tianti Mountain, arriving at Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In front of them was a verdant forest. It was very ordinary. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a small world, different from the large world of Central Continent. As long as the Blessed Land did not have any loopholes, or its doors were not open, there would be no abnormalities from the outside. If one did not know the details, even if a goo immortal passed by, they would not be able to sense that there was a blessed land hidden here. Fairy Tsangyu looked around at the verdant green mountains. The occasional chirping of birds added to the tranquility. There was not a single person in sight. But she smiled at He Fengyang. There are quite a lot of people here today. There are many familiar faces. She and He Fengyang did not conceal their movements. In fact, if the commotion was too big, they would not be able to conceal it. Thus, when they moved from Feihe Mountain, the other 9 great ancient sects had already received information. Right now, the 9 goo immortals from the 9 great ancient sects were already hiding in the sky and on the ground, observing He Fengyang and Tsongyu's movements, gathering first-hand information. He Fengyang waved his goo worms as he praised. I have long heard that Fairy has an investigative killer move called Micro-Thought. It can be sold for 5 immortal yuan stone in jewel yellow skies. It is indeed very effective. Lord Flying Immortal is too kind. It was only a fortuitous encounter in the past. I obtained it in Reincarnation Battlefield. Fairy Tsangyu smiled charmingly. In today's battle, I will need Fairy's help. He Fengyang's attitude was very gentle. Lord Flying Immortal is too polite. How can this little girl's methods compare to the Grand Feather Crane Flying Immortal's myriad crane soaring? It would be great if I could witness it today. Fairy Tsangyu clicked her tongue in admiration. He Fengyang smiled. While they were talking, he had already thrown out close to 10,000 mortal goo. After several minutes, the arrangements were finally completed. Next, we will wait for the opportunity. Fairy, please. He Fengyang waved his sleeve. A white cloud flew out. The white cloud was only 10 feet above the ground, forming the shape of a cushion. He Fengyang jumped up and sat down cross-legged. This was a white cloud cushion goo, rank 5. It could assist goo masters in their cultivation and increase the effect of primeval essence nurturing the aperture. Although the effect was not great, it would accumulate over time and would be considerable. After He Fengyang ascended to goo immortal, the white cloud cushion goo lost its effect on him. It was only used as a cushion. The white cloud cushion was huge. He Fengyang had specially left some space for Fairy Tsangyu. But Fairy Tsangyu only took a glance and did not get on the white cloud cushion. She flicked her finger and shot out a woodpath goo worm. The goo worm drilled into the ground, and in a few breaths of time, a peach tree grew out. Its branches tangled together and formed a comfortable bed with peach blossoms. Fairy Tsangyu giggled and climbed onto the peach tree bed, half lying down, her eyes closed as she dozed off. At the same time, in Fuhu Blessed Land, Fangjing had already reached the final step. He activated failed blood demon flower goo. His entire body's flesh and blood became the nourishment and soil for the demonic flower's growth. Countless laughing vines drilled out of his skin and coiled around his body. Bright and bewitching blue chrysanthemums bloomed fiercely. Intense pain came from all parts of his body. Even iron blood goo had no effect. Fangjing gritted his teeth. His expression was distorted as he endured with all his might. Quickly use cold blood goo to lower the temperature. Master Tincheru's soul was monitoring Fangjing's condition at all times, and after a while, he reminded. Fangjing endured the inhuman pain and successfully mobilized his primeval essence, activating cold blood goo. His body shivered intensely for a while before the temperature of his boiling blood dropped, avoiding the tragic fate of being cooked alive. Use blood-sensing goo, Master Tincheru instructed. Fangjing gritted his teeth until blood flowed out. He activated this rank 5 investigative blood path goo with great difficulty. This goo allowed him to sense existences with the same bloodline as him. Moreover, the closer the bloodline, the stronger the effect. But this time, no matter how Fangjing tried, he could not sense any image. How can this be? You are brothers with Fang Yuan. Your bloodline is the thickest and closest. Moreover, failed blood demon flower goo can increase the effect of blood path goo worms. Why can't you sense anything after so long? Fangjing was already in so much pain that he could not speak. But Master Tincheru was still trying to sense it. After a long time without any effect, he became nervous and shouted strangely. Fangjing, persevere. You have trained for so long. You have gone through inhuman trials. All you have to do is gamble on this. My sect's 2 goo immortals have already moved out. They are waiting for you to guide them. You must persevere. You cannot relax. Master Tincheru shouted anxiously. Fangjing's body was trembling intensely. He could not reply. He could only use his actions to show his obedience to his master. You still can't sense it? Strange. This is too strange. Fangjing, you need to follow the whole earth goo in the blood pool and extend your senses out. If that whole earth goo in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was not destroyed, then this whole earth goo is connected to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It will be of great help to you in sensing Fang Yuan. Master Tincheru continued to remind him. But Fangjing had already extended his senses along the whole earth goo, but there was little effect. To him, it was like he was in darkness. The target he was looking for was that bit of light in the darkness. But be it Fangjing or Master Tincheru, they did not know about the change in Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie. The blood in his body had already turned from healthy red to dark green and cold zombie blood. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of Fangjing's senses. No matter how hard Fangjing tried, he could not sense Fang Yuan's existence. Damn it! Damn it! Master Tincheru was extremely anxious. According to his past training experience, Fangjing had a limited amount of time. 90% of the time had already passed. He was about to reach his limit. Don't tell me I really have to use that trump card? Master Tincheru was conflicted in his heart. To ensure the success of this mission, He Fengyang had secretly placed some blood path goo worms in Fangjing's body. Together with the goo worms placed in the blood pool, they formed a trump card that could prevent any accidents from happening. Chapter 705. Master Tincheru was hesitant. On one hand, he received orders from He Fengyang. He had a difficult mission. Reason told him that for the sake of Crane Gate, sacrificing this mortal kid Fangjing was the best choice. But on the other hand, his emotions stopped him. Humans were not plants. How could they be emotionless? Spending time with Fangjing, watching him grow step by step, watching him make mistakes sometimes, watching him cultivate hard for revenge, he was very much like his past self. Master Tincheru could not bear it. Fangjing, you brat, how many times have I taught you? This is the most basic refinement path technique. I'm sorry, Master. Fangjing's palm emitted smoke. The goo worm in his palm had already turned into a pile of charcoal. Fangjing, practice, practice, practice again. I am Master Tincheru's disciple, but I can't even arrange the flying crane arrow formation. If this gets out, where would I put my old face? Master Tincheru shouted angrily. I'm sorry, Master. I will definitely work hard. Ugh. The more nervous Fangjing was, the easier it was for him to make mistakes. The two groups of cranes in the sky collided with each other due to his mistake. At once, the cranes wailed in pain. The sounds of bones breaking could be heard. They fell down like dumplings in a pot. Seeing this scene, the spirit incubating flea in Fangjing's aperture froze. It immediately flew into a rage. You big idiot. Master, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Locked in the confinement room, Fangjing faced the wall and apologized to Master Tinshuru. Silly kid. Why are you apologizing? Well beaten. Master. Isn't the sect rule forbidding disciples from fighting? Humph. Zhongnan's master is Xianjizi. Back then Master was already unhappy with Xianjizi. You beat him into a pig's head. I have been locked here longer than you. Although I am already dead, as my disciple, how can you be bullied like this? Master Tenshuru sneered. Master. Fangjing choked with sobs. His eyes were red and tears were rolling down his cheeks. Idiot. What are you crying for? A man doesn't cry easily. Master Tenshuru lectured. Yes, Master. I'm sorry, Master. At this critical moment, time seemed to be stretched out endlessly. Scenes from the past. It appeared in Master Tinshuru's mind. The words Master echoed in his ears. Master Tinshuru roared in a deafening voice, Fangjing, you must do your best. Have you forgotten the pain Fang Yuan brought you? Have you forgotten that you were bullied by your fellow disciples when you first came to the Crane Gate? He had forgotten about the ghosts in his family. Have you forgotten that your uncle and aunt died in the hands of Fang Yuan? Your hatred, your hard work depends on this moment. You cannot fail. You cannot give up. I must sense it. I must sense it. Fangjing heard Master Tinshuru's roar and his spirit was lifted. However, in his senses, there was still endless darkness. No matter how hard he tried, he could not sense any signs of it. Why? Why? Fangjing's state of mind was in turmoil. Scenes of the past that he could not bear to recall appeared in his mind again. Ever since he was young, the shadow that Fang Yuan had cast on Fangjing seemed to have become one with the darkness in his senses. It gave Fangjing infinite pressure. Everything was dim. Fangjing seemed to have become a tiny in this vast darkness. Hesitation, helplessness, loneliness, helplessness, all sorts of negative emotions filled his mind. I'm sorry, Master. I failed. Fangjing cried. His body had reached its limit and his state of mind was on the verge of collapse. No, you cannot fail. Absolutely not. Master Tinshuru was anxious as he shouted, but Fangjing could not hear him anymore. He was about to fall unconscious, just like in the previous training. Damn it! Damn it! Master Tinshuru cursed in his heart. At this moment, he thought of his possession plan. He thought of the punishment Fangjing would give him when he returned after the mission failed. Fangjing, you bastard. It's a waste of my effort to nurture you. But in the end, you are still unable to get rid of that man's shadow. Since that's the case, let me help you. Master Tinshuru's thoughts flickered as he finally convinced himself. The situation forced him to make this choice. He revealed his trump card. Instantly, the whole blood pool started to shine brightly, sweeping away the darkness. The goo worms hidden around Fangjing's blood pool started to activate. Fangjing's body shook like he was electrocuted. He raised his head and opened his arms, clenching his fists, his nails digging into his palms. An unparalleled pain assaulted his heart, causing him to roll his eyes. Almost at the next breath, Fangjing's screams stopped as he lost consciousness. But under the effect of the goo worms, he was still activating the failed blood demon flower goo and using the blood-sensing goo to sense Fang Yuan's existence. The blood pool started to boil and gurgling. Creak! The failed blood demon flower grew rapidly, emitting a hair-raising sound. Fangjing maintained his posture of raising his head and spreading his arms, motionless like a statue. The demonic flower's vines were as thin as needles. But now, these vines grew thicker than a finger. The largest vine grew out from the depths of Fangjing's throat like an anaconda. It burrowed out of his mouth and grew upwards. Other than that, vines also grew out of his ears and nostrils. Soon, vines drilled out of all the pores on his skin. Fangjing had completely turned into the demonic flower's nourishment. His flesh was torn and his appearance was unrecognizable, like a well-trimmed flower statue. Brat! Seeing Fangjing in such a miserable state, Master Tinshuru's anxiety and nervousness vanished. He felt an emptiness in his heart. It was unbearable. Soon, This unbearable feeling turned into deep guilt, filling Master Tenchiru's heart. Brat, Master, has let you down. Master Tenchiru's soul, which was hiding in the spirit incubating flea, was also shedding soul tears. Oh, He Fengyang's arrangements have been activated. In the depths of Fu Hu Blessed Land, Crane Gate's third Supreme Elder slowly opened his eyes, muttering. He thought of what He Fengyang had specially asked him to do before he left. Thus, the third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, expended his immortal essence and activated an immortal goo, flying out of the hall in a flash. This immortal goo was not Lord Tiger Demon's. He Fengyang had borrowed it from Lady Sang Xin. It was a rank 6 information path immortal goo, called empathy. 10 breaths of time later, the immortal goo descended above the blood pool, above Fengyang's head. This is an immortal goo? Master Tenchiru stared with wide eyes, his heart shaking. Empathy immortal goo let out a gray-white pillar of light. The pillar of light was like fog, covering Fengyang. After a few breaths of time, the gray-white pillar of light was dyed blood red by Fengyang. Where is this? Fengyang's remnant consciousness. He looked around. It was complete darkness. No matter where he went, no matter how far he walked, it was still darkness, deep and vast. But at this time, a blood-red light appeared in front of Fengyang. That is. Fengyang tried to walk over, and as he got closer, he sensed a familiar aura from this blood-red light. He sensed a familiar aura. This is Big Brother. No, it is Feng Yuan's aura. Master, did you hear me? I succeeded. I finally sensed it. Fengyang was extremely excited. He tried to speak, but could not speak. His mouth was wide open, almost deformed from the thick, demonic flower vines. But at the corner of his eyes, a tear of joy flowed down. Sensing this tear, Master Tenchiru's soul shook intensely. He fell into a deathly silence. Fengyang got close to the blood-red light. Suddenly, the light burst out with an extremely strong suction force. The unprepared Fengyang's remnant consciousness was completely sucked in. At this moment, Feng Yuan, who was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, gasped lightly. He slowly opened his eyes. He sensed a blood pool. He sensed Fengyang's body. He sensed the flourishing failed blood demon flower. He sensed the spirit incubating flea in his aperture. He sensed the information path immortal goo above his head. So it was like this. Feng Yuan sneered. My adorable little brother, are you finally going to die? No. In the words of the righteous path, you are sacrificing yourself for the collective? Hee. What happened? Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was sitting at the side, quickly asked when he saw Feng Yuan speak. On his other side, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were also looking at Feng Yuan with questioning gazes. What a coincidence. I wanted to discuss the Guts Goo business, but the Crane Gate attack came knocking on my door. Feng Yuan laughed, intentionally lowering his eyelids as he waved his hand. The other party used my brother and also used the immortal goo same sense. Everyone, leave Deng Hun Palace and lie in ambush. My senior brother will explain the details to you. Immortal goo's same sense could allow both sides to sense each other's situation. At this moment, Fengyang and Feng Yuan sensed each other's situation through blood sense and empathy immortal goo. Of course, because of the difference in strength between them, Feng Yuan could see everything about Fengyang, but Fengyang could only see things through Feng Yuan's eyes. Fengyang's perception was limited. He could not even sense the location of Feng Yuan's aperture or immortal aperture. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other. They could see each other's heavy mood. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, they could not avoid it. They could only brace themselves and fight alongside Feng Yuan. On Tianti Mountain, He Fengyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the white cloud cushion goo, suddenly opened his eyes. The time is ripe. His eyes shined with brilliance as he took out an immortal goo. Expand space immortal goo. Fairy Tsangyu heard the commotion and called out softly. This immortal goo belonged to the second supreme elder of Crane Gate. It could expand the blessed land space. He Fengyang borrowed it to use as the core of an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, breaking door entry. Over 10 green grape immortal essence beads were expended in an instant. An enormous aura rose as translucent ripples appeared in the air. Crack, crack, like the sound of glass shattering. Space shattered in front of He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu, revealing a corner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's terrain. He Fengyang slowly put away Expand Space Immortal Gu. He looked at Fairy Tsangyu and invited with a graceful demeanor, "Fairy, please?" Fairy Tsangyu smiled charmingly. She took a step forward and was about to enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Chapter 706. Fairy Tsangyu immediately felt a great sense of danger. The lightning struck at an extremely fast speed, piercing through the sky and creating a thunderous sound. Although there are many Gu immortals here, our sect scheme one. According to the rules, the 9 great ancient sects should be watching from the sidelines. If not for the Gu immortals of the 9 sects, which demonic path Gu immortal would dare to risk universal condemnation and mess with my crane gate? In an instant, thoughts flashed in Fairy Tsongyu's mind like lightning. At the same time, her movements were not slow. Her slender fingers moved as she was about to activate a killer move to resist the lightning. But at the next moment, He Fengyang stopped her. "Fairy, wait." Saying so, he pulled Fairy Tsangyu to the side, opening up the hole in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The lightning did not care about the two of them. It followed the hole and plunged into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Using this chance, Fairy Tsangyu also saw the lightning's true appearance. "This is the earthly calamity blue charm lightning shadow?" He Fengyang smiled lightly. "This is an earthly calamity targeting Hu Immortal Blessed Land." After Feng Yuan cut off a large portion of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he also threw it out of the Blessed Land. To think that this blue charm lightning shadow did not dissipate. It has been hiding on Tianti Mountain all along. Great. The blue charm lightning shadow's battle strength is not bad. It is equivalent to rank 6 middle stage battle strength. With it as the vanguard, we will have an easier time. Fairy Tsongyu's brows relaxed, showing a smile. This lad Feng Yuan is decisive. He is indeed a character. He actually gave up a quarter of the Blessed Land. Unfortunately, his strength is lacking. No matter how many schemes he has, it is useless. He Fengyang sighed, stepping into Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Fairy Tsangyu. Once they entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a heavenly power was exerted on them, attempting to restrict all the mortal Gu in their hands. But immediately, an orange-yellow light rose from He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu's bodies at the same time. This was the effect of the rank 7 self-way Immortal Gu on them. It allowed mortal Gu to not be suppressed by the Blessed Land and could be used normally. Fairy Tsangyu closed her eyes, and after a few breaths, she opened them again. We are at the west of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The blue charm shadow is already heading towards Danghun Mountain in the center of the Blessed Land. He Fengyang nodded. As I expected, within Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the safest opponent was Danghun Mountain. The blue charm shadow's first target was the Blessed Land's owner. Back then, Immortal Fox. Caught off guard, he was killed by the blue charm shadow. Since it was heading straight for Danghun Mountain, it meant that Feng Yuan was hiding in Danghun Mountain. Let's follow it. Alright, I've long wanted to see what the legendary Danghun Mountain looks like. Fairy Tsangyu chuckled. With the blue charm movie as the vanguard, we can also find out if the enemy has any ambushes. He Fengyang said. He activated Expand Space Immortal Gu and used another Immortal Killer move to mend the hole in the Blessed Land behind him. Immortal Killer move, Closed Door Bolt. Crane Gate is so stingy, they don't even let us take a look. In this round, if Crane Gate loses, we will take over regardless of whether the door is closed or not. If Crane Gate wins, whether the door is opened or not, we will retreat. Letting us take a look will not affect the big picture. They are gauging the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a petty person. Do they really think we will act out of greed? Outside Tianti Mountain, the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 9 great sects were conversing with their divine senses. Bai Wang, do you think Crane Gate has a high chance of succeeding this time? Gu immortal Zhang Wenjiu casually asked. It might be quite high, even though we are secretly suppressing Crane Gate, forcing them to send only 2 Gu immortals to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But they have the battle strength of 2 Gu immortals after all, and they also use the blue charm lightning shadow. Feng Yuan, who controls Hu Immortal Blessed Land, is only a mortal junior. How can he stop Crane Gate? Bai Weng replied, I don't think so. According to our Spirit Butterfly Valley's investigation, Feng Yuan refined fixed immortal travel in Three Kings' blessed land and came here alone. But how is that possible? He is immortal. How can he refine an immortal goo? And how can he know about Hu immortal blessed land's situation? There is clearly a mastermind behind him, since the other party could snatch Hu immortal blessed land like pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. Then the battle strength defending Hu immortal blessed land will be quite impressive. Maybe they can resist Crane Gate's attack? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xian said. Immortal Concubine's words are not without reason. Gu Immortal Duting chuckled. If Crane Gate fails this time, should we compete on the spot and decide the winner? Or should we wait for the 10 sects to discuss before deciding? This was a crucial question. The Gu Immortals of the 9 sects fell into silence. Of course we will wait for a later date. We are the 10 great ancient sects, not hyenas that snatch food. Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu Immortal Guan Chaoze immediately spoke. Among the Gu Immortals present, Guan Chaoze's battle strength was at the bottom. If they competed on the spot, he would be at a huge disadvantage. This is not good. This is not good. Green Phoenix Boy shook his head. Cut the Gordian knot. It is only a blessed land. Let's settle it this morning and not waste time. Great Lord Blazing Sun pretended to be confused. Strange, didn't your Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend just come out of closed cultivation? Why did they send you for this contest for Hu immortal blessed land? Poison Count Lu Yu sneered, directly pointing out Guan Chaoze's weakness. The Gu Immortals immediately agreed that if Crane Gate fails, they would compete on the spot to decide the ownership of the blessed land. If Crane Gate wins, they would also compete, and the winner would compete with Crane Gate on the spot to complete the transaction of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could increase a sect's foundation. It was helpful to Gu Immortals. No sect could monopolize it. The other 9 sects would work together to pressure them. They would have to sell it even if they did not want to. You. Guan Chaoze snorted angrily, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. While the 9 sects Gu Immortals were scheming against each other, in Hu immortal blessed land, He Fengyang and Fairy Tsang Yu were also slowly flying towards Danghun Mountain. This is a blood pool? Halfway there, He Fengyang looked at the ground in astonishment. He found a huge blood pool in Hu immortal blessed land. It was so large that it could even be called a blood lake. Humph! Another remnant of the blood path. Fairy Tsang Yu frowned, speaking in a disdainful tone. Blood path cultivation harms all living beings. The crucial point is that it can increase one's battle strength. Thus, there are countless Gu masters. They choose this path. Every 10 years, the Celestial Court issues the Demon Judgment Board, and there are many blood path Gu masters. Blood Sea Ancestor, he really harmed many people. He Fengyang criticized without restraint. He pressed his palm down. Immediately, jade lightning crashed down. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, the blood pool was destroyed and turned into ruins. After destroying the blood pool, the 2 immortals continued flying towards Danghun Mountain. Along the way, Fairy Tsang Yu repeatedly shook her head. The management of this Hu immortal blessed land is too terrible. It could almost be said to be a wasteland. I heard he used to be here. We've been flying for so long, but we haven't even encountered a single pack of 10,000 foxes. Fox packs are rare. There must be a lot of stone men. Feng Yuan was immortal after all. He only thought of using Guts Gu to increase the Rockman population. Little did they know that this was neglecting the essentials. Hu immortal was an enslavement path Gu immortal. Her blessed land mainly had enslavement path laws. He is most proficient in raising fox groups. He Fengyang sneered disdainfully. Hu immortal blessed land has fallen into his hands. It was like casting pearls before swine. Now that you have joined our sect, Hu immortal blessed land will definitely develop greatly. But I wonder who in the sect can snatch such a juicy piece of meat. Fairy Tsang Yu sighed. Speaking of this, He Fengyang also sighed. According to the rules, after we take it back, Hu immortal blessed land will become Crane Gate's public blessed land, and we will only be fighting for the management rights for a period of time. But this management rights is also very lucrative. It is all because of Danghun Mountain at the center of the blessed land. This is a huge gold mine. The most terrifying. This gold mine will never dry up. Fairy Tsangyu nodded in agreement. The two talked along the way, not meeting any obstructions. The scene of the Blessed Lands declined. This caused the two's confidence to grow. Their flying speed became faster and faster. When they arrived at Danghun Mountain, they were already talking about the topic of, if who immortal Blessed Land was managed by them, what should they do? In the sky above Danghun Mountain, the blue charm shadow screeched continuously, sometimes diving down and colliding with Danghun Mountain. But although it was formed from an earthly calamity, it was still a living being. Danghun Mountain shook its soul. It was its forbidden land. Feng Yuan, come out. You should know that Danghun Mountain can block the blue charm shadow because it has no goo worms. Even if you use Danghun Mountain's power to its limit, it cannot stop two goo immortals. He Feng Yang shouted, his voice resounding in the sky. Feng Yuan, a wise man submits to circumstances. I am sure the land spirit is standing beside you. Then you should know by now that who immortal blessed land cannot suppress the mortal goo on us. Moreover, we have an immortal goo on us. Fairy Tsangyu immediately spoke, pressuring Feng Yuan. Thereupon, Feng Yuan walked out, standing at the peak of Danghun Mountain. Feng Yang's heart tightened, but soon relaxed. The one who came was a rank 6 immortal zombie. Immortal zombies had a huge flaw. They could not produce immortal essence, and their blessed land would collapse after a certain period of time. Thus their battle strength was lower than ordinary goo immortals. Crane Gate can't endure it anymore? You want my blessed land. Aren't you afraid that I will destroy Danghun Mountain? Feng Yuan spoke. You are Feng Yuan? Feng Yang squinted, finding it hard to believe. It had only been a year. How did Feng Yuan become an immortal zombie? While Feng Yang was hesitating, Fairy Tsangyu beside him smiled and said, We came prepared this time. How could we let you destroy Danghun Mountain? If you think you can use Danghun Mountain to threaten us, then you are gravely mistaken. Oh, right. We can even weaken Danghun Mountain's power to the point where it is almost non-existent. At that time, we don't even need to make a move. Just this blue charm shadow will be able to kill you. Feng Yuan looked at the blue charm shadow above him. This human-shaped lightning was roaring as it charged down, but was forced back by Danghun Mountain's power. Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh. Fairy Tsangyu immediately felt that there was hope, she urged. As long as you give up the blessed landowner position, our Crane Gate can let bygones be bygones. We can even accept you as our sect disciple. But I remember that Crane Gate's condition back then was to give me the position of an elder, right? Feng Yuan asked. Feng Yang sneered. Times have changed, Feng Yuan. You are a smart person. Don't tell me you can't see the current situation. Feng Yuan heard this and muttered. Oh? The current situation is like this? Let me take a good look. He had just finished speaking when the aura of immortal goo burst out from his body. This is... Fairy Tsongyu's expression changed. Immortal goo. So many immortal goo. Feng Yang could not tell what immortal goo it was, but the aura was undoubtedly that of an immortal goo. His eyes shined with greed. But at the next moment, 3 figures appeared beside Feng Yuan. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and Fairy Li Shan. 2 rank 6s and 1 rank 7s. Not only that, each of them emitted intense immortal goo aura. They did not conceal it. Fairy Tsongyu's expression changed greatly. Feng Yang's gaze also turned from greed to shock that could not be concealed. The strength of Feng Yuan's side was beyond his imagination. Next, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 beasts charged towards Danghun Mountain from 8 directions. Ice Spike Divine Ape, Phoenix Feather Sowing Crocodile, Golden Sand Dark Centipede, Azure Dragon Vine. 8 desolate beasts formed an encirclement. This is a trap? Feng Yang growled, his body shivering slightly. Fairy Tsangyu suddenly felt helpless and her face turned pale, unable to say a word. Even the blue charm lightning shadow in the air stopped growling. Chapter 707. 8 desolate beasts approached, surrounding Feng Yang and Fairy Tsangyu. It's all real. Fairy Tsangyu had an excellent investigative killer move. After observing for a while, her beautiful face turned even paler. Feng Yang looked around, only to see. To the east, there was an ice spike divine ape. Its size was only slightly smaller than Dang Hun Mountain. It was overflowing with frost energy. As it moved, it left behind a path of pure white frost. Its fur was like icicles, covering the surface of its body, giving the two immortals an oppressive feeling. The scara of its eyes was emerald green, and its pupils were a frosty blue. This showed that this ice-spiked divine ape's bloodline was very dense. If its eyes were frost blue, then it would be an ancient, desolate beast icefall divine ape. Its battle strength could match rank 7 Gu immortals. To the west, there was a phoenix feather crocodile floating in the air. This crocodile was only 2 to 3 times the size of an ordinary crocodile. It was not as large as the ice-spiked divine ape, but its aura was surging. Every breath it took caused a scorching heat wave. Its crocodile armor was thick. It was brownish-red in color. Its long and slender crocodile tail was over 6 meters long. There were no scales on it. Instead, it had phoenix feathers that were beautiful and colorful, like flames. To the north, there was a golden sand dark stallion. This horse was huge. Its head could reach the chest of the ice-spiked divine ape. It had 6 hooves that looked like they were carved from metal. Its muscles were bulging. Its body was strong like a dragon, and its whole body flickered with a dark golden luster. Only its 6 hooves were dark and deep. To the south, there was a green dragon vine. This vine was not a wild beast. It was a plant. The vine condensed into the shape of a long dragon. When its roots pierced into the soil, its defense and recovery were extremely shocking. It was most suited for prolonged battles. If it pulled out its roots, it could fly in the sky like an azure dragon. To the southeast, there was a swamp crab. It was the king of the swamp. Its mountain-like body could reach a quarter of Dang Hun Mountain's height when it stood up. Its eyes had regressed to nothingness. Its thick carapace made He Fengyang feel powerless in front of a tortoise's shell. It had a total of 19 pincers, especially the first pincer. It could break mountain rocks with a light pinch. Even with Feng Yuan's immortal zombie body, he did not dare to try the power of this pair of pincers. Northeast, squatting there was a peach wolf. This wolf was the smallest, like a newborn puppy. It looked extremely simple and adorable, with a round body and chubby claws. A pink, tender tongue. Black, round eyes. It looked harmless, but He Fengyang's pupils shrank. If he had to choose a direction to break out of the encirclement, he would first reject this direction. An iron-crowned eagle circled in the northwest. The eagle hovered in the sky, its valiance threatening. Its pair of eagle eyes locked onto He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu. Its wings were broad and heavy, and each of its feathers could be shot out like sharp arrows. The eagle's claws were hard and ferocious as it clenched down. It could crush rocks and tear apart dragons and tigers. Finally, in the southwest, stood a desolate earth pillar beast. It had the body of a human and the tail of a snake. Its face was like that of a bat, and its nose was pointed upwards. Its ears were conspicuous, and its entire body was pitch black and covered in flesh armor. There were 50 to 60 meat whips around its chest. Each of them was over 60 feet long. On the surface of the meat whips, there were suction discs. Once one was entangled, it would be extremely difficult to escape. At the front of the meat whips, there were chrysanthemum-like holes that would shoot out milky white liquid at crucial moments. The liquid was extremely corrosive and contained many parasitic worms that could drill into a person's pores, entering their body and wreaking havoc. These 8 desolate beasts were all borrowed by Feng Yuan from the land spirit of Langya. More accurately speaking, Feng Yuan had directly borrowed the rank 7 beast enslavement gu of the land spirit of Langya. This immortal gu could control any wild beast, mutated beast, myriad beast king, beast emperor, as well as desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Desolate beasts could battle rank 6 gu immortals, especially when the wild gu in their bodies were unknown. They were even harder to deal with. The 8 desolate beasts surrounded He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu, eyeing them like tigers eyeing their prey. The two were silent. They no longer had the carefree attitude from before. He Fengyang turned his solemn gaze towards the peak of Dang Hun Mountain. Compared to the 8 desolate beasts, the true threat was still Feng Yuan and the rest. Desolate beasts could not use killer moves, but gu immortals had enough intelligence to use and research killer moves. He Fengyang's heart sank to rock bottom. He forced himself to remain calm as he shouted at Feng Yuan. Who are you? Feng Yuan and the rest, other than Feng Yuan, the other three were wearing masks. He Lulan was wearing a black bear mask, Fairy Li Shan was wearing a green bird mask, while Tai Bai Yunsheng was wearing a deer mask. The three were covered in a layer of light, concealing their true appearances and isolating He Fengyang and Fairy Li Shan from their detection. Feng Yuan chuckled. Before asking for our identities, shouldn't the two of you first introduce yourselves? He Fengyang was silent for a while. He looked at Fairy Li Shan, sensing the bitterness in each other's eyes. They had thought that this would be an easy task, and in the worst-case scenario, the other party had the battle strength of a Gu immortal. But they had never thought that the other party's force would be so strong. Thus, they had an arrogant attitude earlier, persuading the other party to surrender and not introducing themselves. I am He Fengyang, a rank 6 enslavement path Gu immortal from Crane Gate. I am Tsangyu, a rank 6 water path Gu immortal from Crane Gate. The two immortals spoke one after another. Their attitude was no longer as high and mighty as before. They called themselves I and I respectively. A wise man submits to circumstances. Those who could become Gu immortals were all geniuses among geniuses. Now that Feng Yuan was forcefully pressuring them, He Fengyang and Tsangyu decisively changed their attitude, lowering their proud heads. Although Gu immortals were easy to defeat but hard to kill, He Fengyang had expand space immortal Gu. He could destroy Hu immortal blessed land and leave directly. But they did not know Feng Yuan's background. If Feng Yuan had an immortal Gu that could prevent him from escaping, it would be terrible. So it is brother He, Fairy Tsangyu. Feng Yuan's tone was very polite. I am Feng Yuan. Welcome to my blessed land. These words were somewhat piercing to He Fengyang and Tsangyu's ears, giving them a feeling of mockery. He Fengyang could not help feeling stifled. He had clearly asked for these people's true identities, but Feng Yuan pretended to be confused and gave an irrelevant answer, saying his name. Who in the 10 great sects of Central Continent did not know his name? Feng Yuan purposely avoided this topic, but He Fengyang was in a disadvantageous position and did not dare to ask forcefully. I wonder why the two of you have come? Feng Yuan asked again. He Fengyang was silent. He cursed inwardly. What else can we come for? We are here to seize Hu immortal blessed land in Danghun Mountain. This brat is asking even though he already knows the answer. Fairy Tsangyu snorted coldly. Sir, why must you be so sarcastic? Where is your mockery? Sir's strength is beyond everyone's imagination. Since when did such a force appear in Central Continent? Today, the two of us admit defeat. After all, Your Excellency is the one with the strategy and skills. What will be the next course of action? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why the need for such nonsense? We will accompany you to the end. At most we will die here with our blood splattered everywhere. These words made Feng Yuan take another look at Fairy Tsangyu. Shortly after, he smiled. Fairy is brave. I really admire you. I can roughly guess your purpose in coming here. It should be the Guts Gu on Danghun Mountain. That's right. He Fengyang admitted frankly. At this point, he had no choice but to admit that he had painstakingly planned for over a year to reclaim Hu immortal blessed land. It had completely failed, but at the same time, he could not help but feel some hope. If Feng Yuan wanted to fight, he would have done so long ago. But now, he is clearly wary of Crane Gate's power. As long as I make good use of it, I might be able to escape easily. Feng Yuan clapped his hands and laughed. You came at the right time. I have been wanting to sell Guts Gu for a long time. What do you think of this Gu? Saying so, a rank 3 Gu worm flew out of his hand. The Gu worm was in the hands of 6 Gu immortals, 8 desolate beasts. Under the gaze of a blue charm lightning shadow, it slowly flew some distance away. It landed in He Fengyang's hands. He Fengyang did not know what was going on. He was worried that Feng Yuan was scheming, so he carefully received this mortal Gu. This rank 3 Gu worm was shaped like a ladybug. It was the size of a bowl. Its head was extremely small, but its stomach was huge, occupying 99% of its body. Its stomach was round like a light bulb. It was translucent. There was no carapace on its back and no wings. In this translucent stomach, there was a Gu hidden. A Gu within a Gu? Fairy Tsangyu muttered. Evidently, this rank 3 mortal goo was a storage goo worm, specially used to store goo worms. This storage goo worm was very common. Like the earth treasury flower, it was of the same type. But this goo worm in its stomach made He Fengyang's gaze seem to be glued to it. He stared fixedly at it. Next, his gaze wavered as he said, "Inside. Is it guts goo?" Feng Yuan laughed heartily. "Exactly." "What?" Fairy Tsangyu stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. Although she knew little about guts goo, she knew one thing. Guts goo could not leave Danghun Mountain. Once it left, it would vanish. Thus, previously, Feng Yuan was not willing to trade guts goo. Because if others wanted to use guts goo, they would have to personally come to Danghun Mountain. And allowing so many outsiders to enter who a mortal blessed land was undoubtedly a huge threat to Feng Yuan's life. Moreover, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to snatch Danghun Mountain. Because guts goo could not leave Danghun Mountain, controlling Danghun Mountain meant controlling guts goo. But now, the truth was in front of her. Guts goo could actually be stored and left Danghun Mountain. Fairy Tsangyu immediately realized the great significance of this unremarkable ladybug-shaped goo worm. Her gaze was tightly glued to it for a moment. This goo worm, what is it called? He Fengyang raised his head, looking at Feng Yuan as he asked with a slightly trembling tone. In fact, Feng Yuan had not thought of a name yet. He casually thought about it and said, "Air sac goo?" He Fengyang was silent. In an instant, he thought of many things. It was not that the higher-ups of Crane Gate had not tried this before. Back then, many goo immortals participated, but all of them failed. Now, the fruits of their efforts were in He Fengyang's hands. He Fengyang's palms were trembling. Once guts goo can leave Danghun Mountain, it can be sold to many places: Jewel Yellow Skies, Haishur Blessed Land, Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains. How huge of a profit would that be? Even our Crane Gate could not research this, but the force behind Feng Yuan succeeded. What is their background? Maybe they had planned this for a long time, using all sorts of methods to snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land, just to sell guts goo. Feng Yuan did not attack. Could it be that he wants to with our Crane Gate? He Fengyang was thinking when Feng Yuan spoke. Since you two are so interested in my guts goo, why don't we do business in this aspect? Chapter 708. He Fengyang was moved by Feng Yuan's suggestion. When Feng Yuan activated the ambush, He Fengyang fell into a heavy encirclement. He had thought that this operation had failed completely. The best outcome was to use Expand Space Immortal Goo to break through the encirclement with heavy injuries. Even if he expended a lot of immortal essence in the process of escaping, he could not care less. After all, Red Date Immortal Essence was more important compared to his life. But back in Crane Gate, He Fengyang's days were not going to be good. Crane Gate had such high hopes for him. He had prepared for over a year, but he failed. If his rival Goo Immortal Lei Ten knew about this, he would probably come to his door excitedly and mock him. Second Supreme Elder would be extremely disappointed in him. He Fengyang would not be able to raise his head for years to come. This failure would be a stain on his life. He would only have a chance to be mocked and ridiculed by others. If he could trade guts goo with Feng Yuan, He Fengyang would be many times better than breaking out of the encirclement. He Fengyang thought, Hu Immortal Blessed Land has 4 goo immortals and 8 desolate beasts. Together with the terrain advantage, it is simply impregnable. Even any one of the 10 great ancient sects has the ability to attack it. But that is only the ability. They might not be able to mobilize enough goo immortal battle strength. Even if they can mobilize them to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land and engage in a chaotic battle of goo immortals, the expenditure of immortal essence and other resources would be enormous. Even if they can mobilize their battle strength and have the courage to invest a large amount of resources, the other party is also a goo immortal. They can easily destroy Danghun Mountain. By then, even if they attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, their efforts would be in vain. In the outside world of Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 goo immortals. They could challenge Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sections. This was because to deal with 3 goo immortals, the resources and manpower needed to be invested was so huge that Crane Gate had to consider it carefully. If they failed, not only would they lose their reputation, The huge losses could cause a commotion in the sect and indirectly lead to other problems. Gu immortals were easy to defeat, but killing them was difficult. Who wouldn't have a trump card to escape from this predicament? If they failed, they would thoroughly offend the Gu immortal. Provoking Gu immortals to plot against mortals, Crane Gate had a huge business. He would probably have to put out fires everywhere. Now that Feng Yuan had displayed such power, it could be said that the Crane Gate faction had lost all hope of forcibly attacking, unless a few ancient sects joined hands. But if they worked together, it also involved many aspects, such as the distribution of benefits. If He Fengyang agreed to cooperate with Feng Yuan and establish the trade of Guts Gu, then this would be the result. It was definitely not a complete failure, because Crane Gate's main goal was to obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was the Guts Gu. Being able to obtain the greatest benefits with the least amount of effort was what the Grand Elders of the Crane Gate were most concerned about. Before this, Crane Gate had already requested Feng Yuan to open the transactions of Guts Gu. If I can establish a trade with them, I won't need to break out of the encirclement with heavy injuries. I can save a lot of immortal essence and have an explanation when I return to the sect. He Fengyang thought for a long time. Feng Yuan observed his expression. Even though He Fengyang was very shrewd and expressionless, but thinking for a long time showed that he was moved. Thus, Feng Yuan continued, "My Guts Gu, put them in jewel yellow skies, sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone for 100. I will sell them to Crane Gate, sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone for 120 Guts Gu. However, in exchange, I need Crane Gate to recognize my Hu Immortal Blessed Land as your sect's vassal force. And this vassal can leave at any time. With this vassal status, if the other 9 ancient sects wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, they would not be able to avoid Crane Gate. This was the rule of the righteous path. It was like Crane Gate was the boss and Hu Immortal Blessed Land was the lackey. Even if they wanted to beat up the lackey, they had to ask the boss first. He Fengyang smiled insincerely. Feng Yuan, you want to use my sect as your shield? With your strength, you can completely establish your own sect, can't you? No one is allowed to establish a sect on the Stairway Mountain. I don't want to leave Tian-Ti Mountain, this precious land. Feng Yuan laughed. Tian-Ti Mountain was once connected to Celestial Court. Even Gu immortals did not dare to fight on this mountain. If Crane Gate had not declared Feng Yuan to be a traitor of the sect, they would not have rashly attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land because of the righteous cause of cleansing the sect. Moreover, if Hu Immortal Blessed Land becomes Crane Gate's vassal, wouldn't it take care of your sect's reputation? Feng Yuan continued. He Fengyang fell into silence again. After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air. This is an important matter. I cannot make the decision. I will have to personally report to the sect. Feng Yuan nodded. It would be best if Brother He goes personally. But Fairy Tsang, you will have to stay here as a guest for some time. He Fengyang and Tsang Yu glanced at each other. Fairy Tsang Yu said, Lord Fengyang, go ahead and return. I will wait here. I will return quickly. He Fengyang nodded heavily at her, then looked deeply at Feng Yuan and the others. He wanted to engrave these people in the deepest part of his heart. Land Spirit, open the door and let Brother He out. Feng Yuan instructed. Yes, Master. Little Hu Immortal immediately replied. On Tian-Ti Mountain, platinum light suddenly shone. Within the light, a vermilion red gatehouse appeared. The gatehouse was 100 feet tall and had a 9-colored signboard. In the sky, pink auspicious clouds gathered in rays of light formed a stairway of light. He Fengyang broke the door and entered, but when he came out, he went through the front door. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of the Gu immortals of the 9 great sects who were hiding nearby. They conversed. He came out. So fast? Did he not put up any resistance at all? When He Fengyang entered, he used Expand Space Immortal Gu, but when he came out, he could already go through the front door. This is clearly a sign of success. Something is wrong. Look at his expression. There is no trace of true joy of victory, nor is there any trace of calmness. Even though they were puzzled, none of them directly showed up to ask. This was a secret confrontation between the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Directly confronting them would be a loss of face. He Fengyang had no time to care about their feelings. He only wanted to quickly return to Feihe Mountain. Report this matter. He flew rapidly and soon left Tian Mountain. He Fengyang's brows were tightly furrowed. He was unwilling and puzzled. Feng Yuan's force. Where did they come from? Other than Feng Yuan, the other 3 Gu immortals are wearing masks and using Gu worms to block investigations. Why do they not want to expose themselves? Don't tell me they are Gu immortals from the other 9 sects? They don't want our sect to obtain Danghun Mountain and take advantage of it. Thus, they secretly discussed with Feng Yuan beforehand? Just as he thought of this, Fengyang rejected this thought. Paper could not conceal fire. Secrets were temporary. The 9 great sects would not do this. It went against the style of large sections. Then, maybe they are the alliance of Gu immortals from Central Continent's small sects? Fengyang thought. Central Continent had many sects, other than the 10 great ancient sects that occupied the peak. There were also large sections. Medium-sized sects, small-sized sects, micro-sized sections. Among the tens of thousands of sects, there were naturally Gu immortals as well. If it was really them, these Gu immortals had foundations in Central Continent. To prevent their foundations from being suppressed by the ancient sects or being split up by the ancient sects, it made sense that they did not want to expose themselves. Right. Feng Yuan has fixed immortal travel. These people might not be Central Continent Gu immortals. They might be from other regions. The stronger the Gu immortal, the harder it is to pass through the regional walls. Every once in a while, they would need to place their immortal aperture in the immortal ascension region to absorb earth chi to stabilize the blessed land. But the other party has fixed immortal travel and can resolve these problems. Fengyang's thoughts flashed. He quickly guessed the identities of Feng Yuan and the others. But he had too little evidence. He could not be sure. In short, Hu immortal blessed land is very complicated. Before I investigate the details, I cannot act rashly. I suffered a huge loss this time. The root cause is that the enemy is in the dark while I am out in the open. I suffered from a lack of information. Fengyang concluded his experience. He suddenly stopped and floated in the air. Who is it? You dare to trap me here? Fengyang raised his guard and shouted, you are very vigilant. A voice could be heard faintly, sometimes high and sometimes low. It was a hoarse male voice at the start, before turning into a clear female voice. Evidently, this person had used a Gu worm to conceal his original voice. 2 figures appeared, one in front and one at the back, sandwiching Fengyang in the middle. What changed next was the whole sky. The clear and bright sky had turned gloomy, with dense fog and vengeful spirits flying everywhere. This was a battlefield killer move. It could create a battle environment and amplify some Gu worms. It was not something ordinary Gu immortals could possess. I am Crane Gate Gu immortal Fengyang. You 2 are concealing your appearances. What is your intention? Fengyang shouted again. The 2 Gu immortals blocking him were covered in a layer of dark light. Their appearances could not be seen clearly. So what if it is Crane Gate? The mysterious Gu immortal in front sneered. The Gu immortal behind was even more direct. Kill them all. The moment he said that, the Gu immortal who spoke attacked. His 5 fingers opened as thousands of gray-white threads shot out of his palm. The threads approached Fengyang rapidly. Fengyang's heart jumped. This was a mortal killer move used to trap people. Once he was entangled by these threads, it would not be easy to escape. Fengyang quickly summoned his crane group. He had raised a vast number of flying cranes in his immortal aperture. He had never lacked troops. The crane group was a huge mass. Iron beak flying cranes, pellet fire cranes, phoenix tail cranes, misty cloud cranes, stellar aurora cranes, and illusion lightning cranes were mixed together, but they were orderly, forming a tight formation. A desolate beast 9 palace crane flew out, letting out a long cry as the surrounding fog was blown away. Fengyang stepped on the 9 palace crane's back. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was like lightning as his suppressed anger erupted. Do you really think I am easy to deal with? Today, I will let you taste the power of the feathered crane flying immortal. The threads flew over. The iron beak flying cranes flew out and blocked them with their bodies. Another mysterious Gu immortal puffed up his cheeks, breathing out flames that soared to the sky. This flame was a pale green. It was even more powerful in this battlefield. The flying cranes fell to the ground from the fire. He Fengyang was not to be outdone. He activated an enslavement path killer move. Immediately, a group of illusion lightning cranes flew out, breathing out lightning that gathered into a pillar that pierced through the battlefield. Another group of pellet fire cranes flew out, their bodies burning with flames. They only harmed the enemy but not themselves. The two groups of flying cranes charged towards the two mysterious goo immortals like two heavy punches. Bam bam bam. Chapter 709. In the battlefield, the intense battle continued. A large group of ironbeak flying cranes had bodies that were black like iron. Their defense rose sharply. They did not fear death as they charged towards the two mysterious goo immortals. One of the mysterious goo immortals suddenly screeched. His voice was loud and clear, echoing in the surroundings. This was a sound path killer move. The ironbeak flying cranes formation fell into chaos as they screeched. The dense battle formation became sparse and showed many flaws. Go. The other mysterious goo immortal saw the chance and grabbed the other person's arm. The two turned into two lumps of gray-white fire, passing through the ironbeak flying crane's battle formation and attacking He Fengyang. Against enslavement path goo immortals, they could not fight too intensely with beast groups. The best tactic was to capture the leader first. He Fengyang saw the enemies approaching, but he did not panic. Instead, he smiled coldly. You fell for my trap. He took out a 5-hole jade flute goo and blew into it. He looked like a green-clothed young man, but he was the lord of myriad beasts. His clothes fluttered without wind. His eyes shined with divine light. Enslavement path killer move. 8-sided ambush. Tens of thousands of cranes moved upon hearing the sound. Groups of hidden, flying cranes revealed themselves and surrounded the two mysterious goo immortals. He Fengyang had purposely left an empty space in the formation. It was a trap. He was waiting for the two enemies to fall into it. Now that the trap was in his hands, he did not stop. He played the flute loudly as 3 5-string zither goo flew out of his body. The flute music was melodious. The zither music was clear and rapid. They turned into another enslavement path killer move. Formation like water. Countless cranes flew outwards, while countless cranes flew inwards. The entire battle formation was like precise gears moving together. It was huge, but orderly. The cranes weaved in and out. The formation was like flowing water. The two mysterious goo immortals were inside, looking at the dazzling changes of the cranes. They felt like they were beans in a millstone, about to be crushed. He Fengyang continued to blow his flute. He stood at the center of the beast group, standing proudly on the back of the desolate cranes as he looked at the cranes fighting with the two mysterious enemies. He thought, ever since they started fighting, these two have used countless killer moves, involving sound path, space path, fire path, wind path, light path, dark path, rule path, and so on. He did it on purpose because he didn't want to use his true methods to avoid exposing his identity. Goo Masters ascending to immortal. According to their foundation, as well as what goo worms they used to detonate the immortal aperture, they were divided into different sections. There were fire path goo immortals, wind path goo immortals, wisdom path goo immortals, and others who had their own immortal bodies. The immortal body is when a goo master ascends to an immortal. They were transformed by the 3 chi. The impurities were removed, and the essence of life was sublimated. The wind path immortal body had wind path Tao marks and laws. Thus, the effect of using wind path goo worms was better. Fire path immortal physique was cleansed by the great Tao of fire. It was closer to fire path. The effect of using fire path killer moves was extraordinary. For example, Feng Yuan. Although he was an immortal zombie, he was still a strength path goo immortal. He had a strength path immortal body to begin with. When he used goo worms and killer moves of other paths, the effect would be ordinary. The two mysterious goo immortals who tried to kill He Fengyang did not use their true methods. Thus, they were suppressed by He Fengyang even though they were 2 against 1. How long are you two going to hide your identities for? If you don't use your true abilities, you will die here. He Fengyang snickered, his voice resounding throughout the battlefield. The two mysterious goo immortals breathed heavily. The crane group's attacks were like a torrential river. They were endless. The two immortals were tired from dealing with them. Just like He Fengyang said, if the two did not use their true methods, they would be killed. The two looked at each other and nodded. They had made up their minds. One sighed, as expected of a righteous sect. I have witnessed the reputation of the winged crane flying immortal today. The other said, but even if we do not use our true abilities, we can still kill you. He Fengyang, look around. He Fengyang's gaze quickly looked around. The battlefield that was shrouded in fog and filled with cries of pain finally changed. Dark blue soul beasts started to form in the thick mist. In just a few breaths of time, the number of soul beasts increased sharply. They were on par with He Fengyang's crane group. Don't tell me this is Soul Taker Battlefield? He Fengyang's heart jumped. He blurted out, Hee. Winged crane flying immortal. You are really knowledgeable. The mysterious Gu immortal laughed. His voice was changing continuously. Sometimes it was a male voice. Sometimes it was a female voice. He Fengyang's expression sank. This Soul Taker Battlefield killer move was infamous. It was very hard to deal with. The souls of living beings that died in this battlefield would be extracted by the battlefield, forming soul beasts that could be controlled by the killer move's owner. Most importantly, this battlefield killer move had an even greater origin. It was created by one of the 10 Venerables in history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had the strongest killing nature when he was young. What was the origin of these two mysterious Gu immortals? They actually had the lost battlefield killer move Soul Taker. Once the soul beasts appeared, they immediately fought with the crane group. The battle situation changed abruptly. He Fengyang quickly commanded the crane group to change their formation, resisting the soul beasts' attacks. The pressure on the two mysterious Gu immortals decreased. They charged out of the crane group's encirclement. The size of the soul beast group was about the same as the crane group, but they could not defeat the crane group. 10 soul beasts were sacrificed to kill one flying crane. But He Fengyang became even more vigilant. The soul beasts were torn to pieces, but these pieces could condense into new soul beasts in the Soul Taker battlefield. And when a flying crane died, its soul would be extracted by the battlefield, forming a soul beast that would become the enemy's army. No matter how high He Fengyang's cultivation level was, he could not be completely unscathed. Once there were casualties, the soul beasts would gain the upper hand. The longer this dragged on, He Fengyang's advantage would weaken. Eventually, the crane group would be exterminated by the soul beasts. He Fengyang, let me tell you, we purposely showed weakness earlier to stall for time. Now that the Soul Taker battlefield has taken shape, your enslavement path advantage is gone. Feather crane flying immortal, you will die here today. The two mysterious Gu immortals arrived together. Wind path killer move, tornado dragon whip. The wind whip was 100 meters long. It whipped from afar, destroying countless flying cranes. Poison path killer move, myriad bee sting. Thousands of stings rained down like a torrential rain. The lid was pressed down. The poison was so strong that any flying crane that was stabbed died on the spot. Their bones and flesh melted instantly. The two mysterious Gu immortals finally used their true methods. One was a wind path Gu immortal. The other was a poison path Gu immortal. The crane group was exterminated in large numbers. A large number of souls were extracted by the battlefield, forming batches of soul beasts. Oh no, the enemy came prepared. They had planned this out. I cannot stay here for long. He Fengyang saw this and immediately thought of retreating. Only a fool would stay in the Soul Taker battlefield. They would fight the enemy to the death. This Soul Taker battlefield is covered in fog. It is easy to lose one's sense of direction. It is hard to escape. But I have expand space immortal Gu now. I need to escape. It should not be hard. He Fengyang thought of this and used his divine sense to communicate with a will in his immortal aperture. This will formed into a muscular man. When He Fengyang left Feihe Mountain, he hid in his immortal aperture and used Gu worms to observe the outside world. He Fengyang's experiences along the way, from leaving Feihe Mountain to entering Hu immortal blessed land. When he was attacked by Feng Yuan and the rest, He Fengyang left Hu immortal blessed land. Then, he entered the Soul Taker battlefield and was attacked by two mysterious Gu immortals. This will was very clear. He Fengyang requested, Lord Tiger Demon, please use your immortal killer move again to break out of the battlefield and leave this place. This will was Crane Gate's third supreme elder, Lord Tiger Demon's anger will. He sat cross-legged in the air as he opened his eyes expressionlessly. You know, every time I use unravel door, I expend 2 beads of red date immortal essence from my main body. He Fengyang quickly said, Junior understands. I will definitely compensate you when I return. Tiger Demon's anger will nodded and did not speak. He grabbed 2 beads of red date immortal essence and threw them to expand space immortal goo. At the same time, a large number of mortal goo also flew up. After a moment of preparation, He Fengyang opened his palm and took out expand space immortal goo from his immortal aperture. The immortal goo was covered in a layer of yellow light. He Fengyang struck towards the left. The yellow light shot out and immediately destroyed the Soul Taker battlefield, creating a hole. He Fengyang was overjoyed. He stored expand space immortal goo as the 9 palace crane below him screeched and flapped its wings, flying out of the Soul Taker battlefield. Outside the battlefield, the sky was still clear and cloudless. Oh no, he actually has expand space immortal goo. He escaped. He Fengyang. Don't run if you have the guts. Let us fight for 300 rounds. 2 mysterious goo immortals shouted from behind him. They sounded quite anxious. He Fengyang laughed heartily. He was filled with pride. Even Soul Taker battlefield cannot trap me. No matter who you are, I will remember the grudge of ambushing me today. Don't think I cannot find out who you are just because you concealed your appearances. You two used your true methods. When I return to the sect, I will investigate thoroughly. I don't believe I cannot find out who you are. No. Suddenly, He Fengyang sensed something amiss. His expression changed. He had always been vigilant and calm. He restrained himself. Why was his mood soaring after leaving Soul Taker battlefield? As if he had won a battle? He had failed in taking over Hu immortal blessed land. He had let down Lord Tiger Demon's nurturing and expectations. His mood should be heavy. Oh no. An intense sense of danger rose in his mind. He Fengyang turned around in shock. He saw a goo immortal with a small body like a child, covered in a layer of dark light, holding a dagger-shaped goo worm, flying behind him, less than 30 centimeters away. A third goo immortal. There was actually a third goo immortal lying in ambush. This was the true killer move, a plot within a plot. Taking advantage of the moment, He Fengyang left Soul Taker battlefield and relaxed his mind. A fatal assassination was carried out. He Fengyang was shocked and furious. He stared with bloodshot eyes. His anger was boiling. He did not retreat. Instead, he had the urge to fight to the death with this person. Dodge. The other party is an emotion path goo immortal. He can influence your emotions and interfere with your judgment. Inside the immortal aperture, Tiger Demon's anger will shouted anxiously. Hee. It's too late. The third goo immortal raised his dagger and lightly stabbed at He Fengyang. The dagger-shaped goo worm suddenly erupted with an intense immortal goo aura. He Fengyang's eyes were bloodshot. He was horrified. The other party had an offensive immortal goo. Chapter 7:10. Seeing that the dagger immortal goo was about to stab him, He Fengyang's heart was filled with anger, fear, confusion, unwillingness, and all sorts of other emotions. They were boiling like lava, greatly affecting his actions. Am I going to die here today? He Fengyang could not help but have this thought. But right at this moment of danger, the desolate beast 9 palace crane below him suddenly let out a clear cry and flipped its body. This way, He Fengyang was sent flying, while the 9 palace crane stood in front of the goo immortal who was trying to assassinate him. Poochie. With a soft sound, the dagger immortal goo stabbed into the 9 palace crane's chest. The third goo immortal had a look of shock on his face. He had thought that by interfering with He Fengyang, he would be able to affect the 9 palace crane. After all, He Fengyang was an enslavement path goo immortal. He enslaved the 9 palace crane. If he was affected, the 9 palace crane would not be a problem. He used several emotion path killer moves to interfere with He Fengyang, but he did not expect that at the crucial moment, this 9 palace crane would actually protect its master. Little 9. He Fengyang fell down. Seeing the 9 palace crane in trouble, he cried out in pain. His face was covered in tears. He had nurtured this 9 palace crane meticulously. He had never used any methods to enslave it. When he was young, he went out on a mission and was chased down. His life was hanging by a thread, but he met the similarly injured Nine-Palace Crane. After a series of coincidences and accidents, he and the Nine-Palace Crane helped each other out of their predicament. The Nine-Palace Crane was on the verge of death. Fengyang brought it back to the sect, using all his wealth to barely hold on to the Nine-Palace Crane's life force. For the next few decades, Fengyang risked his life for it. He earned money. He saved the Nine-Palace Crane bit by bit, slowly pulling it back from the brink of death. From this man to the crane, they had a deep relationship. They were closer than brothers. Later, due to an accident, the rank 5 Gu master Fengyang failed his mission. He was heavily injured. The resources he had were only enough to save him alone. If he saved the crane, he would die. If he saved the crane would die. At this crucial moment, Fengyang thought for 3 days and 3 nights. He finally decided to sacrifice himself to save the crane. This caused the 3rd Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, to sigh. With his help, Fengyang and the Nine-Palace Crane were saved. Afterwards, Fengyang lived up to expectations and became a Gu immortal. Thus, he attached himself to Lord Tiger Devil's faction. The Nine-Palace Crane let out a mournful wail. Its huge and slender body was covered in a layer of gray light. Within the gray light, its body rapidly shrunk. It was actually growing in reverse from an adult to a youth, and then to a child. This was the power of an immortal Gu. The dagger-shaped immortal Gu was actually a time path immortal Gu. It could restore the target's body to a younger state. Let's withdraw. Don't let down that friend of yours. Inside the immortal aperture, the tiger demon let out a long sigh. Little Nine. Fengyang roared, ignoring the tiger demon's advice. He turned around and pounced forward. The clothes on his body fluttered about, turning into a crane feather cloak. His eyes were wide open, releasing bloody light. His long and slender green eyebrows fluttered about, looking as agile as snakes and dragons. The mysterious Gu immortal showed a surprised expression. Earlier, Fengyang could have escaped, but to think that he would actually turn around and attack. He was an enslavement path Gu immortal. Fengyang raised his palms and pushed, sending out surging jade green lightning. The mysterious Gu immortal snorted coldly, raising his dagger and colliding with it. At the same time, he activated an emotion path killer move, hoping to influence Fengyang's emotions. But Fengyang was filled with anger. He could not be influenced. Boom! With an explosion, the mysterious Gu immortal was sent flying. Fengyang's body shook intensely. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, forcefully pulling himself together and grabbing the young Nine-Palace Crane. Little Nine. Fengyang hugged the Nine-Palace Crane. Turning around and escaping, he had no intention of staying any longer. The Nine-Palace Crane had already turned into the size of a white goose. Fengyang held it in his arms, chirping lightly. The emotion path Gu immortal was left far away. He could not catch up in this short while. The other 2 mysterious Gu immortals left the battlefield and rushed over. Sigh, we let him escape in the end. The wind path Gu immortal sighed in regret. This guy is clearly an enslavement path Gu immortal, but he is not weak in close combat. That jade lightning killer move earlier seemed to have reminded me of something. The emotion path Gu immortal said, if not for the fact that we could not gather enough people in such a short time, would we not be able to take him down? If we chase after him, we might be able to. The poison path Gu immortal said unwillingly. He has expand space immortal Gu. Soul Taker battlefield cannot trap him. Let's leave quickly. We cannot stay here for long. The wind path Gu immortal was very calm. That's right. This ambush was only an improvised plan. We cannot lose the bigger picture because of a small mistake, exposing our identities and affecting Master's plan. Let's retreat. The emotion path Gu immortal came to his senses and shouted. His status seemed to be higher than the other 2 mysterious Gu immortals. He had the power to make the final decision. I'm leaving. The wind path Gu immortal flew into the sky, quickly turning into a small black dot. The poison path Gu immortal landed on the ground, directly burrowing into the ground. The emotion path Gu immortal paused for a while. Seeing that the 2 had left, his figure vanished in the air, as if he had never appeared. He Fengyang flew rapidly, returning to Feihe Mountain without stopping, directly entering Fu Hu Blessed Land. Lord Tiger Demon was standing at the edge of a huge rock pit, looking at the 10,000 rockmen working in the pit. Junior was incompetent. I have failed Lord's trust. He Fengyang saw Lord Tiger Demon and bowed. He was injured and had an ashamed expression. You are injured? Go and heal yourself first. Lord Tiger Demon did not ask He Fengyang anything. He only waved his hand, and that anger will flew out of He Fengyang's immortal aperture, entering his mind. In an instant, he understood everything that He Fengyang had experienced. His gaze flickered as he activated Anger Will Gu, producing another surge of Anger Will. The Anger Will flew into the sky, out of Fu Hu Blessed Land, flying towards the peak of Feihe Mountain. When it reached the discussion hall at the peak, the 3 wills that were left behind sensed something. These 3 wills came from First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder, and Third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon. They were in charge of supervising the sect, and also handled some small matters that the sect leader could not handle. As for the important matters, they would gather all the Gu immortals to discuss them after a certain period of time. Tiger Demon's anger will landed in the hall, first fusing with the previous will, and told them about He Fengyang's matter. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder's wills fell into silence, thinking rapidly. At the same time, their bodies shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. After shrinking to half their original size, Second Supreme Elder's will said, the matter of who immortal blessed land will be decided by Lord Tiger Demon. First Supreme Elder's will continued. He Fengyang was ambushed and was attacked. This matter is even more serious than who immortal blessed land. Where did the culprit make the move? Saying so, a Gu worm flew out of the hall, turning into a map made of light and shadow. Here, Lord Tiger Demon's anger will pointed at the location. First Supreme Elders will nodded, saying solemnly, this location is the best for setting up an ambush. It is not close to the front or back. This is the greatest concealment. It seems the culprit is very familiar with Central Continent's terrain. Investigate. Since when did someone dare to kill Gu immortals of our 10 great ancient sects? Second Supreme Elders will shouted angrily, this is what I am worried about. Elders, where do you think these Gu immortals came from? Lord Tiger Demon's anger will said. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder's wills looked at each other, showing a grave expression. Third Supreme Elder is worried that these Gu immortals are Central Continent Gu immortals? First Supreme Elder said in a low voice. Tiger Demon's anger will begin to speak. That's right. How many years has our 10 great ancient sects controlled Central Continent? These years, the situation has been getting more and more difficult. Why is that? Our Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions. With Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable as the leader, we had already reformed and established a sect system in the remote antiquity era. In the remote antiquity era, sects were rare. In the olden antiquity era, clan forces far surpassed sect forces. In the medieval antiquity era, sects and clans had intense conflicts. They were neck and neck. In the late antiquity era, clans showed weakness, while sects prospered. Now, there are countless sects in Central Continent. There are almost no clans left. The clan system only selects clan disciples as Gu masters. The sect system, however, allows mortals to step on the path of Gu cultivation. Our Central Continent's history is the history of the struggle between these 2 systems. After over 3 million years of struggle, evolution, and accumulation, thanks to the sect system, the number of Gu immortals in Central Continent far exceeds the other 4 regions. They are increasing in number and are about to break away from our 10 great sects' control. How many Gu immortals do our 10 great sects have? The number of other Central Continent Gu immortals is several times that of us. These small sects Gu immortals, demonic path Gu immortals, and lone cultivator Gu immortals need more cultivation resources to continue cultivating. Conflicts are unavoidable because our 10 great sects control 80% of Central Continent's cultivation resources. Haven't there been examples of great heavenly sword sect before? It was only that our 10 great ancient sects suppressed them secretly. But these last years, new sects have been emerging, new ideologies and new paths are common. Extraordinary geniuses, Monstrous geniuses are constantly emerging among mortals, while our 10 great ancient sects have limited space. Even though we recruit talented people every year, Central Continent is simply too big. Saying this, Lord Tiger Demon's anger will subside. The two elders remained silent. The 10 great ancient sects controlled 80% of Central Continent's resources, but when it was distributed to each person, to each Gua mortal, how much was left? The higher the Gua mortal's cultivation level, the more resources they needed to manage their blessed land. Especially when the heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations were stronger. After each tribulation, there would be huge losses. They would need to invest more resources to recover and reach a higher level. The Gua mortals of the 10 great ancient sects could not share their resources with others. In the past, even though there were many sects outside of the 10 great ancient sects, they did not have many Gua mortals. There was a difference between mortals and mortals. There was a huge gap in battle strength between mortals and immortals, thus they could be suppressed. But now, there were more and more Gua mortals outside of the 10 great ancient sects. Even though these Gua mortals did not have much battle strength, their huge numbers created a huge impact on the 10 great ancient sections. Chapter 7:11. Lord Tiger Demon continued. Our 10 great ancient sects have been in a bad situation all these years. It can be said that we're treading on thin ice. It's like we're stuck in the crater of a volcano. Sooner or later, the magma at the bottom of the crater will erupt and cause a great impact to the 10 major sects. What Third Elder said is the general trend of Zhongzhou state. However, the general trend is like this. How can it be changed? The will of the Second Supreme Elder side. Lord Tiger Demons will continued. The example of the great heavenly sword school is right before our eyes. The group of Gua mortals in whom a mortal blessed land could be from another region's forces, but they were more likely to be an alliance of lone cultivators. And the ones who attacked Hefengyang today might also be a Gua mortal force of this prefecture. But if that's the case, then it's terrifying. The Second Supreme Elder nodded. Indeed. The power that attacked Hefengyang obviously did not want Hu Immortal Blessed Land to remain in the hands of Feng Yuan's side. If Hefengyang dies, our Crane Gate will have to forcefully attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land to protect our reputation. Although this is a very obvious move to shift the blame, our Crane Gate has no choice but to swallow this bitter fruit. The dignity that the 10 great ancient sects had maintained for millions of years was not to be offended. If they could not even take revenge for the death of their own Gua mortals, then their reputation would fall to the ground. People's hearts would waver. Everyone would want to offend Crane Gate. The Crane Gate was surrounded by beacons, and it would no longer be able to control such a vast territory and resources. When the time came, the Crane Gate would be strained and show signs of fatigue, which would attract even more greedy jackals and wolves. This would be a vicious circle. Once one fell into it, it would be very difficult to escape. The 3 grand elders of the Crane Gate were all very experienced. The old monster with plenty of life experience had long since calculated this terrifying prospect in his heart. Not only them, how could the other 9 great ancient sects of the Central Continent not understand this? In today's Zhongzhou state, his strength was expanding, but his resources were limited. He was like a bucket that was getting bigger and bigger. As for the 10 great ancient sects, they were sitting on the barrels. If they weren't careful, they would be blown to smithereens. Tiger Demon, today, you use this as a pretext to make a big fuss. You must have your own views. Why don't you just say it? The First Supreme Elder said directly. The Tiger Demon laughed heartily. His words were shocking. My current decision is to agree to Feng Yuan's condition, to admit that Hu Immortal Blessed Land belongs to our sect. At the same time, they investigated the identity of the Gua mortal who killed Hefengyang. Once we figure out who these rogue cultivators are, we'll join hands with the other 9 sections. Carry out a large-scale plan to slaughter immortals. Immortal slaying? The will of the Second Supreme Elder heard this. His eyes shone with excitement. First Supreme Elders will closed its eyes and said slowly, Tiger Demon, I won't hide it from you. This suggestion of yours was made by combat immortal sects Gua Immortal Sure Lay many years ago. They even wrote to the Celestial Court, asking the Celestial Court to intervene. organized the 10 great ancient sects to carry out this grand plan. Oh, that immortal Monkey King? That's right. Even though our 10 great ancient sects have changed our names in history, we've always been orthodox in our roots. It's always been the rotation of branches and main branches, all of which are inextricably linked to the celestial court. The 10 sects working together to slaughter immortals is a huge matter. It involves countless benefits. Only the celestial court can convince the masses and lead us to victory. The tiger demon's anger will agreed, but the celestial court rejected this suggestion. They even warned our 10 great ancient sects not to target the other sects or lone cultivator Gu immortals. We cannot kill them casually. Those who disobey will be punished. The first supreme elders will said, "What?" The tiger demon's anger will exclaimed in shock. "Why don't I know about this?" The second supreme elder also mumbled. The first supreme elder heaved a long sigh, looking at the sky. The meaning of the celestial court is providence. Providence cannot be violated. Providence cannot be measured. Fengyang arrived at Hu immortal blessed land again. Feng Yuan and Fairy Tsang Yu were walking on Deng Hun Mountain, observing the growth of Guts Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng was standing far away, looking at Fairy Tsang Yu. As for that blue charm lightning shadow, it was surrounded by 8 desolate beasts. Every once in a while, a desolate beast would attack it, using a rotation tactic. "Brother, he is a bit slow." Feng Yuan looked at Fengyang and said with a light tone. Fengyang first looked at Fairy Tsang Yu. Seeing her nod, implying that she was unharmed, he turned to Feng Yuan and said, "My sect has already agreed to recognize your sect as our vassal. The vassal relationship is indefinite. You can leave at any time. At the same time, we will establish the Guts Gu trade. The price is 1 immortal yuan stone for 120 Guts Gu. This is the rank 6 immortal Gu. Promise." Immortal Gu, Promise, was also an information path Gu worm. It had similar effects to Mountain Pledge Gu and Sea Vow Gu. Immediately, Fengyang activated the Immortal Gu and made the promise. When it was Feng Yuan's turn, he received the Immortal Gu and inspected it, expending green grape immortal essence to make the promise. The promise was like a lump of gold. The two sides exchanged it as a guarantee. Fairy Tsang Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. The trade was established. She was finally safe. Feng Yuan also let out a sigh of relief. His painstaking plan had finally succeeded. Fighting to the death with Crane Gate was definitely not a good idea. Crane Gate was a huge force. If they were truly angered, Hu immortal blessed land would definitely be lost. Feng Yuan's finances would not be able to support a Gu immortal level battle. But Fengyang's next words made his heart jump. "On the way back, I was ambushed by 3 Gu immortals. My life was hanging by a thread. The other party was clearly trying to frame your sect. My sect is currently investigating. I wonder if your sect has offended any force?" "What? In Central Continent, there are Gu immortals who dare to kill Gu immortals of the 10 great sects?" Feng Yuan did not conceal his astonishment. He clearly remembered that such a situation would only happen after the 5 regions' chaotic war had lasted for a period of time. At that time, the 5 regions would be filled with flames of war. People would have no way of making a living and all sides would be fighting endlessly. Celestial Court's authority was also useless. The 10 great sects Gu immortals were repeatedly ambushed and killed. There were revenge from the other 4 regions, and also Central Continent's lone cultivator Gu immortals trying to fish in troubled waters. The situation became more and more chaotic. Feng Yuan could even lead a group of demonic path Gu immortals to attack Tianti Mountains Hu immortal blessed land, eventually killing Feng Kim Hong. For some reason, Feng Yuan immediately thought of that mysterious force that had ambushed him in jewel yellow skies over a year ago. But he did not even know what this force was called. Even if he knew, he would not casually expose this information to Fengyang. Thus, he shook his head. "I occupy Hu immortal blessed land and do not leave. How can I offend other forces? I have no intention of offending Brother Crane. But thinking about it, Crane Gate is indeed more conspicuous than us. Maybe some force wants to deal with you and wants to use us to divert their attention?" Fengyang did not obtain any information. He was somewhat disappointed, but he could not force Feng Yuan. Crane Gate had its own concerns. Feng Yuan was only an immortal zombie. But the force behind him was enough for both sides to speak on equal terms. He Fengyang and Fairy Tsang Yu did not stay for long. Feng Yuan opened the door of Hu immortal blessed land. He sent them out. Feng Yuan stood at the door, bidding farewell to them. Seeing this, the Gu immortals of the other 9 great sects immediately sensed that something had happened in Hu immortal blessed land. What's going on? Why is there an immortal zombie? He Fengyang and Fairy Tsang Yu came in high spirits, but when they came out, their expressions were not good. It seems there is a problem. Did they not manage to take it down? That's not possible. The Gu immortals were confused. They made guesses. The 10 great ancient sects came from the same source. They were the overlords of Central Continent. These years, there had been many open and secret conflicts. The contest for Hu immortal blessed land was an open one. The disciples of the various sects competed to decide the ownership, but Feng Yuan took advantage of it. Now, it was a secret conflict. He could not jump out and ask questions in front of them, or he would lose face. The Gu immortals did not know what had happened in Hu immortal blessed land. They were all hesitant. Feng Yuan closed the door. He Lulan and Fairy Tsang Shan congratulated him with smiles on their faces. Feng Yuan, I have a whole new level of respect for you. This time, you cooperated with Crane Gate. It could be said that you subdued them without fighting. It was a great victory. Fairy Tsang Shan praised. This was the kind of victory that Gu immortals appreciated the most. There was no battle, there was no huge investment, but it brought huge profits. Senior is not right. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. It is not me cooperating with Crane Gate. It is us cooperating with Crane Gate. To refine Ersak Gu, we need the strength chi of Halolan strength chi immortal Gu. As for the profits of Guts Gu, you will get 40%, and we will get 60%. Fairy Tsang Shan heard this, and her smile became even more intense. As long as one was not a fool, they could see the great prospects of the Guts Gu trade. She naturally understood that Feng Yuan wanted to stabilize the alliance between the two sides, binding them to Danghun Mountain. In the future, when Hu immortal blessed land was attacked, they would definitely be there to defend it. But in front of such huge profits, Fairy Tsang Shan could not help but be moved. He Lulan looked at Feng Yuan deeply, saying, to think that Feng Yuan had such a method. You could actually think of Ersak Gu. To refine rank 3 Ersak Gu, you need rank 6 strength Chi Gu. This Gu recipe is quite special. Among them, Wisdom Gu naturally played a part. Ever since Feng Yuan obtained Wisdom Gu, he had been thinking about whether he could extract Guts Gu with the help of unlimited inspiration. He succeeded this time because he accidentally heard from Tai by Yunxing that He Lulan had strength Chi immortal Gu. Only immortal level strength could envelop Guts Gu and allow it to leave Danghun Mountain unscathed. Feng Yuan changed the topic. To produce Guts Gu, we need a large number of souls. I will have to trouble the 2 of you for this. Northern Plains is warlike. There are frequent battles, beast groups and tribes move around. Souls are a common thing. We can easily collect them. We will go back and deal with them. He Lulan was swift and decisive. She succeeded in her immortal ascension. Her need for resources was huge, especially the lack of immortal Yuan stone. She could not rely on Fairy Tsang Shan. Relying on others was not He Lulan's style. Fairy Tsang Shan nodded in agreement. That's right. Danghun Mountain does not have many requirements for souls. We can purchase them from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and other forces. It will be more expensive than collecting them ourselves, but the price is still acceptable. We can save a lot of trouble. Hee hee. Feng Yuan waved his hand. Wait, don't be anxious. Follow me first. We will go and suppress a Gu immortal. This immortal is inside Hu immortal blessed land. Oh? Who? Tai Bai Yunxing asked. Chapter 712. Feng Yuan smiled mysteriously. This immortal is right in front of you. Follow me. Under Feng Yuan's lead, everyone arrived in front of the blue charm lightning shadow. Right now, the blue charm lightning shadow was fighting with the iron crown eagle in the sky. The petite blue shadow was clashing with the huge body of the desolate beast iron crown eagle. They were evenly matched. He Lulan was even more confused. The Gu immortal you were talking about, is it the blue charm lightning shadow? Feng Yuan smiled without speaking. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined with bright light. Now that you mention it, This blue charm lightning shadow is indeed strange. That's right. Fairy Li Shan also showed a vigilant expression. Logically speaking, the blue charm lightning shadow is a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Its main target is the owner of Who Immortal Blessed Land, which is you, Feng Yuan. But it is fighting with these desolate beasts without showing any signs of attacking. He Lulan continued. No wonder I felt it was strange. Earlier, when the desolate beast's ambush was exposed, this blue charm lightning shadow seemed to be startled and stopped roaring. This blue charm lightning shadow is strange. It might not have a proper origin. Hee hee. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, saying, there was nothing wrong with the blue charm lightning shadow earlier, but after I chased it out of the blessed land, a lightning path Gu Immortal captured it and refined it into a clone killer move. Next, when Crane Gate attacked my blessed land, this Gu Immortal took the chance to use the blue charm lightning shadow to barge in. His motive was to take advantage of the situation. If Crane Gate failed, this Gu Immortal would be able to act as the representative of his sect and strike first. Is my analysis correct, Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend? How do you know it is me, Vicious Lightning Fiend? The blue charm lightning shadow could not keep up the act. It abandoned the Iron Crown Eagle and flew towards Feng Yuan. The Iron Crown Eagle chased after it. Feng Yuan waved his hand. The eagle screeched and flew away. Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other. They both knew that Myriad Dragon Doc was the same as Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. However, they did not know who exactly the Vicious Lightning Fiend was. Only Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined with bright light. After coming to Who Immortal Blessed Land, with Feng Yuan's introduction and the information he had gathered, he knew a lot of information about Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Vicious Lightning Fiend is a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He has passed 2 heavenly tribulations and once fought to a draw with a rank 7 Gu Immortal. However, he had gone into seclusion several years ago. In recent years, it hasn't appeared in Zhongzhou State, Tai Bai Yunxing said. A draw with a rank 7 Gu Immortal? Fairy Li Shan's gaze flashed. He Lulan, on the other hand, snorted arrogantly. The blue charm film scanned the crowd and finally locked its gaze on Feng Yuan. Who are you people? This immortal killer move of mine was the result of my many years of seclusion, thinking hard on how to raise my battle strength. A year ago, I learned that there was a blue charm film on Tianti Mountain, but it refused to leave. Thus, I secretly made a move and captured the blue charm film. Several months ago, my immortal killer move was truly perfected, and I was able to use the blue charm film for my own use. I have only told this secret to a few people. You guys actually have such detailed information. Speak. Who are you people? Feng Yuan snorted coldly, saying in an unfriendly tone, Vicious Lightning Fiend, you have a bad reputation, but we are not afraid of you. You must have paid a huge price to refine the blue charm film into your clone. I am not in a good mood. You need to be careful, otherwise I might kill your blue charm film in a fit of anger. What can you do to me then? The blue charm film immediately roared in anger, showing its violent nature. You dare? I am a Gu Immortal of Myriad Dragon Doc. Don't think you can continue being arrogant. Occupying Who Immortal Blessed Land is only temporary. Once your identities are exposed, our 10 great ancient sects will take care of you lone and demonic cultivators. Oh, is that so? Feng Yuan's eyes flickered with a sinister light. You saw our previous transaction. We are already a vassal of Crane Gate. Both of us have made a promise. Even if your entire Myriad Dragon Doc wants to touch me, they will have to go through Crane Gate first. Right. Earlier, when Fengyang was attacked by Crane Gate, don't tell me the mastermind was you? Your Myriad Dragon Doc? Bullshit. Our 10 great ancient sects are like brothers. Even if we fight openly and covertly, how can we be like you lone and demonic cultivators with no bottom line? The blue charm film was furious. Feng Yuan did not speak. His gaze drifted towards He Lulan. He Lulan was a formidable character like him. She immediately cooperated with him, pretending to have a sudden realization. Feng Yuan, you are right. Who Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain, Guts Gu. These are huge benefits. If we assassinate Fengyang, Crane Gate will attack us. At that time, Both sides will suffer heavy losses, and Myriad Dragon Dock will be able to profit from our misfortune. Bullshit. Bullshit. How can I be such a despicable person? The blue charm film's anger soared to the sky. It shouted continuously. Hey Lulon laughed sinisterly. But the timing of your appearance is too coincidental. He Fengyang attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land. How could the outside world know what happened inside? Why did He Fengyang get assassinated the moment he left Hu Immortal Blessed Land? You must have acted as a spy and used some method to inform the main body. Then the main body set up the ambush. Hei Lu Lan displayed her dark thoughts to the fullest. Her words stunned even the blue charm lightning shadow. But soon, it reacted and retorted furiously. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a world of its own. Unless I have an immortal killer move, I cannot communicate with the main body in the outside world. But when I use an immortal killer move, there is such an intense fluctuation. How could you not sense it? But there was a moment when Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened its door. This way, it became one with the outside world. At that moment, you took the chance to communicate with the main body. Hei Lulan immediately said, "Get lost. Bullshit. I am a righteous person. How could I be that kind of person? No, I almost got confused by you. He Fengyang getting ambushed. What does that have to do with me? The Blue Charm Films information. Even if the other party does not know what happened in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they can still plot against He Fengyang. There is no relationship between the two." The Blue Charm Film shouted. Hei Lulan said sinisterly, "We don't care whether there is a relationship or not. We will tell this information to Crane Gate. Explain it to Crane Gate." "Go ahead. I am a righteous person. Why would I be afraid of these malicious words?" The Blue Charm Film tried to maintain its composure. At this time, Tai Bai Yunqing spoke. "Oh, I remember. Didn't Great Heavenly Sword Sect's plan appear in Crane Gate's territory recently? There are rumors that Myriad Dragon Dock is behind this Great Heavenly Sword Sect's matter." Hee, I know. If we kill He Fengyang, Crane Gate's main focus will be on attacking our blessed land. This way, Great Heavenly Sword Sect will have an easier time. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect joined Myriad Dragon Dock and became their vassal, then Immortal Crane Sect's Northwest Territory would be rightfully annexed by Myriad Dragon Dock. At that time, even if Crane Gate takes down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, their strength will be greatly reduced. By then, it will be too late to deal with Myriad Dragon Dock's matter, and they will not have the strength to do so. Tai Bai Yunqing's words not only stunned the Blue Charm Film, even Feng Yuan was shocked. Even though Tai Bai Yunqing was a good person and had a kind nature, he was a shrewd old fox. His words were like a stab to vicious lightning fiend's weakness. The Blue Charm Film finally fell silent. After more than 10 breaths of time, it spoke. "Damn it, you sinister scum. You can even turn the dead into the living. You can even turn white into black. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to release this shadow clone of mine?" Hei Lulan and Tai Bai Yunqing did not speak. They looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, demanding, "Vicious lightning fiend. I am very interested in your immortal killer move that can refine the Blue Charm Film into a clone. Why don't you teach it to me?" "Bullshit. This is a trump card that I, your father, had painstakingly cultivated in seclusion for 4 years and finally comprehended with great difficulty. You want to snatch away my hard work with just a few words. Keep dreaming. Even if I have to destroy this shadow clone, I will not let you succeed." The Blue Charm Film was furious, rejecting him. But Feng Yuan had his previous life's memories. He knew Vicious Lightning Fiend's bottom line. He chuckled, saying slowly, "Vicious Lightning Fiend, this immortal killer move of yours is just a hastily created creation. The success rate is definitely not high. The Blue Charm Film has rank 6 battle strength. If you give it up like this, won't you feel heartache? How about this? I will take a step back. I don't want your immortal killer move. I only want your blood deity remnant recipe." The Blue Charm Film's expression sank. "How do you know I have blood deity remnant recipe? There are only a few Gu immortals in Myriad Dragon Dock who know this secret." "Humph. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world, even if few people know about it. Don't tell me I don't have Gu worms to deduce it." Feng Yuan showed an unfathomable attitude. "Good, very good. I am even more interested in your true identities now. Humph, I admit defeat this time. The blue charm film gritted its teeth as it agreed. We will transact through jewel yellow skies. Fong Yuan said. No, the transaction with jewel yellow skies will expose the blue charm film clone. My immortal killer move will be exposed in advance. The blue charm film rejected him. Fong Yuan sneered. Vicious lightning fiend, don't think I don't know. After coming out of closed cultivation, you are going to travel the world and imitate sword immortal Bo Qing, challenging experts from all over the world to test your sword skills. Your first target should be immortal Yao Mao. You really know a lot. The blue charm film's tone was cold, but its heart was shaken. The other party's information was too detailed. It felt very passive. Fong Yuan ordered Little, who immortal land spirit, to open connecting heaven goo and connect to jewel yellow skies, contacting vicious lightning fiend's main body. After the two sides negotiated, Fong Yuan sent the blue charm film in his merchandise. Immediately, treasure light soared to the sky, attracting countless divine senses. Vicious lightning fiend quickly took out blood deity's immortal goo remnant recipe, causing countless goo immortals to gasp in shock. Rascal, quickly transact. Vicious lightning fiend's divine sense shouted. Vicious lightning fiend, you are being unreasonable. The blood deity remnant recipe you have is 70% complete. Are you trying to take advantage of my ignorance? You actually took out a 40% remnant recipe? Fong Yuan replied slowly. Vicious lightning fiend was shocked. How can I have a 70% blood deity remnant recipe? I am not in a hurry. The longer the blue charm film is exposed, the more people will know about it. Fong Yuan said leisurely. Vicious lightning fiend almost coughed blood from anger. Lad, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have a wisdom path goo immortal backing you and can deduce things. I will remember you. Just you wait. Saying so, he still took out the 70% blood deity remnant recipe. Such a high completion immortal goo remnant recipe actually appeared. Since when can the Calamity Blue Charm film be transacted? The goo immortals who were fortunate enough to see this transaction fell into deep shock. Fong Yuan did not make things difficult for Vicious Lightning Fiend this time. The two quickly completed the transaction. Under the gazes of He Lulan and the others, Fong Yuan kept the immortal goo remnant recipe, sighing inwardly. I had schemed so hard in my previous life but failed to obtain it. To think that it would be in my hands in this life. 70% blood deity immortal goo remnant recipe, combined with my previous life's accumulations, and with the help of wisdom goo, I should be able to truly complete the blood deity immortal goo recipe. He thought of Vicious Lightning Fiend. This expert had a fiery and vicious personality. He had reached rank 7 in his previous life and had immense battle strength. During the 5 Regions Chaotic War, he used the immortal killer move Lightning Deity to accumulate 8 rank 6 battle strength experts like the Blue Charm film. After Feng Juga died, he fought with immortal Monkey King Shirley for 3 days and 3 nights in order to obtain the number 1 rank 7 battle strength expert, but he lost in the end. The first thing Fong Yuan wanted to refine in his previous life was the immortal goo blood deity. He had once schemed to snatch the immortal goo remnant recipe from Vicious Lightning Fiend, but his plan failed and he escaped with heavy injuries. Chapter 713. In Central Continent Time, 3 days after extorting Vicious Lightning Fiend, Crane Gate announced, Fong Yuan is the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a vassal force of Crane Gate and can leave at any time. This shocking news was like a boulder being thrown into a lake. It immediately caused ripples. At once, Central Continent's Gu Immortal world was shocked. Earlier, Crane Gate had publicly announced that Fong Yuan was a traitor of the sect and would be punished. This kind of thing often happened in Central Continent. Many Gu masters, after obtaining fortuitous encounters, were unwilling to have their gains split by the sect, or because they were recruited by other sects, would choose to betray their original sect. The cohesiveness of a sect was indeed weaker than a clan system that was united by bloodline. Among sects, the 10 great ancient sects had the strongest cohesiveness, but it was not unheard of for traitors to appear in ancient sections. In the past, Guyue's generation had obtained a blood path true inheritance and betrayed Crane Gate, going to southern border and concealing his identity. In recent years, myriad Dragon Doc's disciple Song Zixing had also betrayed the sect. He had matured in battle and was now a rank 7 Gu immortal, known as Blood Dragon, a famous demonic path expert in Central Continent. Thus, Fang Yuan's betrayal of Crane Gate as a rank 5 Gu master was only a small piece of news. But now, Immortal Crane sect sent a huge commotion to attack Fang Yuan, and out of everyone's expectations, they got such a result. At once, many people who had thought that Fang Yuan was courting death heard this news and were dumbfounded. Next, even more insider information spread from Crane Gate, Vicious Lightning Fiend, as well as Fang Yuan himself. The legendary Dang Hun Mountain, the enormous strength of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and the rise of a mysterious force. Vicious Lightning Fiend's immortal killer moves all became eye-catching highlights, and among them, the most eye-catching was the trade of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could actually leave Dang Hun Mountain and be traded. The huge benefits contained in this piece of information tempted the various forces. Gu Immortals finally understood why Crane Gate made such an announcement. It was because of the huge profits. For Guts Gu, giving up some reputation was nothing. Moreover, Fang Yuan had admitted that he was a subordinate of the Crane Gate, which could be considered as giving face to this ancient sect. The other 9 great ancient sects scolded the Crane Gate for being shameless. At the same time, they contacted Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's Guts Gu had not officially started selling, but he had already received a large number of information path Gu worms, and they were still not ending. Regardless of the size of the forces, Fang Yuan replied to them one by one. He had to familiarize himself with them first. Take this as an opportunity. Fang Yuan finally stepped onto the stage of Zhongzhou State. As an immortal zombie and the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he entered the eyes of all the Gu immortals and forces of all sizes. A few days later, He Lulan delivered the first batch of souls. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Of course, most of them were wild beast souls. Fang Yuan threw everything into Dang Hun Mountain, Hu Immortal Land Spirit released all of Dang Hun Mountain's power. These souls were shattered into pieces, and countless soul essences scattered on the surface of Dang Hun Mountain. They gradually condensed into Guts Gu. Letting the Guts Gu grow on this side, Fang Yuan started his preparations on the other side. He ordered all the hairy men under him to refine basic Gu worms. For 7 days and 7 nights, he worked in 3 shifts, refining large numbers of Gu worms. He also ordered the Rockman tribe to send manpower to build a stone nest. Half a month later, the first batch of souls had already disappeared. Large numbers of Guts Gu were born on Dang Hun Mountain. He Lulan brought the second batch of souls to Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. Fang Yuan brought her to the stone nest near Dang Hun Mountain. He Lulan stood at the edge of the stone nest, looking at the huge object below, feeling astonished at Fang Yuan's great work. This stone nest was several hundred square meters in size. It was dug to a depth of over 100 meters. Outside the stone nest, there was a circular hole. It was man-made. It was straight up and down. The circular hole was 1 li in diameter, and at least 3 li deep. It was like a long cup. At the center of the circular hole, there was a thick and huge stone pillar. The stone pillar had a radius of 150 meters. This length was slightly more than half of 1 li. Thus, the stone pillar and the circular hole were not connected. There was a gap of 450 meters between them. There was even a space left behind. The stone pillar was like an ant hill. The structure inside was complex. It extended in all directions. Be it the outer walls of the stone pillar or the inside of the circular hole, there were countless rooms dug out. In each room, there was an old hairy man. They were all equipped with basic Gu refinement tools and materials. Fairy Lulan, please. Fang Yuan brought He Lulan to the top of the stone pillar, standing at the center. He Lulan continued to use investigative Gu worms and found that be it this stone pillar or the hole in the pillar, there were many Gu worms arranged at intervals of distance. These arrangements were very complex. He Lulan was dazzled by them. She could only sense that these Gu worms were not arranged randomly. They were all connected and affected each other. There was a deep meaning behind them. Don't tell me. Just as He Lulan was guessing, Fang Yuan spoke. Fairy, I have finished my preparations. We are just waiting for Strength Chi Immortal Gu. Oh, please advise me. Fairy, You only need to activate Strength Qi Immortal Goo and let your strength spread out freely, Fang Yuan said. He Lulan acted according to his words. The grand strength Qi gathered into air currents that spread everywhere. The strength Qi became denser. It gradually turned into a fog that spread out and covered the entire stone nest. Countless mortal goo were activated in the stone nest. They shined with all sorts of lights, like the stars in the night sky. Under the combined efforts of these goo worms, the strength Qi that was like a sea of fog was drawn out bit by bit. After a few breaths of time, all of the strength Qi filled the space between the stone pillar and the circular hole. More than 10 breaths of time later, this strength Qi continued to move, forming a whirlwind that moved around the stone pillar. Goo refinement, begin. Fang Yuan gave the order. The hairy men in the room were ready to go. They opened their eyes and started to refine goo worms. Whenever they needed strength Qi as goo refinement materials, the rapidly moving strength Qi outside the room would enter the goo. This scene made He Lulan praise. Fang Yuan, your stone nest is huge. It can actually hold thousands of hairy men to refine goo at the same time. It is truly a wondrous idea. Fang Yuan smiled. Didn't I tell you that I am also a goo refinement master? The truth was, this stone nest was an invention of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war. The continuous battles caused huge losses to goo masters and goo worms. All the large forces needed to replenish their goo worms. They gradually created this stone nest that could hold many goo masters and refine goo together. I named it Fang Yuan Stone Nest. It is a place to refine mortal goo in large numbers. I will refine air sac goo. It is divided into more than 10 steps. The hairy men in the room at the highest level will finish the first step and send the half-finished product to the room at the next level. After processing it at the next level, the half-finished product will be sent to the 3rd level. This way, the hairy men will focus on one step. Not only will the goo recipe not be leaked, they can also get familiar with it faster. This will increase the success rate of the goo refinement. Fang Yuan did not stand on ceremony. He took the invention of someone else in his previous life as his own. He Lulan could not help but praise. This is the best way to refine mortal goo in large numbers. To a certain extent, it can even lower the standards of the goo refiner. After all, they only need to complete one of the steps. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, you will not have to worry about the repetitive refinement. You only need to control the materials. There are also some goo recipes that require the refiner to practice continuously. Thankfully, airsac goo does not need to do that, Fang Yuan said. He Lulan nodded. I was worried that the airsac goo would be too few. It would affect the sales of guts goo. After all, each airsac goo can only store 1 guts goo. But now that I have seen this stone nest, I am at ease. These guts goo, how do you intend to sell them? Fang Yuan already had a plan. I will mainly sell them to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as their whole earth goo. I have already constructed them. From now on, I will use whole earth goo to exchange for the goods. The remaining small portion will be sold in jewel yellow skies. You are not intending to sell some to the other sects of Central Continent? No need. Right now, Central Continent is dominated by the 10 great sects. Our identity and status are already very sensitive. We do not need to provoke the ancient sects at this time. The peace we have now is not easy to obtain. We only need to quietly earn some profits. He Lulan heard this and nodded. This time, she was completely at ease. Time passed quickly. Another half a month had passed in Hu immortal blessed land. The first batch of guts goo had already been sold. After deducting the cost and the 40% of profits given to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan obtained 43 immortal yuan stones. A month later in Hu immortal blessed land, the second batch of guts goo was sold. Fang Yuan's immortal yuan stone storage increased to 46. The third batch of guts goo earned 47. The market feedback was very good. The demand from the 10 great ancient sects was increasing every time. Jewel Yellow Skies' sales were even more explosive. Often, they would be sold out in a day or two. Guts goo was once a treasure that even spectral soul demon Venerable revered. Its efficiency in strengthening the soul was extremely high, more than 10 times that of ordinary methods. In fact, not only soul path goo masters needed it, enslavement path, Refinement path and other related paths also needed the foundation of the soul. When a Gu master ascends to Gu immortal, the soul was also an important factor in the density of human qi. No one would complain that their soul was too strong. Fang Yuan started to experience the benefits of monopolizing a business. He could control the market and the situation. He could sell to whoever he wanted. He could sell as much as he wanted. But he did not raise the price carelessly, because Guts Gu was not the only method to strengthen the soul. If the price was too high, others would use their original methods instead. This way, Fang Yuan's profits would fall instead. After the 3 batches of Guts Gu were sold, Fang Yuan had over 100 immortal Yuan stones in his possession. He started to purchase large numbers of hairy men and excavate more rooms in the stone nests, increasing the scale of production. The more hairy men there were, the higher the proficiency in Gu refinement, causing Fang Yuan's profits to increase with each batch of Guts Gu sold. 5 months later in Hu immortal blessed land, his profits finally stabilized. With each batch of Guts Gu, he could earn 48 immortal Yuan stones in profit. This was a genuine windfall profit. What was even more terrifying was that Guts Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. It was gone once used, and the market's demand was endless. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan started to feel like they were burdens, because they were in charge of collecting souls. Chapter 7:14. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Bam bam bam. The huge ice-spiked divine ape's every footstep was like the rumbling of a drum. When it reached the cloud building, it stopped and raised its head to roar. The roar shook the wind and clouds, spreading far and wide. Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya were standing far away, chatting. But when they heard the roar, they looked over. This little monkey. Land Spirit of Langya stretched out its left hand, stroking its beard as it laughed heartily. The chi path restriction on it had already decreased from over 10 layers to only 6 layers. It was all thanks to Northern Plains Inkman King's help. Thus, Land Spirit of Langya's left hand could already move freely. Only its right hand was left, it could not move. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at the cloud building slowly rising, revealing the cave under the cloud soil foundation. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible, gradually covering the ice-spike divine ape. The ice-spike divine ape slowly stepped into the cave, its mountain-like body gradually disappearing from Fang Yuan's vision. Finally, the cloud building slowly descended, sealing the cave again. The goo worms in the cave were activated as the ice-spike divine ape fell into a deep slumber. Not far away, the other cloud buildings were also experiencing the same situation. It was just that the ones buried in the cloud building's foundation were not ice-spike divine ape, but phoenix feather lava crocodile, golden sand dark stallion, and other desolate beasts. Ice-spike divine ape, phoenix feather lava crocodile, golden sand dark stallion, azure dragon vine, swamp crab, peach dragon, iron crown eagle, earth chief desolate beast. I have returned the 8 desolate beasts you lent me to you in perfect condition. Actually, it is beneficial to let them out for a walk every once in a while. I always let them sleep, although it saves food. It affects their battle strength. But it will affect their battle strength. Fang Yuan said. Land Spirit of Langya rolled its eyes. Rascal, you think I can't tell what you're trying to say? You want to borrow my desolate beasts in the future? Help you fight? Humph. These desolate beasts of mine were accumulated with great difficulty. They are Langya Blessed Land's main defensive force. Next time you borrow them, you cannot borrow 8 at once. Fang Yuan smiled nonchalantly, stretching out his hand. All right, I have returned your desolate beast. According to the agreement, I will return it to you. You should return man as before and landscape as before to me. When the Land Spirit of Langya heard this, his aura immediately dropped, and he smiled embarrassedly. This, Fang boy. Ah no, brother Fang, man as before and landscape as before. These 2 immortal goo are truly profound and extraordinary. I have not researched them thoroughly. Why don't you give me a few more days? Fang Yuan's face darkened. Don't even think about it. Give it to me. Brother Fang? No, brother Fang. You can't be so heartless. You have to know that my chi path is sealed. I can't use my full strength. I can't do anything about it. I'm at a huge disadvantage in this transaction. The land spirit of Langya cried out. You have to be willing to do business. I'm not forcing you. If you suffer a loss, it's your own business. You want to go back on your word now? Too late. Quickly hand it over. Don't forget that we swore using mountain pledge goo. And it also involves your friend Emotan saying, if anyone goes back on their word, they will have to pay with their life. Fong Yuan snickered. O land spirit, you should return the immortal goo. Emotan Sang hurried over and looked at the land spirit of Langya anxiously. The land spirit of Langya looked at Emotan Sang. He could not endure the latter's gaze. He stomped his feet and reluctantly returned man as before and landscape as before to Fong Yuan. Brat, you get the better end of the deal every time. I'll give them to you, you sly scoundrel. The land spirit of Langya chattered endlessly. Fong Yuan snorted in displeasure. I got the better end of the deal? How did I get the better end of the deal? I fed all 8 of your dire beasts until they were full. There were no fierce battles. It was just like a warm-up. I saved you some expenses. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Settle the score? What score? Didn't I raise your Azure Cloud Immortal Goo as well? In order to buy food, I paid a lot of Immortal Yuan stones too. If you want to settle the score, let's settle the score and see who paid the most. The land spirit of Langya stomped his feet and retaliated. Feeding desolate beasts was much simpler and cheaper than feeding immortal goo. Fong Yuan could not win against the land spirit of Langya in this aspect, but he knew the weakness of the land spirit of Langya. Thus his aura did not falter. He sneered. Land spirit of Langya, do you still want to research man as before and landscape as before? Do you want to? The land spirit of Langya's expression changed. He gave a fawning smile. I want to. I want it even in my dreams. Just think about it. Fong Yuan patted the land spirit of Langya's head. Is there any meaning in being calculative? Who asked you to be worried about me and keep my Azure Cloud Immortal Goo as insurance? Get lost. The land spirit of Langya pushed Fong Yuan's hand away in anger. Rascal, you have no respect for your elders. I am your ex-senior. Fong Yuan's eyes widened as he showed the 2 immortal goo in his hands. The land spirit of Langya's expression immediately changed. He patted Fong Yuan's leg while chuckling. Fong Yuan, kid, I have no choice. You are pleasing to my eyes. We are good friends. Emotan Sang, who was standing at the side, was speechless as he witnessed this. Fong Yuan placed the 2 immortal goo into his immortal aperture and took out 3 immortal goo recipes. During the 5 months in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fong Yuan had already completed 6 transactions with the land spirit of Langya. The more incomplete the immortal goo recipe, the more green grape immortal essence would be expended during the deduction and the longer the time required. The 3 immortal goo recipes that Fong Yuan handed over were originally only 60% complete. He had spent half a month to barely complete them. The land spirit of Langya received the immortal goo recipe and took a look, shaking his head and sighing. Kid, I have to say, you are indeed a genius in deducing goo recipes. It is a pity that you have degenerated into an immortal zombie. Fong Yuan took the opportunity to ask, I also want to find a way to get rid of my immortal zombie body. Do you not have any methods? Of course there are a lot of methods, but almost all of them are old methods that cannot keep up with the times. Some have high risks, some have low chances, some materials have already gone extinct long ago, and some methods that even I am not sure about. The land spirit of Langya shook his head. I am a land spirit after all. I do not normally consider the problem of becoming an immortal zombie. Brother Fong might be able to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's higher-ups are immortal zombies. They have been researching on how to get rid of their immortal zombie bodies. Methods to recover life. Moreover, some years ago, I had heard some rumors that there are people in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance who have made a breakthrough in this aspect. He has made a breakthrough in this aspect. Emotan Sang suggested. Fong Yuan nodded. I also have such a plan, but it is not good for me to show my face. I destroyed 88 Point Jinyang Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land. It is not good for me to show my face in public. If I am deduced, that would be terrible. Now that Dongfang Naganori is dead, I am afraid there are no other Gu immortals in Northern Plains who can deduce Brother Fong's background. Emotan Sang said. It's hard to say. There are some thousand-year-old monsters, or wisdom path Gu immortals hiding in the dark. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing. Kid, aren't you a wisdom path Gu immortal? You can deduce so many immortal Gu recipes. Your wisdom path attainment is already extremely high. You can use your own wisdom path methods to prevent others from deducing you. I remember that many wisdom path Gu immortals have done this before. The land spirit of Langya said. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. How was he a wisdom path Gu immortal? He was only borrowing some of the rank 9 wisdom Gu's power to make up for it. He was shameless. At this moment, he could only say this. My wisdom path methods are extremely focused on deducing Gu recipes. I am much weaker in other aspects. Moreover, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are living witnesses. They have personally experienced the changes in Imperial Court Blessed Land. I am afraid my appearance has already been interrogated by Qin Baisheng. Speaking of Qin Baisheng, Mo Tansang's gaze shone. He could not help but praise. This person is truly amazing. I had thought that he only had outstanding battle strength, but to think that his schemes are also brilliant. He captured Ma and Zhao Lianyun and obtained the essence of the luck path true inheritance. He was about to be exterminated by the alliance of Northern Plains Gu immortals. But in this month of Northern Plains time, he formed alliances and gave up on his own benefits, persuading Fairy Li Shan to come forward. Using Mountain Pledge Gu, he gathered a large number of lone cultivators. Even Yi Lui tribe was persuaded by him. A huge battle was about to break out, but because of his efforts, it was resolved. He even held an auction in his blessed land, specially auctioning the luck path true inheritance's core immortal Gu. Even Ma and Zhao Lianyun became the auction items. After saying this, Mo Tansang looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. He knew that Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had a close relationship. Back then, when Fang Yuan asked the land spirit of Langya to borrow a desolate beast, he was present. The land spirit of Langya rejected him with a firm attitude, because desolate beasts were the main defense of Langya blessed land. If Fang Yuan had evil intentions and was in cahoots with the forces that attacked Langya blessed land, the land spirit of Langya would be in danger. But Fang Yuan unexpectedly took out Mountain Pledge Gu. Using this Gu to swear an oath, he completely dispelled the worries of the land spirit of Langya. Next, he used man as before and landscape as before. These two immortal Gu to lure the land spirit of Langya, attacking the weakness of the land spirit of Langya. Earlier, the land spirit of Langya had not hesitated to ask Tai Bai Yunxing for 5 immortal Yuan stone in order to research landscape as before. The land spirit of Langya was moved by the 2 immortal Gu, and was provoked by Fang Yuan's words. He lent out 8 desolate beasts at once. Qin Baisheng knows when to give up, he knows when to adapt to the situation, and has powerful methods. He can be said to be well-versed in both literature and martial arts. He is truly admirable. Fang Yuan added lightly before changing the topic, asking the land spirit, "Do you have any clues about White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu?" Fang Yuan had cleansed Soul Immortal Gu. He had not fed it yet. It had become weaker over this period of time. And to feed cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, he needed White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu's flesh. Earlier, Fang Yuan had already asked the land spirit of Langya, but the land spirit did not have the Gu recipe of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, not even an incomplete recipe. Thus, this time, Fang Yuan only asked for clues and did not mention the Gu recipe. The land spirit of Langya shook his head. "Lad, this White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. My main body experienced the 2 eras of Thieving Heaven and Giant Sun, and finally died of old age. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rose up after Giant Sun Immortal. At that time, I, the land spirit, had already stayed in the blessed land. Where would I get any clues?" Chapter 7:15. Oh. Since it involved Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Fang Yuan could not help but feel interested. Is this the rumored Familiar Face? Regarding the immortal killer move, Familiar Face, there were many interesting records in Gu Master history. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used Familiar Face to change his appearance and form. He had once used rank 6 cultivation level to deceive a rank 8 Gu immortal, Deng Zuiyin, making him think that he was his good friend, Wan Cheizhan. In the end, Deng Zuoyin led a wolf into the house, and thieving heaven demon Venerable used this chance to steal many of the treasures in the blessed land. After the incident, Deng Zuoyin vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. In a fit of rage, he sought out Wan Cheizhan and fought for 300 rounds. Wan Cheizhan was quite puzzled and tried his best to explain, but to no avail. In the end, he took a risk and didn't try to defend himself, allowing Deng Zuoyin to hit him with 3 moves. After 3 moves, Wan Cheizhan was on the verge of death, which finally made Deng Zuoyin believe in their friendship. Filled with regret, Deng Zuoyin treated Wan Cheizhan's injuries at all costs. Not long after, they found out the truth and treated thieving heaven demon Venerable as an enemy they had to kill. The 10,000 chariots were severely injured, and Deng Zuoyin was about to face the natural disaster and earthly calamity. Unwilling to implicate his good friend, he secretly left. But who could have thought that thieving heaven demon Venerable would use this chance to disguise as him and deceive Deng Zuoyin? He pretended to be sick and extorted countless cultivation resources from Deng Zuoyin. After that, thieving heaven demon Venerable left. Deng Zuoyin lost a great deal of his foundation and died in the heavenly calamity and earthly tribulation not long after. Wan Cheizhan was so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood when he heard that his good friend had died. His body, which was already severely injured and weak, was finally unable to recover from this setback. He died a few days later. This was the greatest achievement of the immortal killer move, Familiar Face. It was not an offensive killer move, but it indirectly killed 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. In history, apart from this rich and colorful record, there was no one else. There were countless records of thieving heaven demon Venerable using this move to disguise himself as a pig to eat a tiger, or to disguise as an expert to swindle others, or to transform into a snowman to wreak havoc in Inkman City, resulting in a war between the snowmen and Inkmen. The land spirit of Langya glared at Feng Yuan and shook his head repeatedly. Familiar Face? How dare you dream? It was an immortal killer move. The core is the legendary attitude Gu. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use it. But I have this killer move. It is indeed closely related to Familiar Face. It can be said to be the predecessor of Familiar Face. It is only a mortal killer move, but it is just enough for you to use. Oh? Feng Yuan's eyes flashed. Seeing that he had successfully aroused Feng Yuan's interest, the land spirit of Langya chuckled. He continued, "This killer move is called Unfamiliar Face. But if you want it, you have to do me a favor." Feng Yuan already knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He nodded and said, "Go ahead." The land spirit of Langya revealed his plan. "My 12 cloud pavilions are guarded by a wild beast." In the end, they were attacked by Gu immortals of unknown forces. 2 of them died in battle. They were heavily injured afterwards, and 1 died of illness. There were only 9 desolate beasts left. I want you to enslave a desolate beast with outstanding combat strength. I will not only give you the corresponding immortal Yuan stone according to the market price. Moreover, I will also give you this mortal killer move, Unfamiliar Face. Feng Yuan was slightly happy. He had made transactions with the land spirit of Langya to deduce immortal Gu remnant recipes, and also used Mountain Pledge Gu to dispel his suspicions. After returning the desolate beasts, his relationship with the land spirit of Langya had advanced greatly. If it were in the past, the land spirit of Langya would not ask Feng Yuan for such a favor. Feng Yuan thought about it and agreed. Next, he obtained 3 new immortal Gu remnant recipes from the land spirit of Langya. After saying goodbye, he returned to Hu immortal blessed land. "Junior brother, you are back? Did it go smoothly?" Tai Bai Yunsheng was staying in Hu immortal blessed land. Now that the 8 desolate beasts had been returned, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan could not stay in Hu immortal blessed land. After Feng Yuan entered Langya blessed land, Tai Bai Yunsheng was the only Gu immortal left. This trip was quite smooth," Feng Yuan said as he handed landscape as before Gu and man as before to Tai Bai Yunsheng. "Shark demon is rushing me urgently. I will go to Eastern Sea now." Tai Bai Yunsheng received the 2 Gu and left in a hurry without inspecting them. Feng Yuan did not stop him. He only reminded him to be careful. Finally, he was alone. he started to think about his next step. After resolving the huge crisis of Immortal Crane sect's attack on Who Immortal Blessed Land, I was finally able to stand my ground and enter the righteous path as a vassal. I can also sell Guts Goo and use this to open up some space in Central Continent. In the past, Feng Yuan was only immortal. He did not even have the qualifications to speak with Goo Immortals. Even though he obtained Who Immortal Blessed Land, it was like a child carrying Yuan stone in a bandit's nest. When the bandits saw Feng Yuan, they thought of how to take Who Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Now that Feng Yuan was an immortal zombie, he had some qualifications. They also formed alliances and raised their banners, temporarily intimidating Crane Gate and the other sections. Using the Guts Goo trade, they formed a relationship of benefits. The child had grown up into a young man. Seeing the bandits, he started to give out Yuan stones. The bandits wanted to snatch them, but they were afraid of the young man's retaliation and damaging their own teeth. Thus they took these Yuan stones and satisfied their appetites. Moreover, these bandits were also on guard against each other. They were also restraining each other. Their attention was divided. The young man was temporarily safe in this bandit's nest. But Feng Yuan was clear, in the future, as the Guts Goo trade got bigger and bigger, the profits would get heavier and heavier. It would attract even stronger attacks and robberies. Especially during the Five Regions chaotic war, the various forces would not let go of anything that could increase their strength. Even though the young man gave out some Yuan stones and satisfied the appetite of some bandits, but as the number of Yuan stones he had increased, it would definitely cause another fight. Thus, Feng Yuan was willing to lower his head and become a subordinate of Crane Gate in name. This way, the young man became a small bandit. Bandits could not plunder as they pleased. They had to follow rules. But rules were only formless restraints. The longer time passed, the greater the benefits, the more powerless they would be. And this young bandit was not as strong as he appeared to be. For Goo Immortals, 8 desolate beasts, they are only a powerful illusion that I created by borrowing strength from all directions. The Snowy Mountain Alliance with He Lulon had a time limit. Langya Blessed Land is facing strong enemies. It is hard to protect itself. The 8 desolate beasts cannot be borrowed at any time. Even though we forced Crane Gate to retreat and established a trade relationship with the 10 great ancient sects, since we have already surfaced, these sects will definitely use all sorts of methods to investigate me. They have not made a move yet because they do not know my background. Once they know my background, they will make a move again. Feng Yuan thought in his heart. If he were to use an analogy to describe the situation, then when Feng Yuan first obtained Who Immortal Blessed Land, the situation was like a storm with lightning. It was extremely bad. Only by risking his life could he have a chance of survival. After Feng Yuan's trip to Northern Plains, he became an immortal zombie. When he returned to Who Immortal Blessed Land, the situation was like dark clouds covering the sky and land. Strong winds were blowing. His future was bleak. Only by meticulously planning, being careful and haggling over the smallest details, grasping every opportunity, could he climb out of this quagmire step by step. Right now, after Feng Yuan forced Crane Gate to retreat, he started to sell Guts Goo. The situation was like the wind had dissipated. The dark clouds were thinning and a corner of the sky was lifted, revealing the blue sky. There was a trace of light in front of him, but the dark clouds were still rumbling. If he was careless, they would cover the sky and land again. Lightning and rain would strike. It was like a person who had just escaped from a quagmire, standing at the edge of a deep pool, barely managing to stabilize himself. If he took a step back, Feng Yuan would fall into the quagmire again. If he wanted to climb out, he would need to struggle with all his might, and also depend on his luck. But if he took a step forward, Feng Yuan would walk more steadily. He would truly be stepping on a wide path. Even if there were thorns along the way, he would not be struggling between life and death like before, struggling at death's door. Every step was dangerous. For the next period of time, I need to use this peaceful period that I have obtained with much difficulty to move forward. I need to accumulate my foundation and raise my cultivation level, becoming stronger and stronger, to the point that the surrounding forces will not dare to target me. Feng Yuan thought about it. There were still several problems in front of him. The first problem was the feeding of immortal goo. Cleanse soul immortal goo was the first. Land Spirit of Langya and Fairy Li Shan did not have any clues about White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. Even though he bought some from Jewel Yellow Skies at a high price, he could only barely maintain Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo and not let it starve to death. To feed Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, he needed over 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. Even if Goo Immortals had some collections of these goo, the quantity would be small. Unless Fang Yuan obtained the goo recipe and refined it in large quantities, he would not be able to solve this problem. Looking at the other immortal goo, they also had problems feeding them. Although they had managed to survive the ordeal this time, the next feeding would still be a problem. The six-headed snake's bones had already turned into black blood, supplying calamity beckoning immortal goo. The problem of delight in water and mountain immortal goo's feeding had not been solved yet. It was only because Imo Yao's will had fed it previously that it was delayed. Worldly Wave Trace Goo needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Even though the former had a large quantity, as long as there was enough immortal yuan stone, it was not hard to buy them. But the latter was also rare in the market. If it wasn't for Tai Bai Yun Shang meeting the shark demon and sacrificing himself to take the risk, he wouldn't have been able to purchase enough. Rising Azure Cloud Goo was in the hands of Land Spirit of Langya. He could not consider it for now. Connecting Cloud Immortal Goo needed 5,000 kilograms of sandgull soil. According to the situation of the dead eggs of the worldly sandgull, it could produce another 15,000 kilograms. It could support 3 more feeding sessions. The feeding of a woman's heart was more troublesome. Massacres would attract the attacks of Righteous Path Goo Immortals if they were done too often. After all, it was not the 5 regions' chaotic war yet. In the 5 regions, the Righteous Path suppressed the demonic path. Order had the upper hand. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal yuan stone now, but feeding immortal goo was not something that could be solved with just immortal yuan stone. Actually, feeding immortal goo was often linked to the Goo Immortals' blessed land. It was related to the Goo Immortals' cultivation. Chapter 7:16. For example, a water path Goo Immortals' blessed land would be a sea. After obtaining worldly wave trace goo, the Goo Immortal would raise underworld jellyfish, deep-sea lightning eels and others in the blessed land. This way, he could feed immortal goo worldly wave trace with local materials and be self-sufficient. For example, Tai Bai Yunqing's 2 immortal goo could be used to manage his own blessed land and obtain food from it. Halo Lan's Lu Lan blessed land contained a large amount of heavy gold ores. These heavy gold ores were the food of strength chi immortal goo. But Fang Yuan's situation was different from theirs. Most of their immortal goo were refined from their vital goo and core goo during their immortal ascension. They were of the same path as their own. Fang Yuan's immortal goo were mostly obtained through scheming. Although his vital goo was spring-autumn cicada, he did not have a time path inheritance. He walked the path of strength path. Fang Yuan's immortal goo were very messy. They involved time path, space path, water path, wisdom path, and many other paths. And most importantly, Fang Yuan's blessed land was dead. His immortal aperture had become a dead aperture. Whatever he planted would die. He could no longer develop it like a normal blessed land. He could not feed immortal goo easily, and could not produce immortal essence. This caused the burden on immortal yuan stone to become even heavier. Fang Yuan's immortal essence not only had to be used for transactions, he also had to refine a portion into green grape immortal essence and feed immortal goo. After the intense battle with He Cheng, Fang Yuan's finances almost collapsed. The main reason was this. Thus, the second problem in front of Fang Yuan was his immortal aperture blessed land. His immortal aperture blessed land was dead. His cultivation was stagnant. Blessed lands involved many aspects. They were a huge burden to Fang Yuan. When Fang Yuan truly got rid of his immortal zombie body, only then could he start his goo immortal cultivation. But after getting rid of his immortal zombie body and returning to his human body, Fang Yuan would not be able to rely on the light of wisdom. This was another problem. As for the final problem, it was battle strength. Right now, Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was weak from hunger. It could not be used. Fang Yuan's trump card, Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self, could not be used for the time being. As a result, Fang Yuan's battle prowess declined. Whether it was facing the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent in the future, or the pursuit of Northern Plains Gu immortals, seizing Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, or helping the land spirit of Langya capture the desolate beast. Obtaining the thieving heaven inheritance of Luopa Valley, dealing with fairy Jiangyu, and seizing dark limit immortal Gu. They all needed strong battle strength. The aspect that affects the Gu immortals' battle strength. There were four main ones. The Gu immortals' own battle attainment, immortal Gu, killer moves, and immortal essence. Now that he had the guts Gu business, he did not lack immortal essence. A Gu immortal's battle attainment was a foundation accumulated over time. It could not be raised in a short period of time. As for immortal Gu, Blood God's remnant recipe was enough. I can deduce the complete blood deity immortal Gu recipe, but my current wealth is far from enough to refine an immortal Gu. Feng Yuan thought about it. Even if he could refine a blood god, he didn't want to do it. Blood path had already been labeled as a demonic path. Even when the 10 great ancient sects researched blood path, they had to do it secretly, not daring to make it public. Moreover, the Celestial Court had Demon Judgment Board. Feng Yuan did not want to become famous so early. Moreover, Feng Yuan had immortal Gu. He could barely feed them. The burden of feeding them was too heavy, and he had to add new immortal Gu. Feng Yuan himself lacked confidence. Thus, in front of Feng Yuan, the only thing that could raise his battle strength quickly was killer moves. And killer moves included immortal killer moves and mortal killer moves. Now that I have enough immortal Yuan stone, I have much more money than before. Not only can I buy more and better mortal killer moves, I can also experiment, deduce, and recreate some powerful killer moves from my previous life. After thinking about it, Feng Yuan acted quickly and immediately started. Central Continent. With Feng Zhouge at the lead, a group of Gu immortals stood in front of a huge wall of light. The wall of light was extremely wide, connecting heaven and earth. The white light condensed into a solid wall. Golden light flickered inside. It was grand and majestic. This was Central Continent's fetal membrane, known as the Saint Regional Wall. The 5 regions of the Gu Master World: Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Northern Plains were all covered in a layer of fetal membrane, forming the limit of heaven and earth, isolating each other. Old Oracle, what are the results of your deductions? Kenyang Laojun asked a young Gu immortal in the group. The young Gu immortal slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with clouds and mist. They were constantly changing. After a long while, the clouds dispersed. His eyes returned to normal black pupils and white pupils. The young Gu immortal said with a slightly joyful tone, "All right, this regional wall is rather weak. It is the 3rd weak point we have found these days. But it is much more stable than the 1st and 2nd weak points. I suggest we use this as a breakthrough point. We can break through the regional wall and enter Northern Plains." Ha ha ha, good. We have searched 1,000 locations. We have finally found an ideal weak spot. Old man Tian Long laughed loudly. Fairy Ling Mei let out a breath of turbid air, sighing. After searching for so many days, we have finally found a good result. It was not easy. We have already wasted a lot of time. Let's begin. Feng Zhouge said concisely. Who will go first? Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei looked at each other. They stood up together and said, "This time, our Heaven's Envy Manor will be the vanguard." Saying so, they activated the immortal killer move, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. The core of this killer move was a rank 7 Crescent Moon Immortal Gu, with 2 rank 6 Immortal Gu assisting it. The immortal killer move expended a lot of immortal essence. It also involved one's mind. A single Gu immortal could not display its power. 2 Gu immortals were needed to activate it together. When the immortal killer move was activated, a green crescent moon was formed. The crescent moon was not big. It was only the size of a water vat, but it was condensed into a solid form, shining brightly like a beautiful work of art. Only the terrifying aura that leaked out occasionally let people know that it was not as harmless as it looked. The surrounding Gu immortals quickly moved away from Ao Shui and Ling Mei. The 2 fairies had gathered enough energy. They shouted together and let out a green crescent moon. The crescent moon flew at an extremely fast speed. The moonlight was gentle. The whole process was silent. The green crescent moon slashed on the Saint Regional Wall, creating a path of 76 steps. As expected of one of Heaven's Envy Manor's signature killer moves, creating a path of 76 steps. Amazing! Gu Immortal Chen Jinqi praised. Feng Jiuge took the lead. The other Gu Immortals followed behind, entering the Saint Regional Wall. Once they stepped into the Saint Regional Wall, many people's expressions changed. Their bodies suddenly became heavy. Their thoughts also became sluggish. The immortal apertures in their bodies also started to shake. Quick, hurry up, Feng Jiuge urged. Everyone walked 74 steps. They could not go any further. In just this short period of time, the Saint Regional Wall had already recovered. The original 76 steps had already been reduced by 2 steps. Kenyang Laojun stood up. Next, let me show my skills. He took out an immortal gu. The immortal gu was like a half-burnt candle. The tip was burning with a weak candlelight. Kenyang Laojun got close to the candlelight and blew it with his mouth. The candlelight flickered, following the direction of the air current that Kenyang Laojun blew. Countless sparkling specks of light scattered. The specks of light landed on the white-gold Saint Regional Wall. The regional wall melted like snow, quickly forming a path of 63 steps. Everyone quickly moved forward. Old Man Tian Long also stood up and activated an immortal gu, creating a path of 67 steps. Like this, the Gu Immortals took turns to work. They either activated immortal gu or used immortal killer moves. They created a path and went deep into the Saint Regional Wall. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure on their bodies. It even turned into a huge force that dragged them backwards, as if this world did not want them to leave Central Continent. The thoughts in their minds were also becoming slower. This made it extremely difficult for Gu Immortals to activate immortal killer moves. As a wisdom path Gu Immortal, Old Oracle had to use all sorts of methods, even immortal killer moves, to reinforce the minds of other Gu Immortals. But even so, Ao Shui and Ling Mei could not use their peerless crescent moon slash. The most crucial thing was the immortal apertures in their bodies. The deeper they went, the greater the tremors in their immortal apertures. The ground in the blessed land cracked, rocks rolled down, countless living beings died tragically. These Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects all had outstanding battle strength. They were all famous experts. After walking a few hundred steps, most of their faces were pale. Some with weaker cultivation level were even starting to sway. After 1,000 steps, most of the Gu Immortals were covered in sweat. Some were pale. Ao Shui and Ling Mei were already supporting each other as they walked. Only Feng Jiuge was still walking at the front with his head held high. His expression was normal. Every time he attacked, he used an immortal killer move, creating a passage that was over 100 steps long. After walking about 3,000 steps, the platinum light in front of them was already thinning, and there was a hint of green in it. Old Oracle, you divined well. This is indeed the weakest area of the Saint Regional Wall. We have only walked about 3,000 steps. Someone immediately praised. After the Saint Regional Wall, we will reach Northern Plains Licorice Regional Wall. Let's work harder and break through it in one go. Kenyang Laojun was gasping for breath as he tried to boost the morale. The young Gu Immortal, Old Oracle, was somewhat worried. My ability is limited. I can only deduce to the Saint Regional Wall. I hope this Licorice Regional Wall is not too thick. About 7 minutes later, the Gu Immortals left the Saint Regional Wall and entered the Licorice Regional Wall. This regional wall was completely different from the Saint Regional Wall. The Gu Immortals went in and felt a formless and enormous force pushing them away. The tremors in their immortal apertures were even greater. Many Gu Immortals felt heartache over the losses. I hope we can subdue 1 or 2 immortal Gu in this trip to Northern Plains, otherwise it will be a huge loss. Old Man Tian Long said, Sigh, when I was young, I also passed through the regional wall and went to Northern Plains. The whole process only took 5 minutes. It was very easy. Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming sighed deeply. When he passed through the regional wall, he was only a rank 4 Gu master. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to pass through the regional wall. Half a day later, this group of people had no choice but to stop. They were in the Licorice Regional Wall. There was green fog everywhere. In the fog, grass grew wildly like a sea of snakes, like strands of hair, constantly twisting and twisting, blocking their advance. The leader, Feng Jiuge, was sweating profusely, his lips pale. "We can't go on. This licorice regional wall is very sturdy. We need to change direction, even if we have to walk a bit more." Everyone nodded, agreeing with Fengjiage's decision. Old Oracle started to deduce. During this period, the regional wall continued to recover. The Gu immortals retreated. This way. Finally, Old Oracle deduced a direction. The Gu immortals changed directions. After a day and night, they finally broke through the licorice regional wall and arrived at Northern Plains. "Let's rest for 3 days before we talk about other things," Fengjiage said weakly. Chapter 717. Flying cranes cried out, flying in the sky leisurely, showing off their beautiful bodies. A cool breeze blew, causing the pine trees on Feihe Mountain to rustle. The sun was high up in the sky, but the bright sunlight could not shine into this dark underground secret room. The underground secret room was simple and crude, with stone walls all around. Other than the stone bed in the center, there was nothing else. The moist water vapor caused moss to grow between the cracks of the stones. On the stone bed, there was a rotting young rank 5 Gu master. It was Gu Fengjiang. In order to sense Feng Yuan's location and cooperate with He Fengyang to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fengjiang was schemed against by Master Tincheru and lost control of the failed blood demon flower Gu, causing him to lose too much blood and his soul to be on the verge of collapse, falling into a state of unconsciousness. "You want to revive Fengjiang?" He Fengyang stood beside the stone bed, looking at the spirit incubating flea floating in the air. The spirit incubating flea stored Feng Yuan's master, Master Tincheru's soul. At this moment, a firm voice came from the spirit incubating flea. "Yes, Lord, I am willing to give up the chance of possession. Please save Fengjiang." He Fengyang looked at the unconscious Fengjiang, saying softly, "His injuries look terrifying, but it is not serious. I do not need to do anything. The sect has many methods to heal him." The most troublesome part was his soul. He forcefully sensed it, causing his soul to be greatly damaged, and is only a step away from collapsing. "Actually, the current situation is suitable for you to possess. This body's aptitude is a grade to begin with, and it has a rank 5 aperture. Its soul is also extremely weak. If you want to possess it, you will not be able to do so. There is no suspense in the battle of the soul. Possession was your plan all along, wasn't it?" Master Tincheru laughed bitterly. Ever since he used his methods to harm Fengjiang. In the bottom of Master Tincheru's heart, Fengjiang's face would always appear, and he would always recall the times he spent with Fengjiang. Fengjiang's innocence and dedication to justice always reminded him of his youth. Fengjiang's revenge was so similar to his own experience. Your subordinate's original plan was indeed to possess Fengjiang. However, at this moment, in this subordinate's heart, it was filled with reluctance and guilt. Logically speaking, he is Guyue's bloodline, but he keeps calling me master. He trusted me and never thought I would harm him. He believes in justice, just like I used to. If I kill him, the possession will succeed. From now on, she would live in his body. How can I face myself?" Master Tincheru sighed. He Fengyang was silent for a while. He suddenly raised his hand and lightly touched Fengjiang's forehead. Green light flowed out of He Fengyang's palm like water, and quickly spread to Fengjiang's entire body. Wherever the green light went, the swelling would disappear, the wounds would scab, and all the injuries could be seen with the naked eye. Rapidly recovering. After a few breaths of time, Fengjiang's body had completely recovered. His breathing was steady and long, but he was still unconscious. "I have healed all the injuries on his body and also maintained his soul. As repayment for your help in the past, I will give you another chance, Sky Crane. You do not need to be in a hurry to give up on the possession. I will give you some time to consider." He Fengyang said. "Lord," He Fengyang retracted his hand. "The possession method we have is not complete. It originates from Northern Plains. Right now, my sect Kenyang Laojun has already followed Fengjiage into Northern Plains. He has many sect missions on his shoulders. One of them is to collect more information and perfect the possession method. When he returns to the sect, Sky Crane, you will have a better chance to possess him. At that time, you will have already considered it carefully. Give me your answer." "Lord, Before Master Tinctura finished speaking, Feng Yang waved his sleeves and disappeared. To immortal blessed land, an underground cave. The rainbow-colored light of wisdom shone on Feng Yuan's face. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed. His expression was uncertain. Guh. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark green zombie blood. At the same time, the countless joyful thoughts in his mind crumbled. This was the first time Feng Yuan was injured after using the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan left the light of wisdom. He found a small flesh mushroom and used it as a stool to sit down. He wiped away the zombie blood at the corner of his mouth while resisting the dizziness and checking his mind. His mind was unstable. All sorts of thoughts had just appeared when they automatically crumbled. The borders of his mind were showing signs of cracks. This was the backlash from Feng Yuan forcefully thinking earlier. At this moment, Feng Yuan only needed to think for his mind to feel intense pain. He simply closed his eyes and stopped all thoughts. He remained motionless like a stone statue. A long while later, he slowly opened his eyes and checked his mind again. The tremors in his mind had disappeared, but the four walls of his mind still had traces of injuries. The speed at which thoughts were produced was slower than before, but they would not crumble on their own. This meant that Feng Yuan could continue thinking. This injury was undoubtedly a valuable experience. It allowed Feng Yuan to learn many things. Thinking in wisdom path has its risks and can be injured. Like strength path cultivation, overexerting one's strength will cause the body's muscles to be injured or even rupture. This time, I used a lot of joyful thoughts to think about the star path problem, using the unlimited inspiration from the light of wisdom to deduce countless possibilities. Finally, I exceeded the limit of my mind and got injured. I had wanted to use Wisdom Gu's power to deduce Star Shoot Gu's recipe, but now, it seems that my star path foundation is too shallow. Unlimited inspiration brings countless possibilities and directions. Each possibility and direction needs to be deduced. And in the process of calculation, more choices will appear. Star Shoot Gu was Star Lord Wan Xiang's unique Gu worm. Together with a large number of Star Rain Gu, a small number of Spring Wind Gu, and other things, they could form the killer move, Spring Star Rain. Spring Star Rain's effect could cause many plants to grow. Feng Yuan had used this killer move several times to water his Star Fragment Grass. But Star Shoot Gu was a one-time consumable Gu worm. It could only be bought from Star Lord Wan Xiang. Star Lord Wan Xiang earned a profit from this. Feng Yuan had wanted to use the light of wisdom to reverse deduce Star Shoot Gu's recipe, but he did not succeed and was injured instead. Although Star Shoot Gu is a mortal Gu, Star Lord Wan Xiang had tampered with it. It is hard to reverse deduce the Gu recipe. Unless my star path attainment reaches master level, it will be hard to succeed. Feng Yuan had a sudden realization. Star path master level represented the foundation of star path. It could greatly reduce the possibilities and directions of deductions and help Feng Yuan get the correct answer faster. Feng Yuan deduced according to the difficulty. Since reverse deducing Star Shoot Gu already requires Star Path Master level, then researching a brand new Gu recipe to refine Starlight Firefly Gu will be even harder. I should need Star Path Grandmaster level, and modifying Do Min Jun's Star Path Inheritance into a brand new Star Path Gu worm that can amplify the entire Star Path effect in terms of offense, defense, movement, and healing. That is even harder. I should need Star Path Quasi-Great Grandmaster level at least. Starlight Firefly Gu was a necessary ingredient to open Stargate Gu, the more the better. And in Do Min Jun's Inheritance, 1.5 star Gu, 2 stars Splendor Gu, 3 stars in the Sky Gu, 4 stars Cube Gu, and 5 stars Consecutive Gu could strengthen the attack of Star Path Gu worms. If this was spread, Star Path Gu would definitely become very popular and would have a slight influence on all the Gu Master Paths. Feng Yuan's original plan was to reverse deduce Star Shoot Gu and Starlight Firefly Gu's recipes. One was to get rid of Star Lord Wan Xiang's control, and another was to obtain more Starlight Firefly Gu to use in Stargates. And raising 1.5 star Gu, 2 stars Splendor Gu, 3 stars in the Sky Gu, a series of Star Path Gu's effects could be developed into a brand new Star Path killer move suitable for Feng Yuan, and raise his battle strength. But after putting it into practice, Feng Yuan realized that he had been thinking too much. Even if he had the light of wisdom and unlimited inspiration, his refinement path attainment was only master level, and his star path attainment was only ordinary. It was hard for him to realize his original plan. It seems that to raise my battle strength, I need to play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses, and use my own advantages. Fang Yuan inspected himself. He was now a Blood Path Grandmaster, Strength Path Grandmaster, Flying Quasi-Grandmaster, Refinement Pathmaster, Enslavement Pathmaster, and Transformation Pathmaster. He first eliminated Blood Path. Blood Path Gu immortals were hated by everyone, because Blood Path cultivators harmed others and raised their battle strength. The righteous and demonic paths were not willing to see such a strong threat from Blood Path Gu immortals. Only during the 5 regions chaotic war, when the order of the regions was in chaos, would Blood Path appear. Although Fang Yuan had Blood Deity's remnant recipe, he did not want to deduce the complete Gu recipe for the time being, and did not have the financial resources to refine Blood Deity Immortal Gu. Moreover, his previous life's Blood Path inheritance had not been completed yet. He could not collect it in advance. Next, Fang Yuan eliminated Strength Path. Strength Path had once flourished for a period of time, but now it was on the decline. Even someone as talented as Chu Du would not be able to recreate the glory of Strength Path. A path's prosperity not only depended on genius Gu masters and Gu immortals, but also on resources. In the modern era, most of the resources used for Strength Path had disappeared, or were extremely rare. Strength Path's prospects were not good, many Gu recipes were lost, and the future was bleak. Even though Fang Yuan was a Strength Path immortal zombie, he did not want to walk this path. The reason he chose Strength Path was because it was convenient. It could be a springboard for him to casually change paths in the future. Later, he became a Strength Path immortal zombie because he was forced to do so at 88-point Jinyang Tower. Unless Fang Yuan was like He Lulan and had several Strength Path immortal Gu, he could rely on these immortal Gu to raise his battle strength. But this situation was not realistic for Fang Yuan. Blood Path and Strength Path were not enough. Flying Quasi-Grandmaster was only a battle attainment. Refinement Path was not good at fighting. Fang Yuan's remaining options were Enslavement Path and Transformation Path. But Enslavement Path required beast groups. Especially at the level of Gu immortals, ordinary wild beasts could not be used. The core of the beast groups had already risen from mutated beast kings and beast emperors to desolate beasts. Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to think for a long time. Chapter 718. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed in Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan was flying in the air. Hair armor. He willed. The hair on his immortal zombie body grew rapidly, instantly forming a sinister pitch-black armor full of barbs. Icy drill stardust. Fang Yuan pinched with his 5 fingers. A lump of starlight formed in his hand. Small explosions could be heard from the starlight. If one looked carefully, they would find that there were countless icy drill particles inside, colliding with each other and exploding. Fang Yuan slowly pressed this lump of starlight on the hair armor on his chest. The hair armor lasted for a few breaths of time before it started to crack. After more than 10 breaths of time, the area around the damaged area was dyed blue. A light blue frost started to spread. After more than 20 breaths of time, the hair armor completely shattered, forming a small hole on Fang Yuan's chest. This result was completely within Fang Yuan's expectations. Icy drill stardust was fused with Do Min Jun's inheritance. It could be sold for 4 immortal yuan stone in jewel yellow skies. As for the defensive killer move hair armor, it was only worth 2.5 immortal yuan stone. The starlight in his hand dissipated. Fang Yuan willed and activated hair armor again. But this hair armor was different from before. It was a new and improved version after so many days of experimentation. The hair armor quickly changed. The sinister barbs were useless to begin with, but now they were disappearing. The black iron-like color also changed, turning into a brass color. This was mainly because Fang Yuan had perfectly mixed a large number of golden lion hair Gu on the original foundation. Golden lion hair Gu was a rank 5 mortal Gu. It could allow a Gu master to grow golden lion hair. The increase in defense would be more effective against metal path attacks. After a few breaths of time, The black iron barbed armor disappeared. In its place was a streamlined brass armor that was twice as thick as the black armor from before. The helmet also turned into the shape of a roaring lion. The lion mouth opened wide, revealing Feng Yuan's face. His defense had also doubled and a half. If it were to defend against metal path attacks, its defense would be twice as strong as before. Feng Yuan sent out another lump of starlight, and like before, he pressed it on the hair armor on his chest. The stardust kept grinding against the armor. But after a dozen or so breaths, when the starlight was almost exhausted, a crack appeared on the armor. "Let's call it lion fur armor," Feng Yuan muttered to himself. Then, he raised his 8 arms and released 8 balls of starlight. The starlight flew high into the sky and gathered into a large ball. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, wearing the lion fur armor. He charged into the mass of stardust. The icy drill stardust kept exploding. From all directions, front, back, up and down, it crushed Feng Yuan's lion fur armor. Feng Yuan continued to activate the killer move lion fur armor, causing the cracks that appeared to quickly disappear. Feng Yuan persisted until the cluster of stars dissipated. Only then did he fly down with his head held high. There was not a single scar on his lion fur armor. This repair speed is about twice as fast as the previous armor. If he sold it in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it would sell very well. It can be sold for 4 half immortal yuan stone. Lion fur armor was one of the fruits of Feng Yuan's hard work. He flew into Danghun Palace, who immortal land spirit was activating connecting heaven goo, paying close attention to jewel yellow skies. "What's the situation?" Feng Yuan asked. "Master, the other party is still asking for 4 immortal yuan stone. There is no sign of them relenting." Little Who Immortal Land Spirit replied. Feng Yuan wanted to buy a pair of bat desolate beast wings. The other party killed this bat desolate beast and sold its corpse in jewel yellow skies. Feng Yuan had asked for the bat wings earlier, but the other party asked for 4 immortal yuan stone, and their attitude was unyielding, not willing to lower the price. For immortal yuan stone was no doubt a bit expensive. Back then, Feng Yuan had only spent 3 immortal yuan stones to buy the entire corpse of the 6-headed snake. According to the normal price, it would be 2.5 at most. Feng Yuan personally activated Divine Sense Goo, using the identity of 8-arm immortal to contact the seller, saying, "I am willing to pay 3 immortal yuan stone to buy your bat wings." But the sellers will shook its head. Not selling, at least 4 immortal yuan stone." Feng Yuan snorted. "Sir is too greedy, your desolate beast wings are damaged. Normally they can only be sold for 2.5 immortal yuan stone. If not for the fact that I want to research some new goo and need this material, I would not even ask." The seller's will's tone softened, sighing. "I have no other choice. I suffered huge losses in hunting this desolate beast. This desolate beast's blood has already flowed dry, and I am heavily injured. If I cannot sell it for this price, my finances will collapse, and even my injuries will be delayed. What does your life or death have to do with me? Besides, how can I believe your one-sided story? 3 immortal yuan stone, are you selling it or not?" Feng Yuan said coldly. "Not selling." Feng Yuan heard this and immediately retracted his divine sense. A moment later, he ordered Little Who Immortal Land Spirit to ask for the price again, as he showed an attitude as if his patience was about to run out. "How about this? I am willing to pay 3 immortal yuan stone to buy your bat wings. Just say it, are you selling it or not?" This time, the seller's will hesitated, but he shook his head. "This pair of bat wings is the most valuable part of the desolate beast's corpse. If Sir wants to buy the bat wings alone, my remaining parts will be even harder to sell. If you are sincere, why don't you pay 5 immortal yuan stone to buy this desolate beast's corpse?" Little Who Immortal and Feng Yuan conversed for a while before answering. "I only need the bat wings. Why would I need anything else? I've already wasted enough time here. 3 immortal yuan stone is already a lot. I will pay 3 half immortal yuan stone. This is my bottom line. If you don't want to sell, then forget it." The seller's will was clearly shaken. He muttered, "This, can I consider it?" The land spirit urged, "My patience has a limit. I will give you 5 breaths of time. As time drags on, I might go back on my words." For breaths of time passed, the sellers will heaved a long sigh. He knew that although desolate beast corpses had a huge market, his selling price was indeed too high. Gua mortals were shrewd people. There were too few who would spend money recklessly. All right, I will sell it to you. The seller's will was about to agree, but right at this time, a divine sense interrupted him. Wait, I want this desolate beast corpse. I will give you 5 immortal yuan stone. Oh, sir is immortal monkey king. This change naturally made the seller overjoyed. If he sold the bat wings to Feng Yuan for 3.5 immortal yuan stone, the remaining parts of the corpse would be extremely damaged. It would be a miracle if he could sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone. Now, immortal monkey king Shirley interfered and was willing to pay 5 immortal yuan stone. The seller was naturally willing to accept this proposal. Wait, our transaction has already been settled. Immortal monkey king, you suddenly came out to disturb us. What is this? Who immortal land spirit was indignant. What's settled? Shirley sneered. Are you joking? Doing business in jewel yellow skies, is it first come first served? Whoever offers the highest price will naturally get to sell. Since the transaction has not been completed, then the deal has not been settled. Saying so, Shirley said to the seller's Gua mortal, Hey kid, you have made a profit this time. Aren't you going to complete the transaction? The seller's will was about to nod when Hu immortal land spirit received Feng Yuan's instructions and immediately stopped him. Wait, I will pay 5.5 immortal yuan stone. Humph, adding only half is too stingy. I will pay 7 immortal yuan stone. Shirley said in an overbearing manner. Hu immortal land spirit's tone turned gloomy. In that case, I will pay 8 immortal yuan stone. 8? Shirley laughed heartily. Then I will pay 9. 9.5. Hu immortal land spirit continued. That seller's will had not expected such a change and was already overjoyed. Shirley was stunned before laughing loudly. Good, Hu immortal. You are indeed a gutsku dealer. You have so much money. I will not compete with a junior like you this time. It is merely a broken desolate beast corpse. I hope you will be in a good mood when you take it back. After laughing, the divine sense retreated. It was very straightforward. Lord Hu immortal, what you said earlier, you weren't just saying it casually, right? The seller's will had a flattering smile as he stammered. It seemed his words were not false. He was indeed a poor rank 6 Gua mortal. Humph, doing business requires honesty. Would my words be false? Hu immortal land spirit coldly snorted. Soon after, both sides completed the transaction. The seller obtained 9.5 immortal yuan stone, while Feng Yuan obtained the desolate beast corpse. After this transaction, Feng Yuan checked his wealth again. He had 172 immortal yuan stones and 77 green grape immortal essence beads. Up until now, Feng Yuan had already sold 6 batches of gutsku, 1 batch every month, and each batch brought him 48 immortal yuan stones. In these 6 months, Feng Yuan had completed another transaction with Land Spirit of Lenga's immortal gu recipe and obtained over 20 immortal yuan stones. But after feeding 8 desolate beasts and refining large amounts of immortal yuan stones, he obtained green grape immortal essence. After using green grape immortal essence to reverse deduce star path gu recipe, he made a breakthrough in transformation path and upgraded his killer move. Not only did he modify the defensive killer move hair armor into lion fur armor, he even improved light illusion batwings by a huge step. But to complete the brand new light illusion batwings, he still needed to graft a pair of real batwings onto his immortal zombie body. Precisely because of this, Feng Yuan did not hesitate to pay a huge price to buy this desolate beast corpse. Immortal Monkey King Shirley asked me to pay 3 or 4 times the price to buy this bat corpse. I'll keep this in mind. Shirley was a higher-up of Combat Immortal Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In his previous life, during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, after Feng Jiuge died, he replaced Feng Jiuge and became Central Continent's #1 battle strength. He was an Earth Path expert, but secretly cultivated Transformation Path, and obtained several inheritances of reckless savage demon Venerable. Feng Yuan had wanted to raise the price of gutsku to Combat Immortal Sect, but after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. For the next half a month, He concentrated on dealing with the desolate beast corpse. He carefully cut off the bat wings, and did more than a dozen meticulous treatments to maintain them. Next, he used fire path goo worms and strength path goo worms to refine the bat wings. The bat wings, which were originally very wide, continued to shrink. Chapter 719. A wind wolf lowered its head. Its four limbs were almost crawling as it moved through the lush grassland. The prey it had set its eyes on was a pink rabbit. The rabbit's ears were perked up, listening to every movement. The rabbit's head was buried in a large flower, absorbing the pollen to eat. A cool breeze blew on this hill. The green grass was lush and flowers were blooming, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers. The wind wolf slowly got closer, but the pink flower rabbit did not notice it. Suddenly, a pitch-black shadow flitted across the ground. The pink flower rabbit was shocked, raising its head. Even though Who Immortal Blessed Land did not have eagle groups, it still ran away in fright, coincidentally escaping the calamity and causing the wind wolf to return empty-handed. Feng Yuan, who was flying in the air, saw this scene. Involuntarily, he had a thought. Now that I have ample funds and my blessed land has become a dead aperture, I might as well manage Who Immortal Blessed Land first. After my trip to Northern Plains, the beast groups in Who Immortal Blessed Land have fallen to rock bottom. They are very sparse. I am already selling guts goo. If I carry out the Rockman trade, it would be superfluous. Who Immortal is an enslavement path goo immortal. Who Immortal Blessed Land is a grassland. It is most suitable for raising fox groups. If I manage Who Immortal Blessed Land and make it full of vitality, the rate of green grape immortal essence production will be higher. Little Who Immortal can use this green grape immortal essence to reduce my own immortal essence expenditure. When I revive in the future, if I merge Who Immortal Blessed Land, the benefits will be even greater. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan inspected the bat wings on his back. Ever since he successfully transplanted the bat wings to his back, this was his third test flight. The condensed bat wings. Even with its full strength, it could not reach half the length of Feng Yuan's arm. It was yellowish-brown in color and looked rather small. It was not as impressive as the light illusion bat wings from before. But Feng Yuan did not care about the appearance. He cared more about its practical value. The brand new light illusion bat wings doubled Feng Yuan's speed and, at the same time, greatly increased his flight endurance. After all, the previous bat wings were just a shadow, but the current bat wings were real. But the bat wings now were genuine meat wings. The flesh membrane, fur, bones, and flesh of the bat wings had all been compressed and purified by Feng Yuan over and over again. In the bat wings, there were many goo worms. These goo worms living in the bat wing flesh skin goo could form the improved movement killer move, light illusion bat wings. No, it was no longer practical to use the term light illusion bat wings to name this killer move. Let's call it true solid bat wings. Feng Yuan gave this modified movement killer move a new name. He was much more satisfied with this movement killer move true, solid bat wings than the lion fur armor. To be placed in the jewel yellow skies. This movement killer move. It could be sold for as much as 6 immortal yuan stone. This was because the solid return bat wings had great potential. Just having a pair of bat wings was not its limit. At most, it could transplant 3 pairs of bat wings. The owner of these 3 pairs of bat wings was at least a desolate beast. Of course, it would be even better if it was an ancient desolate beast or a primordial desolate beast. If the 3 pairs of desolate beast bat wings were successfully transplanted onto Feng Yuan's back, his speed would increase by more than 3 times. Light illusion bat wings was one of the most widely used movement killer moves during the 5 regions chaotic war with the highest cost-performance ratio. Based on its foundation, if his speed increased by more than 3 times, it would be very outstanding. Even though he did not need to use movement immortal goo like Worldly Wave Trace or Rising Azure Cloud. But if Feng Yuan met Plump Lady again, with just the latter's light sand escape, she would not be able to escape from Feng Yuan's pursuit. The sound of wind could be heard as Feng Yuan flapped the wings on his back, his body rising into the sky. After flying to the sky, Feng Yuan closed his eyes and quietly sensed the feeling of the air currents brushing past his bat wings. His immortal zombie body could not feel any pain. His sense of touch was almost zero. This was both a strength and a weakness. When Feng Yuan transplanted the bat wings, he was willing to put in effort to preserve the sense of pain and touch of the bat wings. Only by doing so could he clearly and truly feel the feedback brought by each flap of the wings. He could feel the strength of the air currents and the state of the bat wings. Losing the sense of pain would make people numb. This allowed Feng Yuan to fight even more fiercely. But flying was another matter. Flying required fine control, especially Feng Yuan's flying attainment. It had reached quasi-grandmaster level. Only by recovering his sense of pain and touch could he truly display his flying attainment. If it was the rigid bat wings, they would feel very rough, especially in intense battles. When he relied on the bat wings, the minute feeling would bring about exquisite responses and changes, while the opposite would be rough and rash. With my movement ability strengthened, I can advance and retreat at will. After gathering 3 pairs of bat wings, true solid bat wings can be considered outstanding among mortal killer moves. It is only slightly inferior to my worldly wave trace immortal goo. Feng Yuan was a strength path goo immortal. He had a strength path immortal body. Worldly wave trace immortal goo had the law of water path. When Feng Yuan used this immortal goo, water path and strength path were not perfectly compatible. There would be a disadvantage of restraining each other. If a fire path goo immortal used worldly wave trace immortal goo, their speed would be even slower than Feng Yuan. It was most suitable for water path goo immortals. Using the same immortal goo would expend the same amount of immortal essence, but the speed would be faster. Most importantly, true solid bat wings was a mortal killer move. It was much better than using worldly wave trace immortal goo. This was human wisdom. Through the combination of many mortal goo, it could form an effect that was slightly inferior to immortal goo. Using goo, nurturing goo, and refining goo, they were all profound and profound. Desolate beast corpses are rare. Even if goo immortals sell new beast corpses in jewel yellow skies, they might not be bats. To collect 2 more pairs of bat wings, I need to take the initiative. It seems it is time to take some risks and go to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Rank 8 and 9 immortal apertures were called Grotto Heavens. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner was the rank 8 goo immortal 7-star child from 1,700 years ago. 7-star child had died long ago. In Feng Yuan's previous life, one day, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fell from the sky of Central Continent, breaking into dozens of immortal aperture fragments that scattered all over Central Continent. Feng Yuan was already a goo immortal, but he could not enter this Grotto Heaven fragment. The Grotto Heaven fragment world was already very weak. Feng Yuan's cultivation level was too high. If he entered, he would directly shatter the extremely weak Grotto Heaven fragment. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had Bloodwing Demon Sect and a group of elite subordinates. After fighting with several goo immortals, everyone divided a relatively large Grotto Heaven fragment world. Feng Yuan and the other immortals sent their own goo master disciples and subordinates to explore the Grotto Heaven fragment world and obtain resources. Feng Yuan left a will in the minds of his capable subordinates to monitor and guide them. Thus, he was quite familiar with the scenery of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. At this time in this life, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is still high in the sky above the 9 heavens. It has not fallen or broken into pieces. I have the scenery of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in my memories, so I can use fixed immortal travel to enter the Grotto Heaven and advance and plunder resources. I remember that there are many desolate beasts in the Grotto Heaven. There are even ancient desolate beasts, among which there is a star demon bat, desolate beast. I will enter this time to kill the star demon bat and obtain the bat wings. At the same time, I can also observe the situation and see if there is a possibility of capturing a desolate beast and bringing it to the land spirit of Langya. Feng Yuan planned in his mind. There were many places similar to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in Feng Yuan's memories. But it was not that the time was not right, it was extremely dangerous. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was the immortal aperture of a rank 8 goo immortal. It was far from being destroyed. It was many times stronger than in Feng Yuan's previous life. In my previous life, I only sent people to explore the Grotto Heaven fragment world indirectly. At that time, the heavenly spirit no longer existed. But in this life, if I go in and explore, the heavenly spirit should still be alive and can activate all of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's defenses. If I had not become an immortal zombie, I would not have the qualifications to enter and explore. Feng Yuan did not know much about the current starry sky grotto heaven. He could only use his previous life's experience to make deductions. In his previous life, he was not the biggest beneficiary of this fortuitous encounter. The one who rose up with this fortuitous encounter was a rank 8 immortal zombie. All along, the 10 great ancient sects had suffered losses at the hands of this immortal zombie. Later, this immortal zombie entered the Central Continent Zombie Alliance branch and easily defeated the previous branch leader. He called himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie and sat firmly on the #1 position. He had once stirred up winds and clouds. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he was an ambitious and ruthless overlord. As for the true starry sky heavenly spirit, Feng Yuan had not seen it personally. He did not know the conditions for a grotto heaven to recognize a master. Several days later, He Lulan brought strength Chi Immortal Gu and arrived at Hu Immortal Blessed Land through a stargate. In Feng Yuan's stone nest, she, Feng Yuan, and thousands of hairy men worked together to refine the 8th batch of Airsac Gu. After this, He Lulan did not leave immediately. She stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and listened to Feng Yuan's information about Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. With just Feng Yuan's current strength, it would be difficult for him to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Thus, Feng Yuan invited his allies. But Fairy Li Shan was currently cooperating with Qin Baisheng. Mountain Pledge Gu was showing its brilliance, allowing Qin Baisheng to form alliances and eliminate his hostility. He was also preparing for an unprecedentedly grand auction in Northern Plains. Qin Baisheng's reward to Fairy Li Shan was an immortal Gu. With such great benefits in front of her, Fairy Li Shan naturally chose Qin Baisheng and gave up on this cooperation with Feng Yuan. As for Tai Bai Yunsheng, he was currently with Shark Demon and the rest, exploring Yulu Blessed Land in the deep sea. Even though Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to help his junior brother, Feng Yuan, he was affected by Death End, Immortal Gu. He could not split himself and could only helplessly help. Only He Lulan was free. She agreed to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven with Feng Yuan. According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance's agreement, this was a joint exploration. Feng Yuan did not have the obligation to compensate He Lulan twice the amount of her losses. At the same time, the battle spoils were split according to Feng Yuan's 60% and He Lulan's 40%. After resting for a few days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lulan entered Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Feng Yuan tried to activate fixed immortal travel according to the scene in his mind. He tried 3 to 4 times, but did not succeed. Feng Yuan was not surprised. The scene in his memory was also a part of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, but it had already crashed back then, and the scene had changed. Thankfully, there were many scenes in Feng Yuan's memory. After more than 10 attempts, and spending more than 10 beads of green grape immortal essence, he finally succeeded. Chapter 720. The trees in front of him were lush and green. The foothills were tranquil and shrouded in mist. Feng Yuan had already activated his lion fur armor, completely protecting his body. He focused his attention and looked around, finding that he was at the waist of a mountain. The surrounding ancient trees towered into the sky. Even though he was a 6 meters tall immortal zombie, he could not even reach a third of the height of the giant trees. Looking up, he could see the sky through the gaps between the lush branches and leaves. This sky was half green. It was tranquil. In the green sky, there were 6 giant star shadows. They were like 6 full moons, red, orange, yellow, blue, purple, and white respectively. Feng Yuan opened a crack in his immortal aperture, and He Lulan appeared, stepping on a mountain rock. Her eyes shined with brilliance as she looked around. This is inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? That's right, let's go. The desolate beast star demon bat that I want to kill should be nearby, Feng Yuan said. Because they did not know the star demon bat's location, the two randomly chose a direction to move in. While moving forward, the two used investigative methods without stopping. After becoming a Gu immortal, they had unlimited primeval essence. They could use mortal Gu as they wished. Before entering, the two had made ample preparations. Although they did not have investigative killer moves, they prepared large numbers of investigative Gu worms of all paths. Not only could they observe and listen to their surroundings, They could also feel the slight vibrations of the wind when they stepped on the ground, and when they breathed, they could smell any strange odors. At the same time, their divine senses spread out, covering the surroundings. They were able to investigate all aspects. Time passed slowly, but this forest seemed to have no end. 15 minutes have passed. The situation is not right. He Lulan stopped moving, saying to Feng Yuan with a solemn expression. Feng Yuan nodded, saying solemnly, "That's right. We have entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. It has already been so long, but we have not encountered a single wild beast. If it is not trees, it is mist. Whether we go up or down the mountain, or walk in any direction, the scenery is the same." He Lulan raised her head. "Let's fly up." The two cautiously flew up. There was nothing in the green sky. If the two of them flew into the sky, they would be extremely obvious and would be easily discovered by the beast horde. Thus, they surrounded and killed him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Feng Yuan and He Lulan chose to stick close to the ground at first. At this moment, the two of them took the risk to give it a try, but the result was disappointing. They flew higher and higher into the sky. The strange fog became thicker and thicker. In the end, it was so thick that it obscured one's vision, to the point where one couldn't even see their own fingers. Feng Yuan and He Lulan's investigative goo were greatly restricted in the fog. The two of them discussed for a while and decided to be cautious. They didn't want to continue taking such risks, so they returned to the ground. Could it be that the starry sky spirit has already started to target the two of us? He Lulan guessed. The situation here, if not for the unique laws of the Grotto Heaven, is an illusion. It is silently interfering with our sense of direction and obscuring our true perception. It was a pity. I don't have an investigative killer move yet. Feng Yuan said, "Don't you have wisdom path methods?" Wisdom path is also good at resolving such predicaments. He Lulan frowned and asked. Feng Yuan shook his head. "I do have some wisdom path methods, but they are quite special. I cannot determine the direction." "Do you have an investigative killer move?" He Lulan snorted lightly, clenching her fists. "I don't have investigative killer moves, but I have offensive killer moves. Self-strength." Saying so, she punched with both fists, erupting with fist chi. Fist chi gushed out in all directions, quickly condensing into strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms had bloated bodies like violent bears. They had triangular eyes and uneven teeth. It was the male appearance that He Lulan had disguised herself as earlier. Feng Yuan took a few steps back and created enough space for He Lulan. These strength path phantoms charged at He Lulan's main body. The phantoms merged and soon enveloped He Lulan's main body, forming a strength path phantom giant. This killer move had incredible power. He Lulan had once used it in Northern Plains and destroyed the flying bear phantom. At this moment, she punched again. The huge fist slammed into an ancient tree at the side. The sturdy and thick ancient tree was immediately split into two by He Lulan. The lower half was in the ground, but it was heavily tilted. The soil rumbled and the tree's roots were exposed. The upper half was sent flying, creating howling winds as it crashed into other ancient trees along the way, knocking down 2 or 3 of them. Bam, bam, bam. He Lulan's punches and kicks flew everywhere, causing the mountain to shake. Rocks and rocks flew. Ancient trees fell and the mist scattered. Feng Yuan flew into the air and had a wide field of vision. He saw that this forest was only 100 li in circumference, but he and He Lulan had been here earlier. Outside this forest, he could see wild beasts roaming about, insects chirping, streams flowing and wild flowers swaying with the wind. It was a scene of natural vitality. It seems that this forest is very unique. It should be an extinct tree species. The source of the information you obtained is somewhat suspicious. The place where we came in is precisely this forest. The Strength Path Phantom Giant transmitted his divine sense, communicating with Feng Yuan. Even with Feng Yuan's rich experience in his previous life, he could not recognize the origin of these trees. He smiled bitterly and changed the topic. After these trees became scarce, the forest formed no longer has the effect of trapping enemies. Why don't we collect some and plant them in our own blessed lands? Maybe we can research something. The source of the information was definitely not a problem. Because he was the source of the information, In his previous life, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had shattered into many pieces and scattered all over Central Continent. In the Grotto Heaven fragment world that Feng Yuan sent people to explore, these trees were no longer in scale, and many were destroyed. Thus, they did not show any special effects. This experience also alerted Feng Yuan. Although he had the memories of his previous life, but in this life, he came to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven early. The situation was different. He could not blindly rely on the memories of his previous life. The Strength Path Phantom Giant looked at these ancient trees. Even if you don't say it, I also have the same plan. When the two had collected 4 to 5 trees, a dog-shaped desolate beast charged down from the top of this mountain. The dog-shaped desolate beast roared. Its eyes revealed a fierce glint. Its target was He Lulan. He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant did not have the cover of the forest. It was very obvious. Feng Yuan looked over, seeing that this desolate beast was the size of a small mountain. Its body covered in azure blue fur, glossy. Be it its head, abdomen, back, tail, or limbs, they all had star-like stripes. These stripes gave off waves of weak blue light. Feng Yuan only took a glance and recognized this beast. He immediately reminded He Lulan. This is a star desolate hound. It should be the overlord of this mountain. We need to probe it. See what kind of battle strength the desolate beasts in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven have. If they are weak, don't casually kill them. It is best to capture them alive. I have other uses for them. He Lulan frowned. Although she had the Strength Extreme Immortal physique, she had several great Strength Path Immortal goo. It was not difficult to kill desolate beasts, but there was still some distance from capturing them alive. But at this time, Feng Yuan said, "You attack, I will support. Act according to the situation. If we can really capture them, I will use a Mortal Yuan Stone to pay you." "All right, it is settled." He Lulan was not a hesitant person, she shouted. The Strength Path Phantom Giant took large strides. Bam, bam, bam. It charged towards the Star Desolate Hound. The Star Desolate Hound looked down from above and fiercely dove down, pouncing on the Strength Path Phantom Giant. He Lulan was not to be outdone. She immediately used her fists and legs to wrestle with the Star Desolate Hound. 2 huge figures rolled from the mountainside to the foot of the mountain like gourds. Along the way, they were like a huge bulldozer, crushing trees, crushing rocks, and crushing birds and beasts that could not escape in time into meat paste. Feng Yuan flapped his bat wings and flew down. 8 lumps of starlight condensed on his 8 monstrous claws, but they did not smash down. He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant and the Star Desolate Hound alternated between each other, rolling down and entangling like a wheel. In close combat, the battle was in a stalemate. The attacks changed so quickly that even an old demon like Feng Yuan could not find a chance to attack. Rumble. Dust rose. The giant and the desolate beast rolled to the foot of the mountain, finally stopping. The Star Desolate Hound had great strength, pouncing on the giant. It raised its head and opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth that were as sharp as swords and halberds. It was about to bite down. Feng Yuan saw the opportunity. His 8 arms swayed, and the 8 lumps of starlight that had been prepared in his hands smashed down together. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the successive explosions, the Star Desolate Hound angrily barked. Its attack was interrupted. The huge hound's head swayed left and right, shaking off the starlight. But at this time, He Lulan had already obtained the crucial information and launched a sinister attack. The Strength Path Phantom Giant bent its knee, aiming at the vital point between the Star Desolate Hound's 2 hind legs. It fiercely struck. Ayo! The Star Desolate Hound immediately let out an extremely mournful cry. Its huge body jumped away as if it had been electrocuted and jumped around in the dense forest. Feng Yuan immediately pounced, not giving the Star Desolate Hound any chance to catch its breath. He flew in the air, his bat wings flapping, bringing his body as nimble as a fly. Lumps of starlight smashed down, not leaving the Star Desolate Hound's eyes, mouth, anus, and other vital points. The Star Desolate Hound was beaten until it jumped around. Facing Feng Yuan's crafty attacks, its front and back were gradually unable to block them, and it howled in pain. The Star Desolate Hound also had defensive wild goo on its body. But facing the killer move Icy Drill Stardust, ordinary wild goo's defensive effect was not good. Instead, because of resisting Icy Drill Stardust, the defensive wild goo were rapidly dying. On the other side, Halolon's Strength Path Phantom Giant had already stood up. As expected of a desolate beast, Halolon sighed inwardly. The Strength Path killer move that had never failed before was actually unable to resist the Star Desolate Hound's tyrannical beast strength, especially the Strength Path Phantom Giant. It was an extreme transformation of the killer move, but it was still not the Star Desolate Hound's match. In that case, let me use Self-Strength Immortal Goo. Halolon snickered and was about to make a move. Suddenly, from the two neighboring mountain peaks, familiar dog barks could be heard. Next, two female Star Desolate Hounds entered Feng Yuan and Halolon's vision. Chapter 721. As the three Star Desolate Hounds chased after them, Feng Yuan and Halolon retreated. It was not that they could not defeat the three desolate beasts, but if they were to fight, they would have to use all their strength to defeat them. As for Feng Yuan and Halolon, they were currently in the unfamiliar environment of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. They did not have any deep hatred with the three desolate beasts. Only a person with a screw loose in his head would fight with all his strength. Feng Yuan and Halolon were both astute people. This time they came to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to explore. They should be more cautious and preserve their battle strength to deal with any accidents. Especially the heavenly spirit of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. It had not appeared at all. The heavenly spirit controlled all aspects of the Grotto Heaven. The moment Feng Yuan and Halolon entered, they would be detected immediately. Feng Yuan took the lead, constantly flapping the wings on his back. He flew extremely fast. He did not dare to fly high in the sky. He only flew at a low altitude. Halolon flew much slower than Feng Yuan. She landed behind him. She could not help but look deeply at the wings on Feng Yuan's back. She secretly compared in her heart. Feng Yuan's current speed is not extraordinary. I can also reach it. But he is so nimble. His direction is so precise. He can even go around the lush treetops and branches. After traveling for nearly 10 li, the three Star Desolate Hounds behind them stopped. They gave up on Halolon and Feng Yuan. They did not continue their pursuit. The two stopped on a large tree and rested. Feng Yuan stood on the treetops, trying his best to determine his direction. The surrounding green peaks were not far from each other, but they were also connected. Some of the peaks were covered with green pines. Some of the peaks were just shrubs. Some of the peaks did not even have trees. They were covered with grass and wildflowers. These were all obvious signs of human activity. Nature would not have such neat work. Feng Yuan could see the reason. The master of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child, had divided these peaks into different breeding and cultivation areas. In this way, the production of specific products could be increased. It seems like the owner of this Grotto Heaven has put a lot of effort into managing it. Halolon walked up to Feng Yuan and looked around. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed. The terrain in his memory was vastly different from the one in front of him. Could it be that a few hundred years later, the landscape of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven changed so much that it was different when it collapsed and fell? In this way, Feng Yuan's memories from his past life would no longer be able to play a valuable role as a guide. Halolon's gaze landed on the small bat wings on Feng Yuan's back. She asked with even more interest, "Your killer move looks pretty good. Where did you buy it?" According to the Snow Mountain Covenant, Feng Yuan could not deceive Halolon, but he could choose to keep it a secret. But true solid bat wings killer move was Feng Yuan's usual method. There was nothing to hide. He answered frankly, "This killer move was modified based on the previous killer move. It is suitable for my immortal zombie body. If you want to use it, I will need to transplant a pair of bat wings onto your back." Halolon heard this and frowned. She pursued strength. She had no qualms about damaging her image. The body of a desolate beast is also an immortal body. Like our goo immortal bodies, Dao marks are carved on them. They are closer to certain laws. Your wings should not have strength path Dao marks. They are closer to wind path. You are transplanting them so casually. Aren't you afraid of strength path and wind path interfering with each other? causing the strength path killer move's power to fall? Fang Yuan chuckled. Do you know that reckless savage demon Venerable can transform into all kinds of fierce beasts? Of course. Reckless savage demon Venerable created transformation path. He is the ancestor of transformation path. He Lulan said. The essence of transformation path is to transform into a fierce beast or plant, possessing their strength and methods. A transformation path Gu master can transform into a wind path bird, a fire path tiger, and a water path fish, using one path to reflect all paths. Why don't they have the interference of their Dao marks? Fang Yuan asked. A transformation path Gu master who purely transformed was not considered to have reached a higher level. A true transformation would not only change the outer appearance, the transformed beast body would also have the corresponding Dao marks. A Gu immortal who transformed into a desolate beast would not only possess the strength, defense, and speed of the desolate beast, they would also be able to amplify the effects of the Gu worms of the corresponding path. That is because every time they transform, they will only transform into one type of fierce beast. They will only have one type of Dao marks on their body, unlike you who have two types of Dao marks mixed together, like a Gu master who cultivates two paths at the same time. Moreover, after they transform, they will use the corresponding Gu worms to cleanse their body and wash away the remaining Dao marks. Only then can they transform into a fierce beast with another type of Dao mark. He Lulan said. Fang Yuan smiled proudly. No, that is because their cultivation skills are not up to par. Their methods are still lacking. Reckless savage demon Venerable is different. He devours immemorial desolate beasts and forms a desolate beast totem in his body. He can store countless Dao marks in his body and transform at any time. When you were undergoing tribulation, I obtained the demon Venerable's true meaning infusion and became a transformation master. He Lulan was truly shocked. That means you obtained reckless savage demon Venerable's guidance and have a method to balance different Dao marks? Fang Yuan nodded slightly before shaking his head. I am only a transformation master. I can balance 3 different Dao marks at most. There are also restrictions on transplanting and other aspects. I can transplant 3 pairs of true solid bat wings at most. This is the highest manifestation of my transformation master attainment level. He Lulan heard Fang Yuan's words and became even more interested in true solid bat wings. Sell this movement killer move to me. I will buy it at a high price. Fang Yuan naturally shook his head and refused. He had modified this killer move with great difficulty. It was his unique method. How could he sell it to others so easily? Unless he no longer needed it in the future, he would consider selling the simplified version. He Lulan was slightly disappointed by Fang Yuan's refusal, but she was not surprised. If their positions were reversed, she would also refuse like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not lack immortal Yuan stone now. Now I finally understand why you want to kill star demon bats. What did the information say? Is the star demon bat nearby? He Lulan asked. Fang Yuan nodded. The information says it is nearby, but the terrain is different from the information. Let's take a look first. He observed for a long time, but could not determine the true location. The place in his memory was a rotting, poisonous swamp. But there were many green mountains here. How could there be a rotting swamp? 2 hours later, 2 figures surrounded a wild beast and began to attack. This desolate beast was transparent. It seemed to be made of dazzling diamond. It had the shape of a bear, but was as large as a mammoth. It was a rare diamond bear in the 5 regions. The ones fighting the diamond bear were He Lulan and Fang Yuan. Take this. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his 8 arms waving as he sent down lumps of starlight. The diamond bear stood up and waved its front paws, shattering the starlight. He Lulan turned into a strength path phantom giant again. She raised her leg and kicked at the diamond bear's stomach. The diamond bear roared. Its diamond body suddenly lit up. He Lulan's strength path phantom giant's right leg broke. This diamond bear has a wild Gu worm that counters my strength path. He Lulan was shocked. She quickly retreated. Killer moves were not omnipotent. They had weaknesses and could be countered. But the diamond bear was unwilling to let He Lulan go. It pounced over. Fang Yuan saw this and immediately dove down. The starlight cluster in his hand moved even faster than before. It was like a storm. At once, The diamond bear could not raise its head from Fang Yuan's bombardment. "Come, give me a big one. Have a taste?" Fang Yuan raised his forearms high, gathering a large lump of icy drill stardust and throwing it down heavily. With a loud explosion, the entire diamond bear was covered by the icy drill stardust. The diamond bear was being crushed by the stardust inside. It roared in pain. It was truly enraged. Bam! At the next moment, it charged out of the starlight cluster, flying into the sky. "This bear can fly?" Fang Yuan was too close. He was caught off guard. He was struck by the diamond bear's raised paw. Bam! At the next moment, Fang Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball. He only stopped after smashing through dozens of towering trees. Blood flowed everywhere. 2 of the arms that blocked the bear's paw were broken, and 3 were heavily injured with fractures. Fang Yuan grinned. Accidents were bound to happen when fighting desolate beasts. Desolate beasts were not like goo immortals. They did not have high intelligence. They did not know how many wild goo worms they had when they first encountered them. Like earlier, the diamond bear actually dispelled He Lulan's strength path phantom. It flew up and heavily injured Fang Yuan. Only after this did Fang Yuan and He Lulan realize that the goo worms on this diamond bear were very strong. Not only were there goo worms that countered strength path phantoms, there were also flying goo worms that could carry the diamond bear's heavy body. "Retreat!" Fang Yuan shouted at He Lulan. He Lulan had already wanted to retreat. She stopped her killer move and escaped with Fang Yuan. The diamond bear did not chase. It picked up Fang Yuan's 2 broken arms and chewed them. Crack, crack. The diamond bear's teeth were sharp. It easily broke Fang Yuan's immortal zombie arms. It continued to chew, turning them into minced meat. Jade-green zombie blood flowed out of the diamond bear's teeth. An intense corpse stench spread to the surroundings. The diamond bear had a strange expression as it swallowed the corpse meat, but at the next moment, it opened its mouth and vomited the food out. It was too disgusting. The diamond bear had a constipated expression as it slammed Fang Yuan's remaining arms into the rock mountain before angrily walking towards the cave at the peak of the mountain. A moment later, Fang Yuan and He Lulan snuck back here. Fang Yuan picked up the remaining arm. He identified it and placed it on the corresponding wound on his body. He activated a healing goo worm. Using the recovery ability of an immortal zombie, he quickly reattached the arm. As for the remaining arm, it had already been chewed into minced meat by the diamond bear. Fang Yuan could not use it anymore. He sighed and decided to regrow it himself. But immortal zombies were not mortals. To regrow a limb, it would take around 6 to 8 hours. This was not a simple regrowth. It involved the replenishment of strength path Dao marks. He Lulan looked at the cave at the peak of the mountain. There is at least 15 kilograms of diamond soil in that cave. Diamond soil was actually the excrement of the diamond bear. It was extremely nutritious. It was the fertile soil that was sold at a high price in jewel yellow skies. Not long ago, Fang Yuan and He Lulan came to this mountain. Fang Yuan lured the diamond bear away. He Lulan took the chance to enter the cave and looted hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil. It was worth at least 30 immortal yuan stone. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.